Good morning once again to Snetterton here in East Anglia. We have got 13 races for you today on BARC TV. Thank you so much for joining us. What you're going to see a lot of is minis, and there's lots of mini tyres in the paddock too. There's absolutely hundreds of them because of the 13 races. They take up over half. We've also got the coupes, we've got the BMWs, and we've got my personal favourite, the MG Owners Club as well. So sit back, relax, enjoy. First race is coming up very, very shortly. As ever, I spoke to a few of the drivers in the paddock. Dave Goddard will talk you through every single race today. Enjoy. Right, our first race of the day, and we're back to the minis. Can you believe it? It's the Mini 7s, and yesterday, watching all the racing, one of the standout moments was the Hack father-son winning their class in that race. Andy, can you just describe it for us, because it looked wonderful?
Oh, it's an amazing feeling to be able to race with my son Fraser, and I've always wanted to be on track with him, but to have a podium, that's also, if we can have a podium, it'd be absolutely superb. And the second but last lap, I can nick a third here. I can see he could probably win this. But it all just dropped in for a 1-2. He's upset that it was round the wrong way. But no, it's an amazing feeling to do it as a father and son. And as I believe it was the first father and son 1-2 in the Mini 7 club. So.
And now, you're no stranger to minis. You've won the Miglia class 3 times, you've just told me. So what are you teaching Fraser?
He's teaching me.
All right.
I'm a little bit rusty. I chose to come back into this to obviously race with Fraser, but I've been out of racing for such a long time. It's just what's cheap, what's fun, and just get my racecraft back. And this class is unbelievable value for money.
We had some sensational races throughout the entire day yesterday. Fraser, come on into the middle here. I don't want to stretch across your dad. You're having a fairly good season, but we spoke a moment ago. That's got to be the highlight yesterday.
Yeah, it's definitely our best result, and it's definitely going to be a highlight for the rest of the year, I think. I can't add much more to what the old man said. It was the perfect result. Granted, would be nicer for me if it was the other way round, but no, I can't complain at all.
More chances today, and you've also just told me at Donington, Dad actually took you out.
Yeah, I thought we were going to brush over that, but no, I mean, look, this is really close, tight racing. If you've watched it before, you know how close and tight it gets. So when you're running inches apart, 3-4 people into one, these things do happen, and we deal with it quite well, you know.
And last question: when you're racing, are you working together, or are you trying to beat him?
At one point we were working together, but I've said, like, I'm not going to learn how to race if he just lets me go. So I've said, if you see an opportunity to come past me, by all means do it. And he did it yesterday. And once I was behind him, I spent 2 laps behind him thinking, I cannot hang on here.
Guys, sensational. More chances today. Good luck.
Cheers.
Thank you very much.
Andy and Fraser Hack coming up again in the Mini Miglias very, very shortly. Do enjoy.
Well, thanks, Ewan. Good morning from the commentary box, ladies and gents, and welcome once again to Snetterton Circuit, the home of motorsport in the east of England, for day 2 here on BARC TV. A very busy day of racing to be presented to you indeed. No fewer than 13 races coming up here on the Snetterton 300 layouts. Dave Goddard here taking you through the action once again. Let's have a look at our schedule for today. Coming up in a few minutes' time, we will have the class we've just heard about, the Dunlop Mini Challenge with mini spares, the Mini 7 category. They will have their second race of the weekend, a partially reversed grid in both divisions there. More on that in a moment. That's followed up by the more modern BMW Mini Coopers, the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge, second of their 3 races this weekend. And then we go Caterham racing. It's a busy day for the Morph Caterham Graduates Championship. They have 4 races today, saw 2 yesterday as well. The Sigma 150 and Sigmax Caterham classes will be out together first. And that's followed by more from the classic minis, the Dunlop Mini Challenge of mini spares, the Mini Miglias, the more powerful and quicker machines. They had the last race yesterday, and it was the race of the weekend so far. An incredible fight for the victory in that one. Then we're followed by one of the classes we didn't see out yesterday. They have their 2 races today. The Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship for MGs old and new. More Caterham action after that, the slightly less powerful Sigma 135 cars. And then the other class that's just finishing its qualifying session now, the OT Publishing Coupe Cup with Toyo tyres, the Hyundai Coupes of all generations, aimed at the newcomer to racing. They're just coming to the end of of their qualifying session now. Just looking at the times, looks like it's Luca Staccini, the Italian, who's set pole position there. That's followed up by the second race of the weekend for the Kumho BMW Championship. We saw a good three-way fight for the win in their race yesterday. Jason West's M3 taking the win in the BMWs. Then another Caterham race, which will be the Sigma 150s and Sigmax divisions out together. A slightly longer race at 25 minutes. And then after that, there will be still 4 more races to go. We will have the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge Trophy category, the BMW Minis, a partially reversed grid for that one as well. Second race for the MGs, then a final Caterham race for the Sigma 135s, and then closing out the weekend will be the Hyundai Coupe Cup with OT Publishing, their new sponsor for this year. So we'll look forward then to our first race of the day, which is the Dunlop Mini Challenge, supported by Mini Spares, the Mini 7s and the Mini 7 S-Class. They will start in a split grid. The S-Class, which is for the newer drivers, the scholarship class, starts with a 10-second delay. So we'll have 2 races in one, as we saw yesterday. The Mini 7 Racing Club dates back to the mid-1960s, over 50 years of history in mini racing, providing some of the most entertaining one-make racing in all of British club motorsports. Back in the 60s, it was only minor modified 850cc minis, and nowadays it's the 998cc A-series engines developing over 100 horsepower in the 7 category, running on Dunlop cross-ply tyres, which allow for the sliding style that we've seen over the course of the weekend. In the S-Class, meanwhile, slightly different engine specs. Modified road specification A-series 1275cc engines in most of the cars, and designed for the newcomer to racing. A lot more restrictions on what you can do to the cars in the Mini 7 S-Class. They're about 10 to 15 horsepower down on the quicker Mini 7s. We had a great duel for the victory in yesterday's race between Joe Thompson, many predicting he's a favourite for the championship this year, and a certain Mike Jordan, who has raced just about everything over the years. Thinking back in his career, he's done British GT in Porsches for many years. He raced in British touring cars with his son Andrew, now very active in historic racing as well. Mike Jordan, the president of the Classic Sports Car Club. I've seen him racing at Goodwood in his Austin GT40, as it's known, his very modified Austin A40, and that's just scratching at the surface of Mike Jordan's career in motorsport over the years. He took the win just ahead of Joe Thompson yesterday, with Spencer Wanstall in the Mini Spares sponsored car completing the podium. Looks like the cars are already coming up to the grid, so we'll take you through the grid in just a moment. As we say, the top 8 finishers from yesterday's race in both of the divisions have been flipped around. So in pole position is number 76, Joe Polly, the daughter of hot rod racing legend George Polly. I think every single member of their family have raced something over the years at some point. And Joe takes pole here in the number 76, the Ball Trucking sponsored machine. Alongside her is a veteran of the Mini 7 Racing Club, Graham Davis from London, in his number 6, the yellow car. Second row will be number 29, which is Damien Harrington, former Mighty Minis Championship racer for the 1990s Rover Minis. Alongside him is Darren Thomas, number 20 from Gloucester, the green car. Darren Thomas, the driver's representative for this series. Row 3 will be number 49, Ross Billison, and alongside him 73, which is Spencer Wanstall. And then we've got the 2 protagonists from the front of yesterday's race, number 80, Joe Thompson, and 88, Mike Jordan, the black and white car with the red bumper. You can just see there towards the right of your picture. Row 5, number 72, which is Graham Penn, alongside 16 of Andrew King. And then at the back of the field, in the first group, should be the reigning 7 champion, number 1, Conor O'Brien, who failed to finish yesterday's race. Then there's a gap, and we've got the 7S class. You can tell the 7S class from their rivals. They've got 3-digit numbers, all starting with a 7. So in pole position there is number 714, Welshman Chris Pryor, alongside him 721, Kieran Edgecombe. Behind them is 797, Jack Vanner, and 758, the points leader coming into this weekend, Matthew Ayres. Next is 706, Jonathan Page, and the former champion 728, Michael Winkworth in that division. And then we've got the father and son duo we heard from earlier, Fraser and Andrew Hack. 725, Fraser Hack is the yellow car, Andrew in the white car, his father alongside him. The latecomer just making its way up to the back of the grid there. Behind the Hacks, who were 1-2 in yesterday's race, we should have 778's Kate Fraser-Kerr, but I don't think she's there. She had an accident on the last lap of yesterday's race. 777 Dave Rees is there, though, the green car. He failed to finish yesterday, as did the two at the back. 703 Matthew Page and 795 Stuart Gilby at the back of the field. I think he's starting with a grid penalty this weekend, has to start from the back. So the green flag lap gets underway to warm up the tyres, the Dunlop tyres on these minis. You will see the S class, the scholarship class, start with a 10-second delay. They start on the flag. So it is Jo Polly who is on pole. She's been racing minis. Well, she raced minis from a very young age because she used to race mini stocks on the short ovals. I remember seeing her at my local venue of Hinsford Hills Raceway in Staffordshire in her armoured mini stocks. She then went into mini racing on the circuits, rather eschewing the family tradition of hot rod racing. But every member of the Polly family, as we say, has competed on the short ovals at some point. You see Ryan Polly out in saloon cars as well in his Honda Civic. He's won Renault Clio titles as well. Emily Polly is one of the newcomers to the autograss scene in recent years as well. There's so many members of the Polly family. Dave Polly, who's the current Brisker Formula 2 world champion. Let's see if Jo can win a title to go with all the rest of her family's tradition. She's on pole. Alongside her is the very experienced Graham Davis in the yellow car. Then we've got the number 29, the green car there, Damien Harrington. Darren Thomas alongside. Then it's Ross Billison. Looking at the points charts, Ross Billison had a win at the second meeting of the year at Donington, as did Joe Thompson. Joe Thompson's had 2 wins this year, one at Donington, one at Silverstone. And the other winner this year, Mike Jordan, who's taken 2 wins, one at Silverstone and one here yesterday, but he had a no score in round 4 at Donington, and therefore sat third in the points coming into this weekend behind Thompson and Ross Billison. Graham Davis fourth in the points, Damien Harrington rounding out the top 5. And in the S class, the scholarship division, Matt Ayres has taken 3 wins. He won both races at Silverstone and one at Donington. The other winner was Michael Winkworth, but he's further down the points charts because he didn't finish the second race at Donington and he missed the season opener at Silverstone. So Michael Winkworth, the former champion, playing catch-up. It's Matt Ayres who led the points coming into the weekend ahead of Jonathan Page, who had a rather wayward last lap yesterday, which dropped him down the order a bit. And Dave Rees, third in the standings in the pea green car. There he is, the 777. If you're wondering why it says inch in large letters on his radiator grille, that's because that car's engine prepared by Paul Inch, mini racing specialist. There's another car. Damien Harrington's car is a Paul Inch tuned car as well. So they're coming round towards the conclusion of their green flag lap then. Coming out of the bomb hole, you can see there how the circuit drops down quite dramatically. There's Joe Thompson, the white car with the red roof. He and Mike Jordan, watch for them coming through from row 4. There's Conor O'Brien, the reigning champion, number 1, retired from yesterday's race. So starts from the back of the 7s. This will be a 20-minute race. Coming up to the grid then, out of the left-hander of Murray's. Championship sponsored by Dunlop tyres, mini spares, Spax dampers, Piper cams and Curley specialised mouldings. Ian Curley was a champion in the mini Miglias a number of times back in the 90s and early 2000s. So up to the grid they come then, an overcast day. It's dry at the moment here at Snetterton. Jo Polly, the blue and pink car on pole, alongside the yellow machine of Graham Davis. Consistent start to the season for him rather than out-and-out speed. Yet to finish on the podium, but through his consistency he's 4th in the points. Ready for a great day, a very busy day of racing on the Snetterton circuit then. Waiting for the S-Class cars to come into line, the scholarship runners at the back. Looks like just one non-starter, as we say, no Kate Fraser-Kerr. She had a shunt on the last lap of yesterday's race. Michael Winkworth moving into line. He'll be one of the favourites in the S-Class. Hack family, father and son. Son Fraser in the yellow car, father Andy alongside him, pair from Milton Keynes. Looks like it is time to go racing then here at the Snetterton circuit. Joe Polly psyched up and ready on pole position. The 5-second board is held aloft. The green flag is waved at the back of the grid, waiting for the red lights to come on for the Dunlop Mini Challenge with Mini Spares, Mini 7s and Mini 7 S-Class. And away they go. Didn't see the red lights come on there, so it's maybe a problem with the lights. So Graham Davis it is who's made a good start. That's caught Joe Polly out. She's dropped back. And who's this coming through? Ross Billison up the inside. Oh, he spun it. Ross Billison's gone. I think Graham Davis has gone as well. That's taken out Joe Polly. Oh, disaster into the first corner. Ross Billison got hit in the driver's door there, and it looks like it's Spencer Wanstall that has come through into the lead. Darren Thomas there on the inside, though. Thomas has got the lead. Joe Thompson is up into third position. So down towards the left at Palmer they come. Here's the charge from the 7S class. We'll pick up who's leading there in a moment, but it's Darren Thomas who leads the field overall. Spencer Wanstall in second place. Joe Thompson is in third. Then it's Damien Harrington in fourth. The first three have broken away. That was quite a messy start there. I have to say I didn't see the red lights come on there, so whether there's been a problem with the lights we don't know. Spencer Wanstall up the inside takes Darren Thomas for the lead in the Rune Speed prepared car. Here's the lead battle in the 7S class. It looks like it is Chris Pryor from pole position, the ex-Legends Cars racer, who has the advantage there. There's the lead battle in the 7s. It's hard to know where to look. We've got two races in one here. The slightly less tuned, less powerful scholarship class cars further back. So Spencer Wanstall, former champion in the 7s, has got the lead. We saw him have a spectacular rollover at Silverstone at the Club Chicane last season. Out of Williams' corner onto the Bentley straight. Here's Fraser Hack battling it out for the lead in the S-Class. On the inside of Chris Pryor coming through Hamilton corner up towards Oggies, the right-hander, through the infield loop. 7.06 Jonathan Page. No, that's for second place because Michael Winkworth has got through, I see there, into the class lead. But it's all happening further back. It's all happening here as well. Through the left at Brundle, the right at Nelson. Spencer Wanstall defending his lead ahead of Thomas, then Thompson. Up into fourth is Conor O'Brien. Mike Jordan down in sixth place, so he hasn't had the best of starts, the Midlander. Spencer Wanstall, the number 73, leads the way, chased by Darren Thomas. Joe Thompson up there in third in the Altered Image sponsored car, also backed by the Motorsport School. Here are the 7S class, led by former champion Michael Winkworth. Second is Fraser Hack. They've risen through to the front very quickly indeed. Third is Chris Pryor. Looks like it's Jonathan Page in fourth place behind him. Through towards the long right-hander at Coram as the leaders over the line, and Joe Thompson having a go up the inside here, down towards the right-hander at Riches. They conclude the first lap. He's not content with second. He's got through on Darren Thomas. He had a look at Spencer Wanstall. Didn't quite manage to get alongside though. The red Mini Spares machine still leads the way. Joe Thompson up to second. Supported by the Motorsport School, run by Pete Edwards. They're based at Mallory Park. If you ever wanted to have a go at motor racing, that's the place to get your race licence. Joe Thompson, many predicting him as a future champion, chasing Spencer Wanstall for the lead. Swing through the left at Palmer, named after the owner of Motorsport Vision, who operates Snetterton and several other circuits as well, Dr. Jonathan Palmer, the ex-Formula One driver. Joe Thompson having a look. They come down to the left, it's Agostini, after Giacomo Agostini, the legendary motorcycle racer. Some still debate over who is the greatest motorcycle racer ever. Agostini, Mike Halewood, Valentino Rossi. Here's the lead in the S-Class further back. Fraser Hack giving chase to Michael Winkworth. They're closing in on one of the 7 runners a little further forward. I think that's the 72 of Graham Penn they're catching. Here's a replay of the first corner. There was a big squeeze, 4 into 1 didn't go, and Ross Billison was sent around. That also took out Joe Polly. We saw Graham Davis go spinning as well. That delayed Mike Jordan, so that's why he's not quite as far forward as we'd expect yet. Ross Billison, I think, is out of the race as a result of that contact. And Graham Davis has got a 10-second penalty, car number 6. So I'm assuming that's for a false start. Meanwhile, the leader's coming at the end of the Bentley straight into the complex, and it's Joe Thompson who has taken the lead. He's got ahead of Spencer Wanstall as they came down through Brundle and Nelson. Through the bomb hole, you can see there how suddenly the circuit drops away, and now Mike Jordan's up into fourth place as well. So it's Thompson who leads from one stall, Thomas in third. Mike Jordan now beginning his charge. He was delayed as a result of that schmozzle at the first corner. Fifth is Conor O'Brien, Damien Harrington in sixth, Graham Davis in seventh, but he's got a 10-second penalty, I assume, for a false start. There was a bit of confusion at the start. As we said, I didn't see the red lights before the field moved off, so whether there'd been a problem there, we don't know. Here comes Spencer Wanstall trying to get the lead back again from Joe Thompson. Mike Jordan, not surprisingly, has done the fastest lap, 2:22.852 on this long circuit layout, the Snetterton 300 circuit. Out of Riches up towards Wilson Hairpin. Up the inside, there's Jordan. He's taken third place from Darren Thomas. Now going after the two leaders, ready to resume his battle from yesterday with Joe Thompson. Along the short straight, up to the left at Palmer. Swing their way through. Up towards Agostini once again. Four cars together for the lead in the second race of the weekend for the Dunlop Mini Challenge Mini 7s, supported by Mini Spares, as is Spencer Wanstall. Needed more than Mini Spares to put his car right after that rollover at Silverstone, I should say, last season. Here's the battle in the S-Class. Jonathan Page has got ahead of Fraser Hack. You can see Hack's car missing a wheel arch there off the right front. It is still Michael Winkworth who leads that class, though. There he is, the blue and Dayglow red car. He's been class champion in the past. He's lifting a wheel slightly there as he swings through the left hand. Jonathan Page second in that category, ahead of Fraser Hack. Then we've got Matthew Ayres in the grey car. He led the points in the division coming into this weekend. Through the left at Hamilton. No prizes for guessing who that corner is named after. And into the right at Oggies, bouncing up on the curb there, Jonathan Page. And then up to Williams. Corner named in honour of the great Sir Frank Williams and his eponymous F1 team. Here are the leaders. Darren Thomas has dropped back. So it's three for the lead, and we've lost the 721 car. That's Kieran Edgecombe. It's getting going again. I think that's at Oggies. He's had a moment there. You can see the cross on the back of the car, the black cross on the yellow background. That means a novice racer. You have to wear that on the back of your car for your first 6 motor races. So Kieran Edgecombe, the man from Ledbury in Worcestershire, one of our newcomers here this weekend, just had a bit of a moment there, but he's got going again. Here are the S-Class leaders. Michael Winkworth is catching Andrew King, number 16. One of the 7 runners, again with the novice cross on the back. Great to see so many newcomers coming into mini racing. Another fastest lap for Mike Jordan. He's done a 2:22.852 now. 0.37 of a second covers the top 3. Joe Thompson leads. Mike Jordan's going through up into second place, past Spencer Wanstall. So we're going to have a repeat of the battle we saw yesterday between the 80 and the 88, with Spencer Wanstall looking on from third place. Darren Thomas still holding off Conor O'Brien for fourth. Conor looking to make up for lost points from a retirement in yesterday's race. It's Damien Harrington, Graham Davis. Joe Polly's got going again. She's back up into 8th position after that tangle on the first corner. Now, has Ross Billison got going again? Yes, he has, but he's a long way down in 19th place. Let's see if he can recover through the field. I think everybody is still running despite that incident. We may have lost 72 Graham Penn, though. He didn't come through on the last lap. We saw him being caught by the S-Class runner, so he may have had a problem somewhere. Fraser Hack leading the family charge this time. His father Andy is down in 6th in class at the moment in the white car after his class win yesterday. As I said, we believe that's the first ever father and son 1-2 in the whole history of this club, dating back to the 60s. Onto the Bentley straight they go. Here come the leaders in the S-Class. Jonathan Page is not letting Michael Winkworth get away here. Jonathan Page in a Swift-Tune powered car, tuned by mini racing legend Nick Swift. There's only one way he knows how to drive a Mini, and that's completely sideways. It'd be great if we could get him back in this championship, Nick Swift. Saying yesterday, I remember him in historic touring cars in the 1990s, the historic series that used to support the British Touring Car Championship in the Super Touring era. Meanwhile, we have had a change for the lead. Mike Jordan's got ahead of Joe Thompson. I think he did that coming into the end of the Bentley straight. He'll have slipstreamed the 80 car. And now he's going to try and put distance between himself and Thompson, who may have to defend from Spencer Wanstall. He's Still plenty of time to go. 10.5 minutes of this 20-minute race to go for the Dunlop Mini Challenge with mini spares 7 and S-Class categories. Here come your leaders in the S-Class. Winkworth, Page, and now Fraser Hack catching up. Joe Thompson's not finished yet. Over the line they go. He's going to have a look down the inside into Rich's corner. He's going through. Nicely done, Joe Thompson. Retakes the lead. Battle is joined at the front of the field, well and truly. Spencer Wanstall looking on. This is a repetition of yesterday's race. 3 of them line astern. Down to the right-hand hairpin at Wilson. 200 circuit, the shorter layout you can see turns off straight onto the Bentley straight, misses out the infield loop. They're on that infield loop now, up to Palmer, then to Agostini. It's the altered image coachwork car of Joe Thompson who holds the lead. Mike Jordan, the West Midlander, closing in. Have seen his son Andrew racing in the Mini Miglias this season, but he's elsewhere this weekend. Squeal of these Dunlop cross-ply tyres. Brilliant sideways racing at time. We haven't seen too much sideways action so far. They're not really flinging the cars around. S-Class probably a bit more spectacular through Palmer there. 3 of them line astern in that division as well. S-Class up to 9th, 10th and 11th overall. They're leaders now. Through to the Bentley straight once again. Let's see what Joe Thompson and Mike Jordan will do this time down the straights. Who's going to come out with the lead into the left at Brundle this time? The Brundle family, of course, from Norfolk, they're from Kings Lynn. F1 driver turned commentator Martin, son Alex, a successful racer and commentator these days as well. It'd be great if we could get the likes of Martin Brundle out as a celebrity guest appearance in these minis, and yes, as I thought, Mike Jordan's done it again. That's where he's stronger down the Bentley straight, so he's got the straight line speed advantage. He's able to slipstream Joe Thompson. There's a bit of grass being kicked onto the circuit there at Caterham, so whether somebody's been off, I'm not sure. Somebody's come into the pits. It's the number 795 car of Stuart Gilby, so he's pulled in probably to retire. Conor O'Brien harrying the number 20 of Darren Thomas for 4th place. Damien Harrington just behind them. There's Graham Davis. He'll have that 10-second penalty, unfortunately, for presumably for jumping the start. Joe Thompson not able to get through at Rich's this time. Has to bob back in behind Mike Jordan. He thought about a look. Get through the hairpin. 3 of them line astern. Thompson may be waiting to attack until the final lap. You've got to know when to make your finishing move in a race for such evenly matched cars. We see that in the Caterhams as well, where they slipstream each other down the back straights, the Bentley straights. Just got to know where to position your car to make that all-important move. A bit like the sprint finish to a cycle race or a stage of the Tour de France, or indeed the Giro d'Italia, which has been going on recently. 3 cars line astern for the lead in both divisions at the moment. Mike Jordan, Joe Thompson and Spencer Wanstall here. It's still Michael Winkworth from Jonathan Page and Fraser Hack in the S-Class. Matthew Page is 4th there. Matt Ayres rounds out the top 5. Then Andrew Hack and Chris Pryor, who started on pole. Began his association with the Mini 7 Racing Club, sign writing a number of these cars through his vehicle graphics business, Chris Pryor. Moved across from his Legends car into a Mini 7. Jordan leads. The gap between the top 3 was 0.6 of a second at the end of the previous lap. See, it's a long lap here at Snetterton. They come into Brundle, then the right-hander at Nelson. Mike Jordan able to hold the lead this time. Up towards the bomb hole. There you see the drop. Back up again. It was originally named that by a group of motorcycle racers when the circuit was first built. And the long right at Caterham up towards the left-hander of Murray's. Renamed a few years ago, used to be called Russell, named after Jim Russell, the racing school proprietor. Then renamed in honour of the voice of motorsports, Murray Walker. The Here they come up over the line once again to complete their 6th lap in this Dunlop Mini Challenge of Mini Spares Mini 7 race, and Joe Thompson's going to have a go as they go into Riches. He comes out of the slipstream, he's got the inside line, back into the lead once again goes Joe Thompson, lifts a rear wheel as they head through the right-hander of Riches. You can see in the background there, if you get it wrong, you end up in the farmer's field next door. Hopefully nobody will do that this weekend. I remember, as I said yesterday, Mark Webber, the Australian, going in there once his front wing broke on his Formula 3 car as he was heading down the pit straights, and he was unable to turn the car, went straight on into a field of corn and disappeared. Through Palmer go the leaders, starting to drop Spencer Wanstall very slightly now. Further back there, Conor O'Brien's got ahead of Darren Thomas. He must have done that at Riches. He was in the slipstream going down the straight. So O'Brien's up to 4th, the reigning 7s champion. Here's the S-Class leaders, still Michael Winkworth hanging on in the lead, man from West Row in Suffolk. Very close to another well-known motorsport venue, Milton Hall Stadium, West Row. For the inside, though, is Jonathan Page. Is he going to get through there? They're very close into Agostini. He had a run there, the Swift Tune powered car of Page, the man from West London. Fraser Hack sitting behind, perhaps waiting to capitalise on any mistakes. That's what the Hack family did yesterday when there was a bit of a tangle coming through Nelson's. Through Nelson now come the leaders. Jordan held on ahead of Thompson once again. 3.5 minutes of this race to go, so a couple of laps left. That smoke you can see in the background on our shots going towards Agostini. Don't worry, that's not a car that's gone off. It's something going on one of the farms next to the circuit, I believe. Darren Thomas is back ahead of Conor O'Brien. Good battle going on there for 4th position as the leaders head over the line. It'll be 2 laps to go this time. Now is Joe Thompson going to get his run down into... I don't think he is. Meanwhile, we've had a change for the lead of the S-Class. Jonathan Page has taken Michael Winkworth. I think he did that on the Bentley straight. Winkworth trying to fight back. You can see them sliding through Coram there. That's how you drive a Mini, you throw it round. Page a little bit wide though into Murray's. That could give Winkworth the momentum along the straights. 4th place is Matthew Page, there he is. Still ahead of Joe Polly in the 76 car, so she's dropped back again down into 10th place. There go the S-Class leaders. Here comes Winkworth up the outside now into Riches. Is that going to work? Side by side, it is going to work. Good move, Michael Winkworth round the outside to retake the lead of the S-Class. Battle is really joined here then. Here comes Fraser Hack as well. He's going for the inside into Wilson Hairpin. And he's through on the brakes. Good move by Fraser Hack. So Jonathan Page briefly led and is now down to 3rd place. That's how quickly it can happen in the Dunlop Mini Challenge. Still your overall leader is Mike Jordan. Top 3 still covered by less than a second, and they're certainly covered by less than a second in this category as well. There's the smoke I mentioned in the background. Fire burning on one of the farms, I think. Very rural racetrack here in Norfolk, near the town of Thetford. Of course, here at Snetterton, where a certain Ayrton Senna had one of his very first race wins in racing in Europe in Formula Ford. Pit straight, still named in his honour. Through Oggies go the 7 S-Class leaders. Top 3 overall covered by 0.8 of a second. Still Jordan from Thompson and Wanstall. It's over a minute left on the clock. Going round to start their final lap this time. They're not quite as frantic as the race we saw yesterday. Here they come. They were swapping places on almost every corner, Jordan and Thompson. Spencer Wanstall looking on for 3rd, and there's a good battle going on for 4th between Darren Thomas and Conor O'Brien still as well. Up over the line they come to start their final lap, 40 seconds on the clock. Mike Jordan, has he done enough in the number 88? The little more spaced out, you can see there, into Riches. Joe Thompson lifts a wheel. Can he get a run here down into the hairpin? Thompson and Wanstall both did personal bests last time through. In fact, Jordan did the fastest lap of the race, 2:22.472 on that previous lap. They're getting quicker towards the end of this race as they push each other. Thompson has closed the gap. He'll try and get the slipstream down the Bentley straight. I think I saw a yellow flag there, though, so no passing at Palmer's. Was that the other side? Is that up into the hairpin? I could see a yellow flag. I couldn't see what it was for, unfortunately. That'll be what it's for. We've lost Damien Harrington, who was in the top 6. He was 6th, but he's out of the race. Disappeared either at the hairpin or on the exit there. Couldn't see his green car. We'll pick that up if we can. Lost another car into the pits as well. Graham Penn has pulled in, number 72. Now, Joe Thompson, look at the way he's going here. Out of Hamilton up towards Oggies, and Spencer Wanstall. Whoa! Just a kiss on the back of Joe Thompson's car there, just letting him know he's still there. This isn't mini stocks racing, just getting the bumper in there. Whoa, where's Wanstall going? He's got a wheel onto the grass on the inside. He's cut the corner too tight there. That's lost him his chance of getting into the top 2. Here's the S-Class battle, and Fraser Hack in second place. He's having a go at Michael Winkworth. See, they realise it's the last lap, and now they're all going for it. Matthew Page closing up as well, so the 2 members of the Page family. Who's leading as they get to the end of the Bentley straight? It's still Mike Jordan. What can Joe Thompson do? He got a bit of a push there going into Oggies from Spencer Wanstall, who was trying a bit too hard because that was in Evans at Williams when he cut the corner too tight, and I thought he was going to spin. So he's down in 3rd. It's between Jordan and Thompson. It's going to take something special from Joe Thompson if he's going to win this one. It's going to be a 2nd win of the weekend by the look of it for Mike Jordan, and his 3rd of the season. Close the gap on Joe Thompson at the top of the point standings. Here they come up towards the line then for our first victory of the day in the Dunlop Mini 7 Challenge with mini spares. It's going to be a win for Mike Jordan. He takes the double. Joe Thompson comes over in 2nd, and Spencer Wanstall completes the podium. Still dropping back after a couple of slip-ups on the last lap. Now, what about the S-Class? Michael Winkworth's got the lead, but Fraser Hack is in his wheel tracks. This is going to be a good finish. Jonathan Page and Matthew Page in behind them. What can Fraser Hack do here? He's going for the inside into Murray's. He's never going to get that stopped in time, surely. Oh, yes, he is. He's got it round. Brilliant by Fraser Hack. What a last corner lunge. Is he going to hang on the run to the line? Can Michael Winkworth get it back? There could be a photo finish in the offering here. It could be 3 wide. Look at this over the line. Page up on the outside. Who's going to get there? It's a photo finish. Now, who's got that? We'll go to the timing screen. Fraser Hack got it by 0.015 of a second. What an incredible finish. Well, Michael Winkworth, I think he thinks he's won it, but the timing screen gives it to Fraser Hack by 15 thousandths of a second. Good grief. What a finish. We'll confirm the rest of the results in a moment, but it looks like it is a double for the Hack family. 1 for Andrew, 1 for Fraser in the S division, and overall it's a double for Mike Jordan, taking the win by 0.6 of a second ahead of Joe Thompson. Another good battle between those two. What a start to our day's racing here at the Snetterton circuits. We'll give you the results in a second. So, provisional result then, Mike Jordan beat Joe Thompson by 0.6 of a second. Spencer Wanstall, a couple of mistakes on the last lap there, but he does take 3rd place. Conor O'Brien beat Darren Thomas in the battle for 4th by just 0.05 of a second. Graham Davis, despite that 10-second penalty, taking 6th. And then the photo finish in the S-Class. Fraser Hack beats Michael Winkworth by 15 thousandths of a second. Jonathan and Matthew Page next home. Joe Polly recovering from that tangle on the first corner to take 11th overall. And it was Andrew Hack down in 12th, so a double for the family. Ross Billison in 13th after going off on the first corner. Then it was Chris Pryor and Matthew Ayres completing the top 15. Behind them, Jack Vanner. Then it was the 16 of Andrew King. 721 Kieran Edgecombe recovered from a spin to take 18th. We lost Dave Rees, Damien Harrington, Graham Penn and Stuart Gilby. They were retirements. Fastest lap of the race going to Mike Jordan, 2:22.472, set on the penultimate lap of the race. Right, it's time to quickly get our breath back then. Well done to the Mini 7s. We'll see the Miglias out a little bit later on, and that's going to be even more frenetic. Next race on the programme today is the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge Trophy for the newer BMW Mini Coopers. They are just as spectacular as we've seen in their 4 races so far. Let's head down to Ewan Dunlop, though, in Parc Fermé to talk to our race winners.
Cheers, Dave, here with Spencer. Spencer, 2/3 this weekend. It's a bit of deja vu from yesterday, exactly the same 1, 2, 3. You didn't look overly pleased, but 2/3 places is pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah, I was biding my time and waiting for the last couple of laps to make a move. You know, Mike's a wily old boy. He was up to some of the old dark arts on the last couple of laps, getting on the brakes a bit early. So I ended up running up the back of Joe, and that just meant I had to nurse it home and sort of lost my chance. But you know, good race all in all, pretty clean. Massive thank you to Kent Development. Overnight we've had massive effort, big changes from yesterday, and you can see the difference out there. You know, I was 6 seconds off yesterday, and today I could have won, could have been any of us. Mini 7 racing at its best, I think.
Yes, it's been an absolute wonderful weekend, so well done, 2/3 places.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy, thanks a lot. Let's try and get Joe on. Let's get our winner in, actually. And from 2/3 to 2 wins this weekend, Mike. What a weekend.
Been a fantastic weekend, hasn't it? But the sun didn't come out. Everybody said the sun was going to come out, but the little car was great. Swift Tune engine was brilliant yet again. I had a bit of a cautious first lap there because with the reverse grid, you always think it'll probably get a little bit messy, and sure enough, it did. I was a bit concerned on the second lap because there was Spencer and Joe, and they were checking out. So I thought we need to get on with this and get back on the tail. But little car did its job yet again.
It's a lovely rivalry, you three, specifically this weekend, and that's what it's all about, isn't it? You get out the cars and you sort of high five and you shake hands. It's all very friendly.
It is. You know, I've done a lot of other racing when it's not like that, and it makes the whole thing a pain in the butt, to be honest. This is good. You know, if Joe and I, who raced the closest of all of us at the minute, if we had a touch or something, it's because there's been a mistake. There's nothing. You know, of course I want to beat him, but if he beats me, that's just how it is. Yeah.
Perfect weekend, well done.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That is all we've got time for right now, because we've got a fully packed schedule. So let's go into our next race of the day, which is the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy. More minis coming up in a second. Over to you, Dave.
Yes, thanks, you. And the cars already making their way to the grid for the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge Trophy. It is their second of 3 races this weekend. We saw race 1 yesterday. This grid based on the results of yesterday's race. There's been a couple of amendments from yesterday. A couple of cars got penalties for contact in yesterday's race. The winner was Nicky Taylor, number 17. He lines up on pole with Tom Ovenden, number 24, the championship leader, alongside him. The second row, 64, Harry Hickton, first ever podium for him yesterday. And Max Hall, number 93. He was on the podium initially yesterday, got a penalty of a few seconds for some contact, dropped him down a couple of places. Row 3, 53, James Black, and number 12, Alex Solly. And then we've got number 117, Reece Lysett, 23, Lee Pearce, the first of the Directors' Cup drivers for the senior racers. Row 5, 32, Frankie Taylor came through from near the back of the grid yesterday. Lines up 9th alongside Gabe Fairbrother, number 11. On the 6th row is 59, Reese Hurd, and 486, Jack Byrne. Now, he had some contact with Reese Hurd on the last lap of yesterday's race and got a penalty as a result, dropping him down to 12th place. Watch for him coming through, very quick young racer. Row 7, 62, Alex Keens, and 1, 2, 3 of Andy Cobb. The 8th row, 99, Ben Jenkins, alongside 71 of Harvey Ryby. Row 9 is 8, Daniel Armstrong, and 46, Paul Manning. The 10th row, Nathan Edwards, had a couple of offs in yesterday's race. Watch for him coming through in the 21, alongside 96 of Sam Gornall. He got spun out on the first lap of yesterday's race and fought back to 20th. The 11th row is the Napa racing car of 26, Callum Eason, and 86 alongside him is Ben Taylor. Row 12, Jamie Keats, who missed the opening round at Brands Hatch due to an injury. He's back, starting alongside Cam Richardson in the 15. Row 13 is Mick Fitzgerald, number 7, alongside Katja Loggi in the number 5. And then we've got the couple of cars that's failed to finish yesterday's race. 81, Luca Marinoni Osborne, and number 60, Brendan Fitzgerald, were both first lap casualties, as was Ashley Gregory, number 22. She's got a grid penalty for some contact yesterday. She will start from the back. All these cars identical 1600cc BMW Mini Coopers, some 130 horsepower, normally aspirated engines. Earlier today, Ewan Dunlop caught up with one or two of the drivers down in the paddock. We'll hear from them.
Okay, our second race of the day, and it is Minis again, but it's the Mini Challenge Trophy this time. And one man who had a sensational time at Brands Hatch with a 1, 2 and 3. We thought you had a 4th yesterday, but we understand you just told us you got a penalty, so you're down in 12th now. What happened?
Yeah, we were running really well. We got off the line quite well. Myself and teammate Nicky we were kind of starting to pull a little bit of a gap. I made a mistake myself coming through Caterham, and I started to drop back that little bit more into the pack behind, which were obviously battling very hard as well. So I got kind of eaten up by that pack a little bit, but I got a penalty post-race for a move going just under the bridge on the back straight. So unfortunately we'll be starting 12th today. When
you get told that, is something you can appeal? Do you disagree, or are you okay with that? Do you kind of know it happened?
Yeah, I don't 100% agree with it, but we did appeal it and we lost the appeal, so we have to respect the decision.
Okay. But regardless, your positions, let's pretend you were 4th yesterday. You've had a 1, 2, 3, 4 so far this season. You're on fire.
Yeah, we're having a really good start to the season, and we'd be hoping to carry this through. It's unfortunate that we're starting 12th today, but hopefully we can come back up and be right back in the mix again.
I mean, the way these minis race, you're toe to tail all the time, aren't you? You can make up those spaces, can't you?
Yeah, I'd be confident enough I can anyway, so we'll see how we go.
Mate, best of luck.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Buddy. Right, once again, let's go mini racing, and it's the Mini Challenge Trophy, second race of the weekend. Over to you, Dave.
Cars on their green flag lap then for the second race of the weekend for the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge. This is the trophy category for the 1600cc Coopers. We see the JCW Minis, the top category racing in support of the British Touring Car Championship, of course. It's Nicky Taylor, yesterday's winner, his first win of the season, who starts from pole. Behind him in the order there is Max Hall. Now on the amended grid that I've got after the penalties from yesterday, he should be 4th on the grid because he got a penalty for some contact. We heard from Jack Byrne there, he's further back, he had some contact as well and was penalised down to 12th place. So he's on row 6. I think Max Hall might have lined up out of position there, we'll wait and see. It should be Nicky Taylor and Tom Ovenden on the front row. Tom Ovenden was one of our 3 winners in the opening round of the year at Brands Hatch, his local circuit in Kent. Jack Byrne had his maiden win there as well. The other winner was Alex Solly, number 12. There are subclasses in this race as well, all based on drivers' experience. There's the Rookies Cup, which, as the name suggests, is for first season newcomers. The Graduates Cup for drivers in their second season in the championship. And there's the Directors Cup as well, which is for the senior drivers aged over 35. It's normally Lee Pearce, number 23, who wins that. Rookies Cup should be fairly keenly contested. The likes of Max Hall and Harry Hickton, the old junior saloon car rivals, and James Black as well has been quick so far this season. Harry Hickton, his first podium yesterday as a result of a penalty for Max Hall. Whether Max Hall has appealed that penalty and been successful, I'm not sure, but the grid sheet I have shows him as starting 4th. So whether there has been if there has been a change further there, I apologise. See how the grid lines up then. Watch for Frankie Taylor there, number 32. No relation to Nicky, incidentally, who's on pole. He's in 9th on the grid. Came through from well down the order in yesterday's race. Mini Challenge supported by Virtue Motors, Mintex brakes and Scorpion Red Power. This is going to be a very close race indeed. These are potentially the touring car racers of the future. Many of these drivers with ambitions to get into the BTCC someday. There's Luca Marinoni Osborne, failed to finish yesterday. Also Ashley Gregory, she's at the back of the field as well, after some contact on the first lap in yesterday's race. Black car of Nicky Taylor, sponsored by the Alarm Company, local racer from Norwich. Start on the pole for what will be a 15-minute race. Hello to everybody on the YouTube screen. Leave us a comment if you're watching. Taylor, a black car with the yellow roof, alongside Max Hall in the yellow and blue number 93. Second row, Tom Ovenden in the white and red car, led the championship coming into this weekend, and the blue car of Harry Hickton. He's hungry for his first win. James Black in the white and blue car on row 3 alongside the black and day-glow yellow car of Alex Solly. We've got one car coming down the pit lane. I think that might be Ashley Gregory that's come in from the back of the grid in 22. Looks like she's electing to start from the pit lane. Katia Loggy lining up at the back in the number 5. Green flag is waved at the back of the grid. We are ready for the second of 3 races this weekend for the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge Trophy. The 5-second board is held aloft. Red lights come on. Revs are up. These 130 horsepower engines, and away they go. Good start by Nicky Taylor, good start by Harry Hickton in the blue car from the second row of the grid. It is Nicky Taylor who leads them off. Not the best of getaways by Tom Ovenden. James Black dodges up onto the outside of him. Alex Solly is in behind them. 117 of Reese Lycett has made a decent start this time. He stalled on the grid in yesterday's race and dropped down the order. It's Nicky Taylor already in the clear. Tom Ovenden dodges to the outside in the number 24 car. Harry Hickton up into second place. James Black going for the outside as well. Now, are they all going to get round the Wilson hairpin? They've all got round so far. One car just running a little bit wide there towards the back of the field. They've all made it round. Nicky Taylor leads from Harry Hickton. Alex Solly on the outside there of James Black. Used to campaign a Renault Clio in the Brick Car Trophy. As they head down the straights up towards Agostini. Nicky Taylor leads. Harry Hickton up there in second ahead of his old rival from the junior saloon cars, Max Hall. Then it's Tom Ovenden, Alex Solly, James Black, Reese Lycett, Reese Hurd. His teammate at Chandler Motorsports is in behind him. Everybody round okay so far by the look of things. Number 33 there is Jamie Keats in the turquoise car run by LDR Performance Tuning. That's Lawrence Davies' team. Tom Ovenden kicking up a bit of dirt there. Well, he does come from a rallycross family. No rallycrossing here though, hopefully. Nicky Taylor leads, looking for win number 2 this weekend, looking to become the first 2-time winner of this season. Onto the Bentley straight they go. After a rather chaotic first lap in yesterday's race, it's pleasing to report everyone is okay so far. Oh no, they're not. Somebody's bonnet's come open. There must have been some contact there. I didn't see who that was. So one car driving blind at the moment. Pick up who that was in a moment, if they can make it back round. Nicky Taylor leads it from Max Hall in second place. Towards the bomb hole, Tom Ovenden under fire from Alex Solly. First 3 have broken away very slightly. There is Ovenden in the number 24. 6 behind them is James Black. Then it's Reese Hurd, the grey car, going well ahead of Reese Lycett. Jack Byrne is up behind them. Watch for him coming through. Got that penalty after yesterday's race for contact. Only started down in 12th place today. Very close in the lower reaches of the top 10, but the first 3 starting to break away very slightly. A little side-by-side moment there in the midfield. This is all about learning your racecraft, building your saloon car racing credentials in the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge Trophy. Absolutely side-by-side there over the line. I think it was Nathan Edwards and 62 of Keynes, possibly. A replay of what's happened further round the lap. Let's see who was involved in that bit of contact. Well, spinning car there was the number 123. Contact with the 71. 71 is Harvey Ryby and 123 Andy Cobb. So that's the car whose bonnet has come open. Andy Cobb, who is the only driver in 2 of the subclasses. He's in the rookies and in the Directors' Cup. It's based on driver age, of course. So Andy Cobb will be out of the race. Harvey Ryby, the other driver involved, but he's continued. Meantime, Max Hall up the inside takes the lead, going into Agostini. Good move there by young Maximus Hall. Nicky Taylor fights back on the inside. It's Max Hall who has got the lead away, looking for his first win. He is in the Rookies' Cup this year, having come up from the Junior Saloon Cars. So is Harry Hickton, the man in 3rd place. The Graduates' Cup at the moment is led by Jack Byrne. He's down in 9th place. May have climbed a bit higher since the end of the first lap. There's Ovenden 4th, Solly 5th, Hurd is up to 6th ahead of James Black. Yes, the 486 of Jack Byrne has made up another place. He's got ahead of Frankie Taylor by the look of it, the 32. There's a battle further back, the 2 Napa racing cars. Of course, the Napa Auto Parts name, very much more commonly seen in British motorsport now with their British touring car sponsorship of the Ford Focuses. Ash Sutton, their lead driver. Who knows, we may see the next Ash Sutton in this championship this year. Max Hall leads the way. His old junior saloon car rival Harry Hickton trying to get through to challenge him. is Rhys Hurd, the ex-Brit Car Trophy racer for Chandler Motorsport. Last season campaigned a VW Golf. He's got James Black, also racing that category, and a Clio in behind him. And Rhys Hurd's teammate Reese Lycett, the black and orange car, just behind them. But Jack Byrne is closing on them. He dominated the Rookie Cup last year in this series. Was only beaten once, if memory serves me correctly. And now trying to win the overall title. Got his first overall win at Brands Hatch at the season opener. Meantime, here comes Nicky Taylor challenging Max Hall for the lead. Into Riches they go. 10 minutes of this race to go, so we're at 1/3 distance. Half a second covers the first three. Nicky Taylor going for the outside into the Wilson hairpin. I don't think he'll get through there. Side by side, and Harry Hickton having a go on the inside in the 64 car. Absolutely together, these three, down towards the left at Palmer. Taylor has a look on the inside. Hickton trying to go round the outside into Palmer. That's a brave move. He's sideways, throws it round like a classic Mini. Well, his father David is a historic touring car racer, has been for many years. So he may be being taught how to handle classic machinery as well. They're almost door handling together there. This is allowing Ovenden and Solly to close in as well. There's Tom Ovenden, there's Alex Solly, no mistaking that Dayglow yellow car. Then the battle for 6, Jack Byrne's getting involved in that now as well, so he's rising up the order. Running a bit wide there, Nicky Taylor over the curb at Hamilton. Right at Oggies, bouncing off the curb there, Harry Hickton, that'll lose him a little bit of momentum. Could soon be 5 for the lead. Max Hall leads it, he's got the fastest lap of the race, 2:20.316. Nicky Taylor trying to get into the slipstream. Are we going to have 5 winners from 5 different races this year? There's Katja Loggi at the back of the field, one of our young newcomers. He's down at the tail. We've got just one car out of the race so far. That's Andy Cobb after that first lap shenanigans at the Oggies corner. Max Hall off the curb there, ran a bit wide coming through Nelson's. Very easy to do there, get up on the curb on the inside, but Nicky Taylor not able to take advantage. Hickton in 3rd, then it's Ovenden. Solly in 5th position, another previous race winner in junior saloon cars, Alex Solly. Rhys Hurd heading the next group. Directors' Cup further back, still headed by Lee Pearce, the former 1300 stock car world champion. A bit of racing in Honda Civics as well, Lee Pearce on the circuits. There's Jack Byrne, he's got ahead of Reese Lycett now. It's been a little bit of a sort out further back. Over the line go the leaders. Top 3 separated by just over half a second. Nicky Taylor thinking about a look there in towards Riches. Hasn't got the line though. Let's see what's going to happen up into the hairpin. He might get the tighter line here. Max Hall moving to cover though. It's good defensive work by Max Hall in the 93. Nearly some contact in there. They just avoided each other, I think, and you can see how Ovenden and Solly are towing up onto the back of the race leaders. The rest of the pack goes barrelling through. Spectacular hairpin, used to be known as Montreal, but now named after the late great IndyCar racer, Formula 3000 champion Justin Wilson. There's Lee Pearce, the blue car, leading the Directors' Cup. He's got Gabe Fairbrother behind him. And there's James Black in the 53. Now, he lost 5 places on that last lap. Never mind that, because Harry Hickton dives up the inside, takes 2nd place. Opportunist move there by Harry. Runs wide on the exit, though. Nicky Taylor could fight back. I'm not sure what happened to James Black. He lost only a couple of seconds, but he's been shuffled back a few places on the last lap. And Nicky Taylor barges up the inside there of Harry Hickton, who's not giving way. Nicky Taylor back into 2nd place. That was a bit robust there through Hamilton. That's allowed Max Hall to extend his lead slightly and allowed Tom Ovenden to close up. He wants another podium here. Rhys Hurd in 6th place. 7th is now Jack Byrne. 8th, Reese Lycett. Frankie Taylor is 9th. Lee Pearce rounds out the top 10. James Black, as mentioned, he dropped back. He's down to 11th, ahead of Gabe Fairbrother in the number 11 for Accelerate Motorsports. Max Hall driving for the Westbourne Motorsport team out in front. Oh, and a spin there. That is Ovenden. That's Ovenden. He's tangled with Harry Hickton, who goes over the grass. So round goes the erstwhile championship leader. There's another car going off there as well. There must be oil down. Yeah, I can see an oil flag. Everybody's gone straight on at Brundle. Look, they're all taking the escape road. So there's oil down at Brundle. That's what caused the spin there. Everybody's gone straight on. There's cars going everywhere. We might have a safety car here because it's a skating rink coming into Brundle. Look, the whole field has taken the escape road there virtually. Well, that's going to completely shake up the order. Yeah, safety car is deployed. So who has dropped the fluid there? We didn't see. Now, what's that done to the race order? Because I don't think I've ever seen that before. Virtually the whole field went straight on up the escape road. We know Ovenden has spun it and dropped back. There's the safety car, the Ford Focus Estate. Now, let's see if we can see what happened there again. Max Hall leads them into it. Well, the first to go was Ovenden. And then look behind as everybody else comes into the left-hander at Brundle. Everybody goes straight on virtually. Well, I'm not too sure what's caused that. Is that smoke coming from Ovenden's car, or is that just tyre smoke from the spin? So whether Ovenden's blown his engine, I'm not sure. No, he keeps it going, so I'm not sure there whether it's Ovenden who's dropped the fluid or not. Let's have a look, see if he comes into the pits. Okay, safety car deployed, 4.5 minutes of the race to go. It's the first safety car that we've had this weekend. The leader is Max Hall, so the safety car, I would imagine, is going to catch up and pick up the leader, because it's come out behind our top four. Tom Ovenden has kept going, he's down to 17th place. That's going to harm his championship lead. Lee Pearce was the big gainer in all that. He gained 4 places, and Sam Gornall, who was coming through from the back of the grid after some contact on the first lap yesterday, put him to the back. He's up to 9th. So it's really shaken the order up in the midfield, with everybody there going straight on through the escape road. See if we can see that again. Yeah, Harry Hickton was the first to find the oil. He cuts the corner off completely over the grass, Harry Hickton. But he does let Nicky Taylor back ahead of him there. That's good driving by Harry. He knew that he might be penalised if he gained an unfair advantage, so he let Nicky Taylor back through. So I'm not sure who has dropped the fluid there at Brundle. Don't know if it is Tom Ovenden or not, because he suddenly spun coming into Brundle, so I was wondering if his engine had suddenly let go, but he's kept going. See if we can see him. Damage there on the front of Ben Taylor's car, the number 86. That's the car that had a spectacular rollover at Brands Hatch in the previous round. Leaders come through, the safety car behind those 4. There's 2.5 minutes to go, and given the length of the lap here at Snetterton, I think we're going to finish under the safety car. Now, the 4 leaders slowing. Is the safety car going to go past them? I can't see if anybody has dropped out, but they haven't come round again to pass the timing beam. There's Ovenden, so he's still going, so it's not his car that was at fault. That's very strange, because surely if a car had dropped fluid all over the corner at Brundle, they would have stopped and retired from the race. But everybody's still going, except for Andy Cobb, who didn't get around the first lap. Ben Taylor's been given the black and orange flag because of that front bumper hanging off. That's the technical flag, the meatball flag as the drivers call it, black with the orange disc. That means you have to call into the pits to have your car checked, or in this case remove the offending piece of loose bodywork. So Ben Taylor, with his front bumper hanging off, is going to have to call into the pits. But there's only 1 minute 20 left on the clock. The safety car has now picked up the leader. They're still out, so it looks like we are going to finish as we did in race 3 at Brands Hatch last time out after Ben Taylor crashed. We're going to finish under the safety car. So it's going to be a first win, provisionally, for Max Hall in the Westbourne Motorsport car, the Rookies Cup title favourite this year. Yes, the race is going to be called to a slightly early end. Max Hall will pick up his first win since his graduation from junior racing. Yep, the red flag is now being deployed. as they won't get the. They were on to the last lap anyway, so rather than finish behind the safety car, the officials opted to put out the red flag, bring things to a slightly early end. So Max Hall provisionally your race winner ahead of Nicky Taylor and Harry Hickton on the podium once again. That means that Hall wins the Rookies' Cup. The Directors' Cup is won by Lee Pearce in 6th place, and Jack Byrne, who got back up to 7th, will win the Graduate Cup. Cars being signalled into the paddock. That's end of race for the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge. And now the marshalling team up at Brundle will have to clear up whatever fluids are on the circuit there. I must say a big thank you as always to our volunteer marshals. We could not go racing without them. Provisional result then is a win for Max Hall, his first win in the championship. Congratulations to him ahead of Nicky Taylor, yesterday's winner, and Harry Hickton in 3rd. Alex Solly 4th, and Reese Hurd gets his best finish so far in 5th. Lee Pearce 6th overall wins the Directors' Cup. Jack Byrne wins the Graduate Cup in 7th. Reese Lycett 8th. Sam Gornall came through nicely from towards the back to take 9th, and Frankie Taylor completing the top 10. James Black dropped back a little into 11th, then Gabe Fairbrother, Nathan Edwards and Alex Keynes. Paul Manning completed the top 15. And behind them we had Luca Marinoni Osborne. He came through from the back of the grid as well. Tom Ovenden, meanwhile, after that spin, only 17th in the number 24 car. Behind them Cam Richardson, Ben Jenkins and Daniel Armstrong completed the top 20. Further back, Callum Eason was 21st, then Harvey Ryby, the 62 of 33 rather of Jamie Keats. Alex Keynes and Jamie Keats, I always get those two mixed up for some reason. Ben Taylor was next, then Mick Fitzgerald, 22 of Ashley Gregory, and Katja Loggy, the final finisher, because we lost Andy Cobb on the first lap, of course. Let's head down to Ewan Dunlop in Park Ferry.
Cheers, Dave. I'm just waiting for Max Hall to come across. So, unless you didn't know, Max Hall actually only just about made it to the grid. He was appealing his penalty. He was pushed down to 4th place after an apparent sort of coming together yesterday afternoon. So he did eventually, with about 10 minutes prior to the race start, officially get his 2nd place back. But the guys, the marshals on the grid, didn't know that, in fact. So he was trying to move into 2nd place on the grid. They were trying to push him back down to 4th, and he was like, "No, I'm supposed to be here." Let's try and get Nicky. Come in, Nicky. We'll grab Nicky, who was in 2nd place. Race winner yesterday. Only arrived in the country very late. What a start to his weekend. Win yesterday. Strange way to end that race, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't actually know why the safety car come out, but yeah, I saw it from like 5 minutes from the end, and then I was like, Luke said in our judicial that...
It's interesting, because from your point of view then, the safety car came out, but he seemed to drop behind. He drop into 5th place. Did you guys know what was happening?
I don't really know, because I don't know why the safety car didn't kind of cut through the Snetterton 200 cut through and then meet us in front. It wouldn't have changed the race anyway. It wouldn't have given us more laps, because we know like you'll get at least 2 laps on the safety car and there's 5 minutes left, which isn't enough for us. But by the time I got up to Max and stuff, or by the time I was trying to get up to Max, Harry had already given up a good fight, so I couldn't do anything, and I just stayed where I was.
Summarise 2nd place for us. Happy, or work to be done?
Yeah, happy. I could have maybe pushed on if we would have had them last 2 laps, but it is what it is. It's better for reverse grid, and we'll see how we go.
Mate, well done.
Cheers.
Cheers, buddy. Let's try and get Max Hall in. In fact, here he comes. Excellent. Congratulations, Max. Come on in. A win, mate. Absolutely awesome.
Yeah, I'm really happy with that. It was a really good race. Obviously, the red flag spoiled my fun a bit. Would have liked to battle for first, but I'll take it.
And renewing that rivalry with Harry as well.
Yeah, I'm really hoping to get some good battles with him this season, and that was a good start.
And just tell us about the start of that race. You only just made it out of the steward's office prior to the race. You moved from 4th back up to 2nd. How was that sort of play with your head prior to a race like that?
Well, I just tried to stay as calm as I can, and it worked out, so yeah.
Mate, one more race to go. Congratulations.
Yeah, I can't wait for it. Thank you.
Well done, mate. Cheers, buddy. We're going to spin around and grab Harry just as we've got time. He's just having a chat with our on-course commentator here, but we'll jump in with him. He had a brilliant rivalry in the Junior Saloons Car Championship last year with Max Hall, so it's great to see that being reignited. They actually went down to the very last race at Brands Hatch after about 25 races. It was an absolute thrill. First of all, your first podium in the series. Congrats.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, it's been come in, I think. I mean, we've shown instantly from testing, both me and Max, that the pace is there for us, and we should come in, both still 16, two of the youngest here, and come in and, you know, take it like we did last year. Just, yeah, I mean,
it was a strange race. It was building up nicely, then obviously the oil came down, the safety car. It was a little bit of confusion with the safety car. It's not the perfect way to end a race, but it's points on the board, first podium. Do you feel like this is where you're meant to be?
Yeah, I feel like I'm definitely stating myself as one of the front runners here. I got a new lap record here yesterday. I don't know if I got broken that race, I hope not. But yeah, I mean, you know, it's really going really good. I can't wish for anything better. I mean, obviously got a load of bad luck last year, so I've got a little bit of bad luck at Brands, but you know, I'm pretty sure I stated myself towards the front, and to come with P4 and P3 already this weekend.
It was great to see when you guys finished this brilliant rivalry last year. It went down to the last couple of races. First thing Max did was come and congratulate you.
Yeah, I mean, it's you can see it's a rivalry, but we are teammates, and I think us pushing each other has made us both better drivers, because you know, we want to beat each other. As much as we're teammates, we want to beat each other, but I think that's pushing us to become better than we think we are. And we want to beat each other, but I mean, we're beating all these people like this. So, I mean, yeah, it just takes, you know, if you need to look at the bigger picture and realise that, you know, what we're doing is brilliant, and you know, we're both at the top here already. You know, we plan to stay here, so...
Mate, I can see you buzzing, well done.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy, thanks a lot.
See you later.
More brilliant mini racing, plenty more to come today as well. We do not stop here at Brands Hatch. You've got 13 races in total. That's 2 down, 11 to go. Back to Dave.
Oh, congratulations indeed to Max Hall there on his first win in the championship. Apologies for the confusion over the penalty there. The appeal was successful, as we heard, and his penalty from yesterday was removed. So apologies for the confusion there at the start of that race. Well done indeed to Max Hall. Right, so what have we got next then? We go from minis to Caterhams. The Morph My Caterham Graduates Championship, the Sigma 150 and Sigmax categories. They have their second of 3 races this weekend coming up next. We'll give you the grid shortly. First of all, let's hear from a couple of the drivers.
The first of our Caterham races coming up. It's the 150s and the Sigmax. And yesterday's, I'm going to say, surprise winner, Tom here. First ever race in a Caterham, and absolutely smashed it, mate. Talk us through it.
Oh, well, it was all about the start, really. I mean, I got a good start. I managed to launch past my teammate Amanda, and then I managed to get into the lead of the Sigmax category up at Under the Bridge, and I nearly lost it at that moment because I went very deep on the brakes. It was a Larry moment, but I managed to keep it back, and when the other guys behind me started fighting, I managed to pull a bit of a gap, and I just kept it going from there.
It was a great day, and yesterday your birthday as well.
It was indeed my 21st birthday, so yeah, I got a lot of it from everyone about the best birthday ever. Can confirm, was pretty much the best birthday ever.
Fantastic. You have raced a bit of Fiestas before. What else? Just take us very briefly your sort of racing history, because nobody will believe that it was your first ever race. It was your first Caterham, first rear-wheel drive, but you have raced before, haven't you?
Yeah, so I've done a little bit of Fiesta racing before, mostly over the last few years from Fiesta Juniors. I did a bit of CSCC Timtops with the same car, and then at the end of last year I did a couple of races in the BRCC Fiesta Championship. But for this year they changed the classes and they moved on to the ST240s, so my Fiesta was no longer viable, so I had to look for other options to race. So I came to these guys, came to Alpha 7, who have provided me a fantastic car, and yeah, it's just been all of a sudden everything kind of happens at once, and suddenly I'm standing on the top step of a podium, and I don't know how I got here.
More of the same today?
Hopefully so. I'm starting a bit lower down today because I only got one decent lap in quali, so my second and third laps weren't as good. So I'll be starting P15 instead of P9 overall. So I'm hoping to make up some positions and have some good wheel-to-wheel battles.
Cool. Tom, car 128, one to watch in the Sigmax. Let's go Caterham racing. Over to you, Dave.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ewan, and well done to Thomas Horton for his class win on his debut in the Sigmax category yesterday. This is a mixed grid of the Sigma 150 and Sigmax categories run by the Morph My Caterham Graduates Championship. The grid based on the second fastest time from the qualifying session for each driver in yesterday's race for this category. On pole position it is number 1, the reigning Sigma 150 champion Harry Senior, alongside yesterday's winner 113 James Wingfield, making his debut with the category this weekend in his Sigma 150. Second row is number 11 Will Stillwell and 64 Amanda Anderson, the leading lady of Caterham racing. Row 3, 121 Harry Kramer and 82 Matthew Willoughby, the first Sigmax on the grid. chairman of the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. Row 4, 61 Angus McLean and 67 Doug Christie. They had a good scrap in yesterday's race. Row 5 is 58 Rob Warner and 50 James McCall. And on row 6 we have 112 Andrew Whitton, and the Sigmax of number 6 Stephen Arnell had a win at the season opener at Brands Hatch in the category. 33 Gareth Cordy starts alongside number 3 Ollie Smith, who dropped out on the first lap of yesterday's race. Tom Horton finds himself back on row 8, the man we've just heard from in the 128 car alongside 110 James Gilmore. Then we've got number 85 of Dan Livingston, had a win at the season opener at Brands Hatch in the Sigmax category alongside Ian Anderson in 32. Row 10 is 101 Paul Fielder and 51, which is Phil Isherwood Crook. And behind them, 15 of Kim Raymond alongside 34 Neil Evans, 137 Will Price and number 9 Martin Gleach. Number 5 Paul Jepson, he retired from yesterday's race, starts alongside 7 Rob Appleton, and a pair of Sigmaxes at the back, 36 Sean Cronin and number 4 Kevin Barrett. He had problems in qualifying, failed to set a time, so he starts at the back. Unfortunately, he had a bit of a tangle with Angus McLean in yesterday's race, having moved his way up the order, so hopefully we will see him move through again. Hopefully he's out on the grid and has been able to repair his car. The Morphmy Caterham Graduates Championship, Morphmy a new sponsor for them this year. Another vehicle graphics company, a number of them involved this weekend. Toyo Tyres, the new tyre partner of the series as well, switching from Yokohama to Toyo Tyres for the 2023 season. Morphmy also the suppliers of the official merchandise for the Caterham Graduates Racing Club Championship this season. They supply decals, stickers, promotional items such as mugs and water bottles, and workwear and teamwear as well. You can support the championship that way. Their other partner sponsors are Alfix Solutions, performance analytics for business. That's run by Angus McLean, who's out in this race. And his other companies as well, racing-telemetry.com and Fundamental Media. A number of businesses owned by Angus McLean supporting the championship this year. Also MWS, Motor Wheel Services. Manufacture and restore wire wheels for classic cars. That's run by Ollie Smith, who's out in this race as well. And also P4, business supplying emergency lighting systems. That's run by Rob Warner. We'll see in his blue and orange car in this race. This club is very much run by its members for its members. Other partner sponsor S2S Security, that's Neil Evans' company. Sponsor Neil Evans, I should say. And also Alpha 7, they're a race team in the paddock and Caterham car specialist, that's Ian and Amanda Anderson. Thanks to all of them for their support of this brilliant club, one of the friendliest clubs in motorsport. You can see there in the background at Brundle, there's a lot of dust been put down on the oil by the marshal. That's why we had the slight delay. A lot of powder down there at Brundle as to who dropped that oil or fluid, we don't know. But the red and yellow striped flags are out there just to warn of a slippery surface. Coming up to the grid then for what will be a 20-minute race. Looking at the points charts coming into this weekend, on top in Sigma 150 was number 121 of Harry Kramer. As Harry Senior won the season opener at Brands Hatch, but then suffered some damage, had to retire from race 2. So Harry Kramer won the second race, and with second in race 1 and fastest lap, he had the championship lead. In Sigmax, with the slightly less powerful cars, Daniel Livingston led the points. He won the first race at Brands Hatch. Stephen Arnell won the second. Harry Senior, the grey car with the red roll cage on pole. James Wingfield in the red and Dayglow yellow car alongside. Then it's Will Stillwell, accomplished sim racer in his Caterham Sigma 150. Black car with the yellow cage, and the red car of Amanda Anderson alongside. Harry Kramer in the all-red car on row 3, and Matt Willoughby will be alongside the club chairman. Fairly evenly matched, the two types of car in this series. The Sigma 150s, as the name suggests, have 150 brake horsepower based on the Caterham 310R. The Sigmaxes are based on Caterham Road Sports. They have about 140 brake horsepower, so they are fairly evenly matched. the Sigma 150s I was expect fighting for overall victory once again. Watch for Thomas Horton coming through though. We heard from him, the ex-Fiesta racer. Celebrated his birthday with his maiden win in the category yesterday. Waiting for the 5-second board to go aloft. It does now. Revs begin to rise. Our first Caterham race of 4 today here at Snetterton for the Morph Caterham Graduates Racing Club Championship. Away they go, and Harry Senior bogs down slightly. It's James Wingfield from the outside of the front row who goes into the lead. Senior recovering. He's side by side with, looks like, Amanda Anderson there on the run into the first corner. There's Tom Horton, the white car. A couple of lockups in the pack as they make their way round the right-hander up towards the Wilson hairpin. It is James Wingfield, number 113, who has the lead. Harry Senior in second place. That's Anderson, I think, in third place. Then Harry Kramer, Will Stillwell, and Rob Warner's made a good start up into 6th position in the blue and orange car. There's Steve Arnell, the number 6, looking for his second win of the season in the Sigmax division. Swing their way through the left-hander. Tom Horton just ahead of Ollie Smith, hoping to get a race this time. Problems on the first lap for him yesterday. As Harry Senior moves to the inside, down into the left at Agostini. Is he going to take the lead? They're still side by side on the way in. Look how many of them there are and how closely matched these Caterhams are. The two categories running mixed in together. Harry Senior has got the lead away from James Wingfield through Agostini. So the reigning Sigma 150 champion leads the way. Needs to make up the points. A non-finish can harm your title hopes, and that's what happened to him in race 2 at Brands Hatch. Doug Christie has got ahead of the 64 of Amanda Anderson, who has dropped back slightly. It's Harry Kramer up there in third. Matt Willoughby is leading the Sigmax division behind him. Ollie Smith just ahead of the number 85. That's Dan Livingston, who led the Sigmax points coming in to this weekend. After a win at Brands Hatch, Stephen Arnell took the other race at the season opener. Over the dust they go. It might still be a little bit slippery there. One car running out just a little wide. That might have been Thomas Horton. Swing their way through. Horton has got a bit more work to do. He's going to take a second win of the weekend on his Sigmax debut. There's Rob Warner, the 58, chasing now the 82 of Matt Willoughby, Mr. Chairman, in the red and black machine. He leads the Sigmax category. First 5 or so cars breaking away now. There's Doug Christie next in the order, in the black number 67. It's Harry Senior who will lead them across the line for the first time. James Wingfield in second place. Wingfield snatched the win on the last lap yesterday, and he's going for the lead here on the inside as they go into Riches. No, he won't get through. Wingers has to bob back in as Harry Senior defends his lead. The man from Ascot in Berkshire. James Wingfield comes from Northampton, up there in second place. They're already starting to pull away just a little from Will Stillwell, who's up into third position, competes in the CaterhamRacer.com online sim racing championship. I was commentating on them at Croft Circuit virtually on Wednesday last week. It's Max Haynes, the former Sigma 135 champion, who took the wins on that occasion. I don't think Max is here this weekend though. Harry Kramer having a look on the outside there of Will Stillwell, and behind them is Willoughby, then Warner. Doug Christie heads the next group ahead of Amanda Anderson, former champion many years ago in this division. She was Amanda Black when she won that title. Also has done some GT racing, sharing a Ginetta with Flick Haig a few years ago, I remember. Another lady racer who was a champion in the early days of the Caterham Graduates Racing Club was Rachel Green. See how evenly matched these cars are. There's Rob Warner, the 58s. He was well up in the points tables coming into this round in the Sigma 150. Second in the points. He had a couple of third places at the season opener at Brands Hatch. Got fastest lap in race 2 as well. So James Wingfield missed that opening round. It's his debut this weekend. Scored the win yesterday. Could he mount a championship challenge this year? Harry Kramer's up into third place. He's got third down the Bentley Straights. Starting to sort themselves out further back. The race settling into its rhythm now. We're just under 16 minutes of this race to go. Through to complete their second lap then of this Morph My Caterham Graduates Sigma 150 and Sigmax race. Harry Senior leads by 0.4 of a second as they cross the line. These two about 1.5 seconds clear of Harry Kramer in third place, winner of round 2 at Brands Hatch. After Harry Senior, he picked up some damage to his nose cone and it blocked the radiator, so he had to pull off and retire. Stillwell sliding around there in fourth, then it's Warner. Matt Willoughby is in 6th position. He leads the Sigmax category. Thomas Horton second in that class. He's down in 11th overall. He's gained 3 places overall on the first lap. Third of the Sigmaxes is Stephen Arnell, the yellow number 6 car. Hopefully keeping his body panels intact this time around. The season opener at Brands Hatch, he managed to lose the nose cone and the bonnet off his car. Caterham Sigmax Superleggera. There it is, we caught a glimpse of the yellow car. That is James McCall, number 50, currently running in 10th overall, running a bit wide there out of Agostini, just ahead of Tom Horton. So Horton's got past Angus McLean, Gareth Cordy and Stephen Arnell to run second in his class. Very different to his Ford Fiesta. Harry Senior out in front then. Settled into their rhythm now. We'll start to see slipstreaming down the straights. There's Matt Willoughby. The club chairman leads the Sigmax category in a good 6th overall. He has lost out to Rob Warner on the second lap. Here come your leaders, and James Wingfield having a look. Can he get through there at Brundle? Yes, he can. That's exactly how he took the lead on the last lap of yesterday's race. He's got that move down to a fine art now, James Wingfield. He's got the lead away from Harry Senior. And Senior, there might have been some contact there, because look at Harry Senior's front wing flapping away in the breeze. You'll be thinking, oh no, not a repeat of Brands Hatch. It was his nose cone on that occasion that caused the retirement. It's the front wing flapping on the number 1 car. Be hoping that comes off and doesn't impede him too much. It's going to be a distraction as well, of course. It's his peripheral vision to his left there, Harry. Tyres squealing, these Toyo R888R tyres. Lead gap is 0.35 of a second. New fastest lap for James Wingfield, 209.485. There's Doug Christie. He's running in 7th overall, 6th in class, just ahead of the 112 car of Andrew Whitton. The man from Red Hill in Surrey, he's running well. Harry Senior looking to fight back and retake the lead. Side by side for third between Kramer and Stillwell as well. Towards the left at Palmer. Spectacular livery on the 113 of James Wingfield. Rob Warner's catching the 3rd place fight now as well. Second in the championship coming into this weekend for the Sigma 150s. Point situation coming into the weekend was very close. Harry Kramer leading Warner by 4 points, and a point behind them was Angus McLean, but he suffered a non-finish yesterday. He missed his braking point for the hairpin, bounced off James McCall, and was then collected by the unfortunate number 4 Kevin Barrett in the Sigmax category. Kevin was second in the Sigmax points coming into this weekend. I don't think he's back out there in this race, unfortunately. We'll have a look further down. No, he is out there, rising his way through the midfield at the moment. Apologies there. Yes, we did have the full complement, in fact, of 28 starters, so no no-shows. That's great to see. Leaders coming down the Bentley straight, then just under 12 minutes of this race to go, and Harry Senior back up the inside under braking. He goes through. Senior retakes the lead from James Wingfield. So that's the overtaking spot. You can see the classic slipstreamers down the Bentley straights. Kramer third, then Stillwell, Warner, Willoughby, and the rest of them. Out of the bomb hole, through towards Coram. The driver's loving this. Quick question on our YouTube feed. Where is the man from driver 61? That's Scott Mansell, I believe. I don't think he's here this weekend. Over the line come the leaders. Just less than 0.2 of a second in it now for the lead. Are we going to see an attack as they go into Riches? From James Wingfield to try and retake the lead. Yes, we have, and he's got the lead back again. Got through at Riches. Will Stillwell's back up into third place as well, so it's all change once again. You can see the end of the straight. That's the place where we see the attacks. You've got to time it right. It's all going to be at the end of the Bentley straight on the final lap. Harry Kramer down to fourth. There's Rob Warner. Sixth is Matt Willoughby leading his category. There's a yellow flag. Somebody's pulled off there. I think that might be Ollie Smith, unfortunately. Yes, it is. 2 non-finishers for Oliver so far this weekend, sadly. The yellow flag out on the run into Agostini. As I couldn't see any damage to the car, so it looks like he's just pulled off against the barrier. Must be a return of the problem from yesterday's race. Here's Doug Christie, number 67. Running 7th place, 6th of the 150s, ahead of Andrew Whitten, completing the top 10, Amanda Anderson, and the number 50 of James McCall. Race has rather settled down a little now in the midfield. There's Tom Horton just behind James McCall, then Stephen Arnell. And then there's a gap back behind him to the number 33 of Gareth Cordy. Dan Livingston, there's the number 61 car of Angus McLean. And number 4, that's Kevin Barrett, who we mentioned earlier, coming through from the back of the grid. He's put the front end of the car back together. He collected an out-of-control Angus McLean in yesterday's race. He's coming up behind McLean fairly shortly. He's only a couple of spots ahead of him. James Wingfield held the lead that time through Brundle. Having taken it at Riches. Let's see what's going to happen down the straight this time on the Senna straight. Is Harry Senior going to get into the slipstream? He certainly is. He's positioning himself already, but look at the way Will Stillwell's closing in. He's broken away from Harry Kramer now. Stillwell wants to go for his first win of the year. We didn't see Will Stillwell out at the opening round of the season at Brands Hatch, so he's making up the lost points as well. Harry Senior round the outside. He's taken the lead back again. Yep, he got the slipstream done there even before they reached Riches. And look at the way he's pulling away now down towards the hairpin. And here comes Stillwell up on the outside. He won't get round the outside at the hairpin, surely. He'll try it though. Side by side, Kramer flings his car round like a go-kart in 4th place behind him. Then it's Rob Warner. He's 5, breaking away just a little from the 82 of Matt Willoughby, who still leads the Sigmaxes. This is great stuff. Will Stillwell's going after the leaders now. Here they come. Down towards the left at Agostini. I think the yellow flag has been withdrawn there. There's Ollie Smith looking on, his car parked against the barrier. Doug Christie holding off. In fact, he's got ahead of Matt Willoughby there, Doug Christie. So Willoughby still leads his class, but he's lost a place overall. Andrew Whitten is up behind them. Second of the Sigmax category is still Thomas Horton, yesterday's winner. He's got Stephen Arnell behind him, about a second back, 11th and 12th. Still Harry Senior who leads, despite that bit of bodywork flapping away. Harry Kramer, the championship leader, coming into this round down in 4th place, behind the DPR Motorsport car of Will Stillwell. Built and prepared by David Rowe, successful Caterham racer himself, another of the Caterham Sim Racing collective. Is James Wingfield going to have a go here? No, he's not. Kramer's closed back up on the back of Stillwell too. It's 5 line astern for the lead now. Then we've got a group of 3 next in the order. That's Doug Christie, Willoughby and Whitten. Through the bomb hole come the leads. Just a bit of curb taken there by Harry Senior. Just over 7 minutes to go. See them start to really put the pressure on in the last couple of laps. It's just like the mini racing. You need to position yourself to try and get the slipstream on the final lap. 6th, 7th and 8th, the next group coming through. I've got a feeling Tom Horton's made his way through ahead of Amanda Anderson and James McCall there. I thought I saw a white nose cone heading that group. See as they cross the line. Here comes Will Stillwell. He's going to send one up the inside at Riches. He goes through into 2nd place. Good move by Will Stillwell on the brakes for Riches corner. Now he'll go after Harry Senior for the lead. Harry Kramer's up the inside as well. You can see just that slight loss of momentum for Wingfield as a result of that. And Kramer takes advantage into the hairpin, takes that 3rd place away. So Wingfield, in the last couple of laps, has gone from 1st to 4th, and it could be 5th because there is Rob Warner just behind him. Down the straight they go. There's the next group headed by Doug Christie in the background. Yes, Horton's moved through into 9th place, 2nd of the Sigmaxes. And he now wants to go after this second group because there's Matt Willoughby, number 82, the first of the 2 red cars. He's the class leader. Let's see if Tom Horton can catch him. In fact, yeah, Willoughby's lost another place. Andrew Whitten's just got by him. James Wingfield trying to fight back, attacking the 1-2-1 of Harry Kramer, man from Northwich in Cheshire. Through the right-hander at Williams onto the Bentley straights. It's Christie. Yes, Whitten is ahead of the number 82 of Willoughby, and that means Willoughby could be open to attack from this man. Tom Horton, the 128. There's James McCall behind him. And Steve Arnell coming up behind them. Amanda Anderson must have dropped back. Didn't see her come through. Yeah, I think there's Anderson next in the order. We just caught a glimpse of her coming under the bridge. Harry Senior's broken away slightly now. There's been another change because there's been a sort out on the Bentley Straight. James Wingfield's up into second. It's Kramer third and Stillwell down into fourth place. So James Wingfield, he's an expert at getting the toe down that Bentley Straight, isn't he? It's all change again for second place. Hard to know which battle to focus on at the moment. Here come your leaders. Senior's been able to increase his lead as a result of that chopping and changing. He's a second up now with 4.5 minutes to go. Kramer's up to third ahead of Stillwell. Through to the hairpin, Stillwell up the inside. He retakes third position. That's where he's stronger on the brakes, I think. Goes into the hairpin. Rob Warner in fifth position. Through the left-hander at Palmer up towards Agostini. Rob Warner just looking on at the moment from fifth place, waiting to get the opportunity to pounce. Still Willoughby leads. Now, what's the gap between Willoughby and Horton? 4.1 seconds. It was half a second between them on lap times last time through as well. That's for the lead in Sigmax. There's Horton. So he's not really closing at the moment. Steve Arnell is in third in the Sigmaxes. We saw the yellow car there briefly. There is Thomas Horton, birthday boy yesterday. What a way to celebrate your 21st birthday. Not only making your debut in Caterham racing, but winning your class as well. By a handsome margin it was too. Started a bit further back on the grid today with the second quickest time from qualifying for each driver being used. Meant to be the third quickest time for the third race later on. Here come the leaders. Will Stillwell up alongside Harry Kramer. They're continuing to swap places. Stillwell gets third coming out of Brundle. There could be a change there. Doug Christie has lost out, I think, to Andrew Whitton. Yes, he's got through into sixth place. Still your leader is Harry Senior. It's very dark, this gunmetal grey car with the red roll cage. Harry Kramer coming under fire now. Rob Warner starting to make his move. Kramer does not want to be back in fourth place. He's leading the championship coming into this weekend. There's Whitten up into sixth place in the 112 car. He's going well. Over the line they go. 2.5 minutes to go, so we'll get 2 more laps out of this. Second race of 3 this weekend for the North My Caterham Graduates Championship Sigma 150 and Sigmax division. And now James Wingfield is closing back up again onto our race leader Harry Senior. Runs just a little bit deep there through the hairpin. New fastest lap for Wingfield, 2:08.57 that time through. Senior's last lap was a 2:09.2, which is only just over his personal best. So Senior not getting the toe, so he's not getting the quicker lap times. Wingfield has the pace. Here he comes down towards Agostini. Stillwell still in third place. Through to Hamilton, then to Oggies. These two have broken away again slightly, so Wingfield forcing the pace a little here. He wants his double. There's Stillwell a little way back in third, then Kramer and Warner. Stillwell a little wide through Williams there. This could allow Harry Kramer to get up onto his tail. You can see him starting to get the toe. He'll get the slipstream, I think, into Brundle. We'll see who comes out in third. We'll see who comes out in the lead as well as they appear under the bridge. It's side by side. Wingfield going to the inside. He's going to do it again. He takes the lead. Now, who's going to come out in third? Well, it's going to be Rob Warner. Look at that. Oh, brilliant timing from Rob Warner. He goes up the inside. He's got ahead of both of them. Well, that was not in Harry Kramer's script at all. Will Stillwell's been shuffled back to fifth. Wingfield's taken the lead. All change, please, at the front of the field. Now, going into the last lap, this is going to be interesting. These two have pulled clear, Wingfield and Senior, and Rob Warner could pinch a podium place. We said he was biding his time, waiting to attack. Has he timed it right though? Has he gone too early? Into the last lap we go. Harry Senior up the outside. He's going to try and cut across before they get to the first corner at Riches to retake the lead. Yep, now he's out slipstream James Wingfield. But the place you don't want to be leading in a Caterham here at Snetterton is going into the Bentley straight for the last time. Wingfield's going to have a go back up the inside, is he? No. See, he's going to wait now until they get onto the straight. So's Will Stillwell, I think. They've dropped back from Warner. Could Rob Warner catch the two leaders here? What was the gap between Wingfield and Warner over the line? 1.6 seconds. Look at the way Rob Warner's pushing on. He could catch them here. Could we see him snatch the win? He's sat there in 5th place for the whole race. Down to Agostini they go for the last time. Apologies for the brief loss of our camera up there. We'll have that sorted hopefully for the next race. Through they come towards Hamilton. There's Kramer. There's Will Stillwell. He's 5, well clear of Andrew Whitten in 6th place now. Incidentally, the Sigmaxes are still led by Matt Willoughby. He's got ahead of Doug Christie, 7th overall. 2nd in the Sigmax is Tom Horton. Steve Arnell still 3rd. Now they come onto the Bentley straight. Now, has Harry Senior got far enough ahead to break the toe? I think he has. I don't think James Wingfield's going to get the chance to slipstream him. He'll remember yesterday, Harry Senior, when he lost the win on the last lap. Here they come. Yeah, I think Senior's done enough now. Can Rob Warner snatch 2nd? He's not close enough just yet. But I think Harry Senior's done enough for his 2nd win of the season. You can see the gap. Down towards the bomb hole. They drop their way through it. Roller coaster section of Snetterton circuits. It's certainly been a roller coaster for this top 5. They've been chopping and changing all the way through. Classic Caterham racing. But it's going to be Harry Senior. Here he comes. Despite that flapping bit of front bodywork. Down to Murray's for the last time. We could see a close run for 2nd. Rob Warner's going to try and attack. But it's going to be a win for the man from Ascot in Berkshire. The reigning Sigma 150 champion, Harry Senior, comes in to take the checker flag for his 2nd win of the season. James Wingfield just holds off Rob Warner for 2nd. Harry Kramer holds off Will Stillwell for 4th. Those 5 covered by just under 3 seconds at the flag. Further back in 6th, it's going to be Andrew Whitten. Good run through from him. No, it's not. It's Matt Willoughby who's got through. This race never ceases to surprise. Matt Willoughby comes in 6th overall and wins the Sigmax division. It's Andrew Whitten, Doug Christie, Tom Horton 2nd in Sigmax in 9th overall, and James McCall completing the top 10. Steve Arnell is 11th and 3rd in Sigmax. And the clutches of cars, you can see they're fighting it out right to the very end. That was a group: Gareth Cordy, Ian Anderson, Kevin Barrett from the back of the grid gets 17th, and behind them was 110 of James Gilmore. Superb stuff. Bad luck to Ollie Smith, number 3. He was the only retirement in that race, I believe. Rest of the cars come home. Just waiting for the last couple across the line. Will be Appleton and Cronin at the back of the field. Robert Appleton and Sean Cronin. Yep, they're all in, I think, now, except for Ollie Smith. We'll confirm the provisional results in a moment. So it is a win for Harry Senior by 1.14 seconds ahead of James Wingfield. Rob Warner leaving his attack just at the right time to complete the podium. Harry Kramer finishes in 4th position ahead of Will Stillwell. 6th goes to Matt Willoughby. He wins the Sigmax class. Andrew Whitten in 7th overall ahead of Doug Christie. Tom Horton couldn't quite make it a Sigmax double, but he takes 9th place overall, 2nd in class. James McCall completing the top 10. Stephen Arnell 3rd in class ahead of Amanda Anderson, then Angus McLean. Dan Livingston 4th of the Sigmaxes ahead of Gareth Cordy. Who topped a brilliant battle with Ian Anderson. Kevin Barrett, who came through from the back of the grid to finish 17th. Then it was James Gilmore. Behind them, the 137 of Will Price. Next home was Neil Evans, number 34. 101 of Paul Fielder. The 9 of Martin Gleach. 15 Kim Raymond. Number 5 of Paul Jepson makes up for a non-finish yesterday in 24th. Phil Isherwood, Crook, Appleton and Cronin completing the finishers. And sadly, of course, we lost Oliver Smith. Well, race 3 is coming up later on this afternoon for the Sigma 150s and Sigmaxes. We'll see a separate couple of races for the Sigma 135s as well. But for now, let's head down to Parc Fermé.
Cheers, Dave, here with our race winner. Promoted yourself from second to first today. Well done.
Yeah, just what the doctor ordered, I think. Yeah.
Tell us, on that last lap there, you seemed from nowhere to pull away a couple of seconds, just because it was so close for so many laps. And what happened at the end?
I didn't go any faster. I can only assume James made a mistake or two. I mean, Rob seemed to have come from nowhere to suddenly be third, so massive congrats to him. And yeah, I think he got all in James's wing mirrors and put him off a bit.
A little bit of body work, just sort of the wheel arch flapping around. Didn't seem to affect you at all, did it?
Whacked a curb too hard.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's compromised my top speed a tad, but drive through it, no problem.
Mate, congrats, well done.
Thank you,
Cheers, mate. Thanks, Harry. Let's try and get James in here. Here he comes, winner of race 1 yesterday, second place today, having a really good weekend.
Yeah, really good weekend. Yeah, so much fun. Good results always help, obviously, but genuinely the paddock atmosphere is really nice. Everyone here is making me feel really kind of welcome.
You know what? It is an amazing paddock. Everybody's smiling. What we've seen this weekend in every single class is people get out of the car. The first thing they do is just congratulate each other.
Yeah, I mean, we're all here. We're all amateur drivers, let's be honest, but we're just having an absolutely great time out there. And I know some of these guys, it's not their first podium, but they're not usually on the podium. So those guys are just over the moon as well.
Yeah. James, well done, great weekend so far.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy, thank you. And we'll get Rob in here as well. Rob was in 5th place. He was just waiting. He's been very cheeky. Then you jumped up to 3rd with about a lap to go.
Yeah, had a drag down the back straight. I stayed with the top 5 of brands. I said I'll never see you again, having finished 3rd, and ended up getting a really decent tow. 1 lap from the end. The other 2 guys were racing with each other, and I just went down the inside of them, and I think they then held each other up and given me that clean gap. So
it was a beautiful move, and we say so often in Caterhams, if you want to get on the podium, you don't want to be in the top 3 a lot of the time with a few laps to go. You want to get those drags, don't you?
No, I just want to get on the podium. Getting a draft is an absolute bonus, but getting on the podium to me is, again, can't believe it's happened. And all the guys who put the hours in at work, and my family who come with me and stuff like that, who suffer, brilliant. just Grads Club, racing with Grads. It's a lovely place to come and race. Everyone's friendly. They're all happy for me to be here again. So it's brilliant.
1 more race to go. Can we see you on step 1 or 2?
I'd like to say step 1, but I think that may be even optimistic by my standards. If you see me again, I'll be just as delirious if I'm wearing a 3rd place hat again.
Mate, well done.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Great racing. Do you know what? It is so much fun down here in Park for me, no matter what it is, whether it's the Minis, the Coupes, the Caterhams. Everybody's having such fun. Hope you are too. I know Dave is, and we go straight into our next race, the Miglias.
Indeed we do, yes, thanks Ewan. They're about to set off for their green flag lap. We've already seen the Dunlop Mini Challenge with Mini Spares, the 7 category. And now we're moving on to the Mini Miglias. These are the slightly larger engine, more powerful cars. We saw the first race for them yesterday. Aaron Smith took the win on the road, but there have been some penalties. There was a fair bit of contact in yesterday's race, and both Aaron and Jeff Smith, no relation, have been given some time penalties for yesterday's race, giving Kane Astin the win. Aaron Smith demoted to 2nd and Jeff Smith down to 4th. So a couple of penalties there for our Mini Miglia racers. There's also the Mini Libra category for cars with slightly different, more free engine modifications. Let's have a look at the grid then. It lines up as the 7s did earlier on, with the top 8 in each division reversed. 89 Sean King is on pole alongside 72 of Rob Howard. 2nd row, 2 graduates of classic mini racing, Phil Bullen Brown, number 9, and Ben Colburn, number 55. Row 3 is 46 Jeff Smith, ex-British touring car racer. 23, the former champion Rupert Death. Row 4, 21 Aaron Smith, and number 11, who's been promoted to the win yesterday, Kane Astin. Row 5 is 37 James Cuthbertson and number 20 of Mark Sims. 6th row is 94 of Lee Roberts alongside 69, which is Tony LeMay. Then the 7th row, 24, which is Steve Ewell, and 15 Gordon Pocock. A couple of non-finishers from yesterday's race, which are Nick Paddy in the 86 and 7 Colin Peacock. Peacock and Pocock, there's a bit of a commentator's nightmare. Then we've got the Mini Lieb cars for the slightly different engined machines. 133 Les Stanton, who is the points leader in that division, coming into the weekend, is on pole alongside 113 Phil Harvey. 595 Julian Proctor alongside 126 Peter Hills. 219 Richard Colburn, who had some problems on the last lap of yesterday's race and dropped out of the lead of the class, alongside 474 Josh Evans. 115 Steve Baker, yesterday's winner, starts from the back. This will be a 20-minute race once again for the Classic Minis. So Kane Astin now promoted to the win in yesterday's race after a penalty for Aaron Smith for some contact. He hit the back of Kane Astin going into Agostini after a time penalty for him, dropping him behind Kane in the results, and Jeff Smith demoted to 4th for gaining an unfair advantage is the official reason given on the results sheet. Let's see what's going to happen this time. Sean King, number 89, starts from the pole. Looking at the points in the Miglia Challenge, Aaron Smith was leading coming into this weekend, had a win at Donington Park. Kane Astin was the other winner there, so he's now got 2 for the season. There was only 1 point between them as well, so that will mean Kane Astin moves into the lead of the championship. The other winners were at Silverstone, the season opener. Jeff Smith won the first race of the year, and it was a certain Andrew Jordan, the former British touring car champion, who won the second race, but he's not out this weekend. Missed the Donington round as well, clashed with the Goodwood members meeting. In the Libre category, the cars with slightly different engine rules, Les Stanton had the points lead coming into the weekend, but he hasn't won the class yet this year. Richard Colburn won both races at Silverstone. Oh. And that's Richard Colburn's car that has stopped on the run up to Agostini. So there might be a delay to a start here while that car's removed. He had problems on the last lap yesterday, dropped from 1st to 3rd in category. It was Josh Evans who won the 2 races at Donington. His car featuring the cylinder head from a BMW Superbike. Something a bit different to say the least. Rest of the pack coming up to the grid. We might see a delay to the start while the marshals remove Richard Colburn's car. Richard, the father of Ben Colburn, who's in the green 55 car. Now the Dunlop Mini Challenge, supported by Mini Spares, as we've already mentioned, and there were a fair few cars, I think, needing the services of Mini Spares. It was a bit of a bruiser yesterday's race. We saw Aaron Smith finish with a headlight missing, among other things. Richard Colburn had a front wing missing. Let's hope for a bit less rough and tumble today. So Dunlop, Mini Spares, Piper Cams, Spax Dampers and Curly Specialised Mouldings, the championship supporters. Well, it was the race of the day yesterday by far for this championship. Absolutely frantic. Sean King, the light blue car, in pole position. The man from Abingdon in Oxfordshire. 72 Rob Howard's more turquoise car alongside. Watch for Jeff Smith on the inside of row 3. He's been champion in the past in the Mini Miglia Challenge. Of course, his British touring car career came to an end in a big crash at Croft a few years ago. Suffered a nasty arm injury. Has rebuilt his career here. Well, the circuit, I was about to say, is clear because we saw the green flag at the back, but the start delayed board has gone up. So, just waiting for Richard Colburn's car to be removed. Just waiting for the all clear to get this race underway. We might see another green flag lap, depending on how long the delay is, to keep these Dunlop tyres warmed up. The Mini Miglia Challenge. It's the headline series, the Mini 7 Racing Club, highly tuned 1275 cc engines, Öhlins Motorsport dampers on the cars, slick Dunlop racing tyres. First launched in 1970, this series, 4 years after the Mini 7 category. The Mini Libre series is an invitation class for more powerful A-series engined cars. Specification there largely as per the Miglias, but up to 1380cc and different cylinder heads can be used. You mentioned Josh Evans has got a BMW Superbike cylinder head. We've seen 16 valve engines, 7 and 8 port engines, older 5 port engines too.
It looks like the battery on the camera is not charging, it's all plugged in, everything else seems to be charging.
We see the recovery vehicle in operation. Not too sure what's happened to Richard Colburn's car there. They're looking under the left front. Possibly a drive shaft broken. We shall see.
Okay.
Just a short delay here then while we get these cars moved. Quick hello to Mark Baker, who's watching on. You should be getting ready for the next race, Mark. He must be watching in the assembly area. He's out in his MGF, the MG Owners Club Championship. Hello as well to the Rockets family. We normally see them in the Hyundai Coupe Cup, but Wayne Rocket not out this weekend. Keeps telling us he's retired, but we'll see him back, I'm sure. Adam Barrett's been in touch as well. The Barrett's family in the Caterham race had just seen. Overnight repairs the front wishbones and dampers. A frantic prep before the race to get it back out. They managed it, fair play to them. Do leave us a comment if you're watching on our YouTube stream. So a delay to the start here while Richard Colburn's car is removed from the circuit.
Let me know when I'm off, and I might have to move it a slight bit.
So Richard Colburn's car is lifted by the JS Holmes recovery vehicle. That's to say a quick hello to Mr. Molova. His nephews Finley and Owen watching on. Hope you're enjoying the action. Right to Kelvin Fagan as well. He's waiting for the MG Owners Club race. That's coming next after the minis. One more race before the lunch break coming after that as well, which is another Caterham race, the Sigma 135s. So it looks like the grid is almost clear, I imagine. Yes, we're going to do another green flag lap. So apologies for the delay here.
I think we're good. There's safety in now. I've gone straight to the grid. Might be on the full gang thing, yeah. Yeah, I'll put take round it. Yep.
Set off again for another lap to keep these Dunlop tyres warm. Fantastic 5-way battle we had for the lead in yesterday's race. I could barely keep up with it. It really was something special with Aaron Smith, Kane Astin, Rupert Death, Jeff Smith and Ben Colburn getting involved. Ben Colburn, noted historic racer, has raced all manner of classic saloons and sports cars over the years, along with his dad Richard, who will be a non-starter sadly. Lieb class runners go through there. Steve Baker, yesterday's winner at the back of the field. First class win of the season for that car. Appeared at Donington, got a second place in race 2. Les Stanton currently leading the points in that division there. He is at the front of the grid, the man from Dudley in the West Midlands, in the Extreme Minis sponsored car. 89 Sean King on pole. Taking a look at the results he's got so far this year. He's 4th in the championship, so more consistent runner than out-and-out speed. Let's see what he can do here, looking for his first podium of the season. Darren Smith, who led coming into the weekend by 1 point, so after yesterday, Kane Astin, who was just behind him, will have gone to the top of the championship. Nick Paddy's 3rd in the points now. He's raced in classic minis, including the Masters Pre-66 minis in the past. Had some problems yesterday, though, pulled off into the pits. He's 3rd in the points. Then Sean King, and then Phil Bullen-Brown, another classic mini regular. Aaron Smith, the black and pink car, no longer in his overall pink livery that we've seen over the years. 15, that's Gordon Pocock. Had a few issues in yesterday's race, started from the pit lane. Okay, up onto the grid then for take 2 with our Dunlop Mini Challenge, supported by Mini Spares, Mini Miglia and Mini Libre categories. Looks like the circuit is clear this time. Just waiting for Steve Baker to pull into line at the back of the grid. Josh Evans in the very bright lime green 474 machine, lining up beside where Richard Colburn should have been. Okay, the revs are up, ready for our final classic mini race of the weekend. Is it going to be as good as yesterday? Let's find out. They are underway. Down towards that first corner, Aaron Smith gets away well, so does Kane Astin, the 2 cars from the 4th row. Sean King will lead the way from pole position. Trying to get up the inside is Phil Bullen-Brown in the blue number 9 car. Watch for Jeff Smith around the outside in the 46. He's made it round the first turn okay. Had some contact with Ben Colburn on the first corner of yesterday's race. Jeff Smith could get second place here. Look at Kane Astin charging up the outside in the number 11. Jeff Smith's up into second place. Rob Howard trying to defend third from Kane Astin. They're all round the hairpin okay for the first time. Tony LeMay runs a bit wide there, coming out of the hairpin onto the curb. It's Sean King, number 89, who leads the way. Jeff Smith in second. Kane Astin said, whoa, Rupert Death very sideways there. That's how you drive a Mini, as sideways as you can. John Rhodes, the 60s racer, would be proud. Up the outside comes Jeff Smith. His support group known as the Jeff Army in these touring car days. I wonder if they're here this weekend. Astin in third, Rob Howard down to fourth. Then it's the wayward handling Rupert Death ahead of Phil Bullen-Brown, then Ben Colburn and Aaron Smith. Let's battle join once again. They'll pick up where they left off yesterday. Can Sean King hang on to lead the first lap then? He's got Jeff Smith and Kane Astin up there, two of the quickest drivers in Mini Miglia racing behind them. Round the right-hander at Williams onto the back straight. Here comes Kane Astin trying to take second place away. Inherited the win yesterday when Aaron Smith was penalised for contact for gaining an unfair advantage. Let's see if Kane Astin can make it 3 wins for the season here and extend the lead of the championship. Jeff Smith up the inside, he's gone through. Kane Astin's up to second. Sean King goes down to third place. Rupert Death's up into fourth. He's got ahead of Rob Howard. Then it's Phil Bullen-Brown. Aaron Smith seventh. James Cuthbertson is eighth. Ben Colburn has dropped to ninth as they head towards Coram for the first time. Oh, and off goes Rupert Death. I said he was wayward handling. He's gone straight on at Coram. Heading out into the fields. Now, could this be the catalyst for a fine recovery drive? The Mini Spares car gets back on at the back of the field. Now, let's see if he can recover up the order, Rupert Death, after going rally crossing. Over the line they go. Jeff Smith leads from Kane Astin. King is still there in third place and running well. Bullen-Brown is fourth. Rob Howard is fifth. The rest of them charge their way through. That's opened up a slight gap in the field. The two leaders a few lengths clear of Sean King. Kane Astin getting ready to attack for the lead. The number 11, the One Broker Insurance sponsored car. Jeff Smith in the 46, sponsored by ICD. Sean King in third. A few lengths clear of the fourth place man, which is Phil Bullen-Brown. There he is, ahead of Aaron Smith, who's now got ahead of Rob Howard into fifth. Then James Cuthbertson, Ben Colburn, and the rest of them come through. Looks like it's Steve Yule next in the order in the 24. He's going well. And towards the left-hander at Agostini. Jeff Smith used to race for the Eurotech team in British touring cars. Also Eurotech run by Mike Jordan for many years, so another link there. We've seen Mike Jordan take a couple of wins already in the Mini 7s. Kane Astin, the former champion, up there in second place. Through Oggies they go. Sean King in third place. That'll please one of our commenters. Let's go Team KAD, he says. That's Sean King and Aaron Smith, I believe, Team KAD. And Colin Peacock, number 7 as well. There's Julian Proctor in the 595 car. He's 14th and leading the Mini Lead category at the end of the lap. We'll try and concentrate on the Lead category as well. Peter Hill's second there as Kane Astin up the inside into Brundle, takes the lead. Got the line away at Brundle, and Kane Astin through into the lead in the number 11. Jeff Smith goes down to second. Swing their way through the bomb hole. Sean King still going well in third, but look who's up behind him. It's Aaron Smith in the 21. Two KAD cars running third and fourth. Phil Bullen-Brown is still there in fifth position. Sixth is Rob Howard. So watch for Rupert Death coming back through the field. See where he is as they come through this time. Cuthbertson a bit wide there under fire from Ben Colburn. It's James Ewell, Mark Sims and the rest of them. Look at Jeff Smith flashing his lights there. That's Kane Astin saying, I'm coming through. He's going round the outside, retakes the lead. That's the Jeff Smith we know. Such a great entertainer. When he won the championship a few years ago and was number 1 the next season, he numbered the car 01, livery as the General Lee. I think it even had a Dixie horn on it. Wonder if it's still got it. We'll find out if he crosses the line to take a win, possibly. Aaron Smith, meanwhile, is up into third ahead of King. Then it's Phil Bullen-Brown. So it's soon going to be a three-way fight for the lead with former champion Aaron Smith looking to make up for the disappointments of yesterday. There's Phil Bullen-Brown in fifth position. Rob Howard trying to hang on behind them, then Cuthbertson and Colburn together. Steve Ewell and Mark Sims round out the top 10. Rupert Death is down in 13th place, so we'll see if he can fight back from there. Julian Proctor still leading the Mini Libre category. I don't think he's had a win in that class so far this year. No, he's had a couple of podiums, but third in the points without a victory. Had a retirement at Donington. There's Rupert Death. He's making short work of the midfield. Goes ahead of Mark Sims there through Agostini. He's got Colin Peacock, Mini Racing veteran, the number 7 behind him, retired from yesterday's race. There's Proctor. Julian Proctor just ahead of Peter Hills, the number 126, the Welshman. This is the battle for the lead in the Libre category. Rune Speed Prepare car leads Peter Hills in the 126. Third in the Libres is Josh Evans, 474, the lime green car. Kane Astin still leads. Here comes Aaron Smith. He's got the fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 12.910. Flings the car out of the bomb hole towards the right-hander, the long right-hander at Coram. A bit of a slide there for Kane Astin. Seen a few members of the Astin family racing minis, Damon Astin a few years ago, and also Torburn Astin as well, who came through junior saloon cars. Changed for 4th. Phil Bullen-Brown is up to 4th now, ahead of Sean King. There's James Cuthbertson coming through. He's on his own. Have we lost Ben Colburn? I'll pick that up in a moment, because Jeff Smith under fire from Kane Astin is going to try and go through on the inside. Doesn't quite manage it. Kane Astin led at the line, but Smith back ahead around that outside line. That's where the car seems to be stronger. Can't get up close enough into the hairpin. He's got to defend now from Aaron Smith as well. Yes, we've lost Ben Colburn, unfortunately, so a bad day for the Colburn family. That's allowed Rob Howard up to 6th, James Cuthbertson 7th, Rupert Death is now 8th. He gained 5 places on that last lap. Mark Sims and Colin Peacock round out the top 10, and there's Rupert Death, headlights ablaze. He wants to catch that leading group. Tony LeMay having a go at James Ewell a little bit further back in the order. Behind them is Julian Proctor leading the S-Class, I think, in the orange car. There go the leaders up towards Oggies once again. Jeff Smith in the 46 hangs on in the lead. What can Kane Astin do? He's trying to get into the slipstream for the Bentley Straight. He's close enough. Seen him do it once. Phil Bullen-Brown's going well, and Sean King up there in 5th. Ahead of Rob Howard. He's with the club for many years in the number 72. A change for the lead in the S-Class. Well, Julian Proctor's all over the place. He's lost out to Peter Hills. Josh Evans is going to have a go as well in the 474. So Peter Hills, the Welshman, up into the lead. We've seen him race this car in the Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship down at Pembrey as well. Sean King battling with Rob Howard. And look at this, 3 wide for the lead coming out of Nelson. That's impossible, surely. Jeff Smith has held the lead, but Aaron Smith is up into 2nd place. 3 into 1 surely doesn't go through that section of the circuit, but they made it work. Aaron Smith now ready to attack Jeff Smith for the lead. No relation, those two. Jeff Smith comes from Kettering. Aaron Smith from Aylesford near Brands Hatch. Kane Astin under fire from Phil Bullen-Brown now. He's running well. And look who's coming through. He's got ahead of James Cuthbertson now. Here comes Rupert Death. I wouldn't be surprised if he's got the fastest lap of the race this time round. We'll see when he crosses the line. Jockeying for position down into Rich's corner. Aaron Smith sends it up the inside. He goes through into the lead. Aaron Smith, maybe a bit of red mist for him after his penalty yesterday. Kane Astin just hanging on in 3rd place. Smith Sue lead the way. Phil Bullen-Brown wants a bit of this as well, battling for the lead. Rupert Death has not got the fastest lap. Was the quickest car on that last lap, though, in 7th place. Fastest lap is with Aaron Smith, 2:11.998. Aaron's now got the lead. Rob Howard's had a bit of contact somewhere. He's in 5th place. You can see a headlight missing from his car, so he's going to need a trip to Mini Spares. Here's the battle in the S category. Peter Hills, Josh Evans. Behind them, Steve Baker, yesterday's winner. So there go the leaders. They're not all that far behind. You can see there the Mini Libre class, not the S class. I've been making that mistake all weekend. I do apologise. Aaron Smith has the lead. Now Now Kane Astin wants that second place away from Jeff Smith. He wants to go after Aaron Smith for the lead of the race. Continuing their battle in the championship. Phil Bull and Brown just keeping a watching brief in fourth. Here they come. What's going to happen as they come under the bridge? Kane Astin goes to the inside on Jeff Smith. He goes through, up into second place, and now ready to attack Aaron Smith. Rob Howard ahead of Sean King now in 5th position. Behind them, Rupert Death is closing in 7th. It's these 4 for the lead with 9 minutes still to go, so we're only just over halfway in this Dunlop Mini Challenge supported by Mini Spares, Miglia and Libra race. Towards the left-hander, swing their way through. It's still Aaron Smith who leads the way through Murray's. There's Rupert Death with the headlights on. He hasn't caught the next couple of cars yet. He's got ahead of James Cuthbertson, who's 8th. Mark Sims and Colin Peacock rounding out the top 10. Here's the battle in the Libra category. Hills, Evans and Baker. Hills down to 3rd now because Steve Baker's got through. Josh Evans into the lead of the class. Julian Proctor's dropped down into 4th. Meanwhile, here are the leaders, and Kane Astin having a go on the inside into the Wilson hairpin. He's going to take the lead, surely. On the inside, he's done it. Kane Astin takes the lead. Now, can Aaron Smith, or indeed Jeff Smith, take the fight to it? Lifting their rear wheels as they go through the left at Palmer. Phil Bull and Brown just keeping an eye on things from 4th place. He knows any mistake for the 3 ahead of him, he'll be through for a podium. Sean King's got back into 5th place as well, further back I noticed. They're being closed down by Rupert Death. Line astern then through Agostini. That's where there was contact yesterday when Aaron Smith clipped the back of Kane Astin. They tangled up. Josh Evans leads the Libra category. Steve Baker up there in 2nd place. Peter Hills in 3rd. Julian Proctor's dropped down to 4th. We saw him make a mistake through the left at right at Oggies rather earlier on. It's over 7 minutes of this race to go. Tension beginning to mount in the lead battle now. Sadly, both the Colburns out of the race. Aaron Smith, is he going to retake the lead? He certainly is down the Bentley Straight. He emerges from under the bridge into Brundle in the lead. And Rupert Death's got through into 5th place. He's gained 2 places. He's past King, he's past Howard, and now going after this quartet out in front. Jeff Smith is having to defend against Phil Bull and Brown here. He's running very well indeed in that number 9 car, the DH Thomas Opticians sponsored car, the man from Cambridge. Over the curve goes Jeff Smith at Murray's, bounces him just a little bit wide. Now, let's see if Rupert Death can close in. He's up to 5th now. We'll see what the gap is to Bull and Brown ahead of him as Josh Evans continues to lead. Oh, and Steve Baker, I think he's slowing down there. Yes, he's got a problem. Yesterday's winner in the Libra class, he's in trouble. He'll be heading for the pits. Great shame for Steve, the number 115, the man from March in Cambridgeshire. He'll be marching into the pit lane, unfortunately. Meanwhile, Jeff Smith has gone up into 2nd place. That was at Riches. Here comes Bull and Brown. So Aaron Smith has been shuffled back down into 3rd place. Sun burning through the clouds a little now here at Snetterton as they go through Palmer up towards the left-hander at Agostini. Not surprising to see Rupert Death has set the fastest lap, 2:11.81. He's about 5 seconds down on this lead battle. We've got just over 5.5 minutes to go, so there'll be either 2 or 3 more laps after this one. Look at Phil Bull and Brown dodging about there on the tail of Aaron Smith. He's desperate for a podium. Jeff Smith ahead of Aaron Smith. The namesakes scrapping it out. It's Kane Astin out in front. Aaron Smith's gone from 1st to 3rd. He led at the line that time through, last time through. Phil Bull and Brown has had 1 podium this year. He was 2nd in race 1 at Donington. What's another one here? There's James Cuthbertson in 8th position in the 37. This is the battle for 9th. Mark Sims ahead of Colin Peacock. So there's a good fight going on further back down the lower reaches of the top 10. Philball and Brown went a bit wide there through Nelson. There's Rupert Death. He's on his own. He's got nobody to work with now. He tries to catch the 4 ahead of him. I think he might run out of time over the last couple of laps of this race for the Dunlop Mini Challenge, supported by Mini Spares. They put on some stunning racing this weekend, to say the least. I wonder if back in the 50s, when Sir Alec Isigonis invented the Mini, that he'd envisaged that they'd be driving them like this so many years later. Josh Evans continues to lead his category, looking for win number 3 this season, but he's further down the points chart because he missed the season opener at Silverstone. Steve Baker was still going as he crossed the line, so whether that was just a momentary glitch, I'm not sure. But anyway, we concentrate on our lead battle. Smith's scrapping for second. Kane Astin has broken away by a couple of mini lengths now, looking for his second win of the weekend, his 3rd of the season. There's Rupert Death in the background. He got the gap down to 4 seconds last time through. He took a full second out of Philball and Brown ahead of him. There's Sean King on his own in 6th position now. Have we lost Rob Howard? Yes, we have. So Rob Howard, another man in trouble. Peter Hills keeping up his pursuit of Josh Evans in the Mini Libre category. So down the Bentley straight they go. They'll be coming through to start their final lap this time of this 4th of our classic mini races this weekend from the Mini 7 Racing Club, the Dunlop Mini Challenge, supported by Mini Spares. Jeff Smith round the outside, he takes the lead. Jeff Smith takes Kane Astin, coming through at the end of the Bentley straights. Now battle's really going to be joined. There's only 2.5 minutes to go. There's Rupert Death. Is he going to catch these 4? Now they're going at it. They know it's late in the race. They know they've got to make their moves and get their positioning absolutely right. Aaron Smith all over the back of Kane Astin now for second. Jeff Smith will try and break away. And there's Death. He was 4.3 seconds down last time through, recovering after going off at Caterham early on. 4 cars line astern. Kane Astin ready to go round the outside. He's going to play Jeff Smith at his own game here. Here he goes. He's got him. Round the outside he goes now. Death only closed in by a couple of tenths that time through, so I don't think he's going to catch these 4. Kane Astin, Jeff Smith, Aaron Smith and Philball and Brown are going to duke it out around this final lap for the victory. Kane Astin, the number 11, the man from Norfolk. It's on his local circuit here. Lifts a wheel, you can see him throwing that car around, working the wheel as he comes through Palmer. Now towards the left at Agostini. Anybody going to attempt to move here? No, they're not. Philball and Brown just biding his time, maybe. Is he going to have an attack down the Bentley straight this time, if he can get close enough, I wonder. Kane Astin's pulled away just a little bit there, following that move at Riches. Less than a second covering these 4, as they cross the line anyway. Now, what's going to change at the end of the Bentley straights? That's where we've got to watch. Here they come. Aaron Smith's ready to attack. You can already see Jeff Smith there, just twitched the car a little as he got into position, ready to defend his line. Now wait for them to come under the bridge. Who's going to be leading? It's Kane Astin who leads. Jeff Smith's going to the outside. Could be 3 wide here. Aaron Smith's trying to go all the way round. Smith's going to have the inside line. Jeff Smith, that is for Nelson. Late on the brakes. Can he turn it back? Yes, he's got it. Aaron Smith's going to try and go around the outside of both of them. Look at this. There's something flew off there. Don't know who that was from. I think it was a bumper. Yeah, it's Kane Astin's front bumper. It's a Smith 1-2. Aaron's got through into second. Now what's he going to try into Murray's? Or maybe he's going to slipstream Jeff down the Senna straights. Here they come then into the left-hander for the final time. Jeff Smith flings the car through. Terrific racing once again from the Mini Miglias. Here they come up towards the checkered flag. The clock has gone to 0. Aaron Smith's going to try and get out of the slipstream. Which side's he going to go? Checkered flag comes out. Jeff Smith hangs on to take the win. Aaron Smith in second. Kane Astin third. Phil Bullen Brown in fourth. Covered by 0.58 of a second. Superb. Rupert Deeth fights back for fifth. He couldn't quite catch them there. And in the Libre category, it's going to be Josh Evans. Meanwhile, there's another battle to the line. This is for 8th place, rather, with the demise of Rob Howard. James Cuthbertson flashes the lights. He comes across the line for 7th behind Sean King. And who's going to be 8th? Very close indeed there. Mark Sims just ahead of Peacock and LeMay. Lee Roberts behind them and Steve Ewell. Josh Evans comes in and wins the Libre category ahead of Peter Hills. And it's going to be Steve Baker in third. So whatever slowed him, he managed to cure there. Maybe just lost his gears momentarily. Julian Proctor dropping back in the closing stages as well behind Gordon Pocock. And wait for the rest of them to come through. We'll confirm the provisional results in a moment. Well, the Mini 7 Racing Club bring their racing to a close this weekend. That was a great 3 and eventually 4-way fight at the front of the field in the Mini Miglias. Last couple of cars come home as Les Stanton and Phil Harvey across the line. Looks like everybody is in now. We lost 3 cars during that race, unfortunately. Bad day for the Colburns, sadly. So it is a win for Jeff Smith, number 46. Taking the win by 0.152 of a second ahead of Aaron Smith. Jeff Smith taking his 2nd win of the season. Kane Astin, yesterday's winner, completes the podium. Phil Bullen Brown in 4th, covered by just over half a second. Rupert Deeth in 5th, fighting back after his off. Sean King, the pole sitter, in 6th position. 7th going to James Cuthbertson, and the battle for 8th topped just by Mark Sims ahead of Colin Peacock and Tony LeMay. Lee Roberts and Steve Ewell next home, and then we had the Libre class runners topped by Josh Evans ahead of Peter Hills. Steve Baker recovered from a momentary slow moment out on the back of the circuit to take 3rd. Gordon Pocock was behind him, then it was Proctor, Stanton and Harvey. We lost Rob Howard towards the end, and the Colburns also non-finishers. Hand down to Ewan shortly then for the Parc Fermé interviews. Next up on track is a category we've not seen this weekend, the MG Owners Club Championship.
Again today.
Cheers, Dave. I'm here with Aaron Smith, 2nd place. We thought you'd won yesterday. That was actually moved to 2nd place. So 2 seconds this weekend overall. How do you summarise it?
It was unfortunate yesterday. I did win on the telly, so as long as no one knows, it's all right. Like, we'll take that. But yeah, like, it was one of those. But yeah, really good race. And today, mega. Like, the boys from CAD have done an absolutely awesome job on the engine, and doesn't the car look like really good with its mini sport graphics on? Like, it's stunning, and it goes like a missile.
What was the key to this weekend? Because you've raced really, really well.
I reckon that race, it was literally just about biding your time. I was sitting there in 3rd, I was watching the clock tick down, and I knew that Jeff was going to have a go at Kane. Kane was doing everything he could to let Jeff by. He was like, I don't want to lead, and then went onto the back straight, and they were side by side. I nearly thought I could have a go round the outside of Jeff, and I thought, I'll go for 2nd.
I mean, it is the thinnest of margins, isn't it, to winning mini racing?
Yeah, and I mean, this circuit lends itself beautifully to the slipstream effect of them, and we're just like 3 wide down the straight. One time I'm in the lead, then I'm back to 3rd, then I'm in 2nd. I got in the lead and thought, that'll be all right, I'm disappeared, and they just caught me back up.
Doesn't work like that, does it? Well done, mate, great weekend.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. We're also going to get our winner and 3rd place. Where have they gone? We're going to have to go for a walk, I'm afraid. Darryl, come with me. We'll go and speak to Kane first of all. Kane, another podium, mate. Well done.
Thank you.
I just sort of, we were just speaking to Jeff there. Any of you could finish in the top 6 in any order. What is the thinnest of those margins that makes the difference?
I don't know. It's just so close. Obviously, the toes are amazing around here. So, you know, if you make a mistake, you can always get back. I think in any other series, if you make a mistake, you're a struggle. You can see that from yesterday. Yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed, to be honest, having led it for quite a bit. I thought I had enough gap from behind, but obviously Aaron's certainly pushing Jeff along. So, and then we were, side by side around the S's.
Yep.
thought I'd get the undercut. Jeff planted it on the apex, and yeah, we had a little touch, but you know, gave him room. We gave each other room, and it's deserved winner.
Now, race number 1, it wasn't the way you want to win, but you did get win in the end, so it's points on the board.
Yeah, happy with that. Yeah, I mean, I think the stewards did the right thing and gave me the win for obvious reasons, but I think it's the closest win ever as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like,
Leaving East Anglia happy?
Yeah, back home now, 40 minutes up the road, happy days.
Well done, great week and well done.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy. Let's try and get our race winner as well. Congratulations, first of all.
Thank you.
Great race to watch, great to be involved in.
Yeah, absolutely fabulous race. Just enough racing room with all of us. Worked together a little bit with Kane at the start, and then Aaron just came hooning up behind us. So we've got to stop working and start racing now.
It's great with the minis. You can get sort of 3-4 wide at times, can't you?
You can. Last lap going under the bridge, you can do 2 wide. So yeah, fantastic racing, really close. Barely touching each other. I think wing mirrors were touching at one point, but no crashing and bashing. Really good.
It's what we like to see, but everybody's going to go home and the cars are in one piece. That's the most important thing, yeah?
Yeah, huge thank you to Icon Motorsports and Swift Tune.
Perfect, fantastic. Well done, great weekend.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Thanks a lot, Jeff. Just turn around one last time. The last time we'll see the minis this weekend, so let's have one last look. And now we're going to go on to our first of 2 races this weekend. It is the MG Owners Club. More fantastic motors coming up. Over to Dave.
Yes, indeed, already on their green flag lap, the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. MG's young and old in this series. Let's take a look at the grid then. Pole position goes to the championship leader, number 25, Scott Bugner, and Steve McDermott will be alongside the defending 2-time champion. They're both in ZRs. Second row, a pair of MGFs, Mark Baker, number 53, and number 5, Stuart Plotnick. Third row, another MGF, Simon Kendrick, number 42, and Jimmy Work in number 82 with his ZR. Then a couple more ZRs. We think that's Mark Grant, number 46. I think he's in Class Z, alongside 22 of James Wade. And the fifth row, 87, Andrew Preece, and number 3, Adrian Olsen, both in ZRs. The sixth row, number 8, Paul Wisby with an MGF, and 76, Darren Leonard. He's in an MG ZS Saloon, something a bit different. Row 7 is the first of the classic Class A cars, Will Sharp with an MG Midget, Chris Millard's MGB. David Amflip with another MGB starts alongside the Invitation class runner G Warner in an MG ZR. Row 9 is Ashley Barnes in a Midget, and Mark Rehorski, the Canadian, in his MGB. And Phil Dickers ZR number 80 rounds out the grid. Well, while they're on this green flag lap, we caught up with one of the drivers with Ewan earlier on.
And also this weekend we have the return of the MG Owners Club. Now, one man who had the perfect weekend at Brands Hatch last month, Scott Bugner, 2 wins from 2 to start your MG career. You had 2 races previously, but this is your first full season in MG. What a way to start it at Brands Hatch.
Yeah, it was good. It was good, exciting racing. I really enjoyed it. Bit of rubbing.
Yep.
Bit too much, but it was good. It was close, and I think it put on a good show for YouTube, I must say.
It was good. It was great to watch there. It was sort of tension fueled. There was a bit of rubbing, but you know what? It's motor racing. It's great to watch. Qualifying this morning on pole, perfect again.
Yeah, I say we got the rear axle bent last time out, so the rear axle was all over the place. So we put a new axle on it, and it feels like a different car. So it's pretty hooked up.
Talk to me about weight as well. You said you were a couple of kilograms over in qualifying, but you were under last night. What's going on with it?
Oh, I don't know how. I don't know how, but yeah.
McDonald's about half a mile up the road.
Yeah, I don't know. The car's a bit lighter than a couple of others, but like Steve and a couple of other guys have got the big FIA cages, so they've got a lot more metal on them. We don't. So I think that's all it is. So I've got to go and find some lead now.
All right, cool. But easy fix?
Yeah.
Right. Scott, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Right, let's go MG Owners Club Racing. It is a combination of the Zs, the Fs, the MGBs, the GTs. There's a midget in there as well. Enjoy. Over to you, Dave.
Okay, the car's about to come up to the grid then for our first of 2 races today for the MGs Young and Old. The championship sells itself as motor racing for MGs from A to ZR. Class A is for the Abingdon-built machines, the older MGBs and midgets. Class F for MGFs, and Class Z for the ZRs, and the ZS Saloon we've got out for Darren Leonard as well this weekend. There's an Invitation Class 2, one runner in that, that's G Warner in his ZR. Hello, we've got an extra entry at the back. That's Martin Wills, number 44. We've seen him out in his MGF in the past. He's in a ZR this time. He missed qualifying, so he's going to start from the back. Coming up to the grid then, this championship supported for many years by Lancaster Insurance. Wayside Adhesives, that's Steve McDermott, the defending champions business, and Toyo Tyres as well. Waiting for the cars to form up on the grid then. ZRs we normally see fighting for the victory in this one. Good to see a few MGFs a bit further up on the grid this time. Scott Bugner leads the championship after a couple of wins at Brands Hatch, the ex-Ford racer. Mr. Fiesta and a Focus in the past. Steve McDermott, the 2-times champion, starts alongside him. Will Sharp, the top man in the classic category, after 2 wins in his MG Midget at Brands Hatch. In Class F, it's Stuart Plotnick, the white, almost zebra-striped MGF on the outside of the second row that leads the points there. There were some problems for his rivals. Mark Baker failed to score at Brands Hatch. Well, the 5-second board is held aloft. We await the red lights to come on with the sun coming out here at Snetterton. It's time to go MG racing. The lights are out and away. Good start by Stuart Plotnick from the outside of the front row in the white MGF. Can he get ahead of the ZRs here? Down towards the first corner. Not the best of starts for Scott Bugner. I think Steve McDermott's going to hold the lead. Indeed he does. The reigning champion into the first corner as they head out of Riches up towards the right-hander at Wilson. Steve McDermott is who leads the way in the number 1, the Buckinghamshire driver. Scott Bugner has slotted into second place with his ZR, the double winner at Brands Hatch. Plotnick is third, then it's Simon Kendrick. His weekend at Brands Hatch came to an early end in race 2 when he lost a wheel. There's Paul Wisby in his MGF as well, holding off Martin Wills, who's made a super start from the back of the grid in the number 44. Running wide there, Jimmy Work in the black 82 car. The 87 car just behind him, that's Andrew Preece. Bit of dust being kicked up there further back. It's McDermott who leads the way from Bugner. Third place is the number 5 of Plotnick, then Kendrick. Mark Baker in third in class in 5th position overall. And Mark Grant, number 46. He's listed as being in Class A, but he's actually in a ZR, so he'll be in Class Z. We'll have to correct that. They all made their way around Agostini for the first time. There's the number 22. That's James Wade, not of darts fame, ahead of the 82 car. Martin Wills is monstering through the order in his ZR, getting up the inside there of the number 3 of Adrian Olsen. Just raced an MG Maestro in this championship several years ago. There is still 1 or 2 Maestros out there. They run in Class B, we see occasionally. Alan Forster had one a few years ago. He's now got the MG Montego Estate. I'm not making that up. We saw it at Snetterton last year, the ex-Andy Campbell car. So the first 2 have pulled away then. McDermott ahead of Bugner. Stuart Plotnick in third place. His running mate Simon Kendrick behind. The well, I think one's I don't know if one's a zebra and one's a tiger, the liveries on those cars. One might be a white tiger, Stuart Plotnick, leading the MGF category points coming into this round. Martin Wills will have points in 2 classes after this weekend. He was out in his MGF at Brands Hatch, switching to the ZR here as Scott Bugner has a look. Don't very often see passes at Coram like that. Just defending from the number 1 of Steve McDermott. Coming through to complete the first lap. James Wade up in 6th place, then Jimmy Work. Martin Wills in the back of the grid up to 8th. Adrian Olsen is 9th, and Andrew Preece in the 87 is 10th. Over the line they go to complete lap number 1. Scott Bugner, ex-Ford Saloon racer, trying to keep up with Steve McDermott in the Wayside Adhesives car. Very rapid car indeed, that one, the MK hydro dipping car. Holds the inside through there. did say wayside adhesives was Steve McDermott's company. That's not the case. Apologies there. It's 44 Martin Wills. It's up the inside past Jimmy Work in the 82. Wayside Adhesives are a long-time supporter of this championship, one of the associate sponsors alongside title sponsor Lancaster Insurance this year. There's the White Tiger of Stuart Plotneck, has raced a Lotus Elise among other things in his career as well before his return to his roots in MG racing. Scott Bugner putting Steve McDermott under pressure out in front in the battle of the ZRs. Look further back down the order. Leading Class A will be Will Sharp in the 66, the MG Midgets. We've seen him out in a ZR in the past year or two, but now returning to his more favoured classic cars. Second in that class is Chris Millard, and third Mark Rychorski. One car I don't think took the start in Class A. I didn't see David Amphlett come through, so I think he's a non-starter. Nose to tail for the lead then. They've already gone well clear of the MGFs, battling for third overall. Third of the ZRs is James Wade, newcomer this season in the 22 Cup. And the MGFs trying to match the ZRs for speed, and Bugner up the inside. Oh, straight through. That's a brave move coming into Caterham. We don't very often see moves made there. There's been some contact there as well. Look, damage to Scott Bugner's car. I'm not sure where that happened, because it won't be as he went through on the inside at Caterham, because it was a right-hander. It's the right-hand side of the car that's damaged. So whether they've had a bit of bumping and boring down the straight into Brundle, battle is joined very much so. Bugner takes the lead then. McDermott getting ready for a fight back. Stuart Plotneck still leads the MGF, said of Kendrick and Baker. They're covered by less than a second. Scott Bugner it is who leads the way, but you can see damage to the front wing and the door on his car. If that front wing starts flapping around, he could risk a black and orange flag. He wants to make it a hat-trick for the season. Here come the MGFs. And running very wide there is James Wade. He's under fire from Martin Wills, who has rocketed through from the back of the grid. He's up to 6 now, and he's having a go at Mark Baker in the number 53 MGF, a double non-finish for him at Brands Hatch, so yet to get any points on the board this year. Here comes McDermott up the inside into Agostini. Can he get the line away? They're still side by side. I think he might have the inside line on the exits. There's Wills up to 5th, chasing now Simon Kendrick. If we look ahead, they're still side by side for the lead. McDermott on the inside. Bugner fights back around the outside. Wow, this is close stuff out in front. Bugner keeps his lead. Bouncing around on the suspension there on these Toyo tyres. Through Williams into the Bentley straights. Down the straight they go. Bugner's got the fastest lap, 2:20.599. Class A is still being led. Well, it's on the timing screen it says Mark Grant, but he's in a ZR, so he won't be in Class A. Class A is being led by Will Sharp. Bugner wide into Brundle there, but he's got the line for the next corner, the right-hander at Nelson. Let's look further back. Wills has got through into 4th, using the better straight line power of the ZR. He'll surely move into a podium position soon enough. Through towards Caterham. Is Steve McDermott going to try and move there? No, he's not. Scott Bugner, who often shares a car with Sean Bugner, still leads the way. Through towards Murray's, meeting lap 3. Still 13 minutes of this race to go. Martin Wills has caught Stuart Plotneck. The other two MGFs are still busy battling each other, so they've dropped back into the clutches of Wade and Work now. Jimmy Work is certainly working his ZR hard, as are these two. Bugner from McDermott by 0.38 of a second. There's some 7 seconds clear of Stuart Plotneck now. Where's the ZS Saloon? That's a car we don't see very often. Just looking down the order. 76 Darren Leonard, he's in 13th place. dust being kicked up there as the battle for the minor placings heads up towards, look at this, heading into Agostini. That's Jimmy Work, the black and gold car, having a look on the inside, and James Wade as well. So the ZRs catching up to the Fs now. It was a bit of a mixed qualifying session because it was colder conditions this morning. Here comes the 82, that's Jimmy Work with the novice cross on the back of his car. James Wade has got past the MGFs, good move there at Agostini, so he's up into what will be 5th overall. Plotnick and Wills battling for third here. I think, yes, Wills has already gone through in the 44. I remember one weekend a few years ago where in race 1 Martin Wills used his MGF, and in the second race his ZR, starting from the back of the grid. Bugner still has the lead. Meanwhile, we haven't forgotten about our 2 leaders. There's the third place battle coming into view. Yes, Martin Wills has got through now into third place. Maybe just enjoys the challenge of coming through the field. Disqualifying this morning, so started from the back. It's the one non-starter, as you mentioned, David Amphlett, sadly not making it out in his MGB. Through to complete lap 4. The gap was 0.38 of a second. What's it going to be this time through? Well, it wouldn't surprise me if Martin Wills does the fastest lap of the race this time through. Stuart Plotnick still leads Class F in 4th position. Here comes McDermott. Well, McDermott's done the fastest lap of these two, 2:20.388 that time through. Let's have a look at Wills. No, he does a 2:21. Towards the right-handed hairpin at Wilson. Still that slightly battered car of Scott Bugner. You can see that little bit of damage to the front wing. Holds the lead. These two are nearly 9 seconds clear of Wills now, so it's just between these two for the lead. Plotnick down to 4th, but he leads the MGF class by a clear margin. Mark Baker's got ahead of Simon Kendrick for 2nd in that division as well. Paul Wisby, the other MGF, is further back in 12th place. There's Mark Grant, number 46. He's listed as being in Class A because I think he was a late entry to today's race and has been put in the wrong class by the timekeepers, unfortunately. Never mind that, because Steve McDermott is having a good go there as they came out of Hamilton. Up towards Williams. Will he have a go on the inside into the Bentley Straights? So Class A is actually being led still by Will Sharp in 15th place in the MG Midget. There's the ZS Saloon in the background there, the car of Darren Leonard. Of course, the ZS was the car behind MG's efforts in the British Touring Car Championship in the early 2000s with the likes of Anthony Reid and Warren Hughes and Colin Turkington as well. Meanwhile, Steve McDermott has got ahead down the Bentley Straight. Bit of a lock-up there from Scott Bugner. McDermott's now got the lead. There's our Class A leader. Just mentioned him, Will Sharp. His lovely little MG Midget. He said he was very pleased to be back in the Midget, the Wayside Adhesives car, after racing a ZR last season. Classics are where his heart lies. He and his brother Henry have raced together for a few years. They've raced in Porsches as well. Sharp leads Class A. Some 6 seconds ahead, near enough, of Chris Millard's MGB. There's Paul Wisby and there's Darren Leonard, the ZS Saloon. We saw a diesel-powered one of those in this championship a few years ago. I think it was Harjinder Bambra who raced that car. Chasing Paul Wisby, he's the 4th of the MGFs, sporting the name Kerridges, name associated with MGs for many, many years. Meantime, from our battle for the lead, Scott Bugner in trouble. Ooh, big slide there as he came round Coram. Didn't know you could do drifting in an MG ZR, did you? And Scott Bugner finds out that you can't. Oh dear, Scott Bugner goes around at Murray's. Gathered it up though. That's dropped him about 5 seconds back from our leader, Steve McDermott. Those Toyo tyres will be rather flat-spotted after that. There goes the Class A leader, Will Sharp. Next in the order behind him is one of the ZRs. That's G. Warner, I think, our invitation class runner. Car's not registered or otherwise eligible for the championship, but any MG is welcome. We're hoping that later this season we will see This championship's most successful driver of all, Jim Bainham, with his MGB, his famous MGB that competed several times here at Snetterton in the old Will-Hire 24-hour race. Said to have done more racing than any other MGB, certainly in the UK, possibly in the world, Jim's famous car. We haven't seen Jim Basher Bainham out this season yet. Hopefully we'll see that car back out Sunday. There's Stuart Plotneck, 4th place, still leads his class. So does this man, the Wayside Adhesives MG Midgets. Will Sharp, he's closing on Phil Dicker in the green ZR. Doing well to keep up with the modern machine, starts at the back of the grid. Phil Dicker, the ex-hot rod racer, used to compete down at Ringwood Raceway in Hampshire. There's a busy little battle. Simon Kendrick's being caught by a couple of the ZRs. Adrian Olsen in the number 3, the Dayglow yellow and black car. It's the battle for 7th. Behind him is Jimmy Work and Andy Priest as well, the 87. Five and a half minutes left on the clock. The leaders have already gone through the lead gaps up to 3.5. No, it's down to 3.5 seconds. There was a delay on Bugner's transponder there, sorry. So Bugner's closing back up again. Can he catch Steve McDermott and rescue an unlikely victory after that spin at Murray's last time through? Martin Wills still 3rd. Plotneck leads his class. There's the number 11. That's the MGB of Chris Millard. He's 2nd. In Class A, first of the MGBs. He's just been passed by G. Warner at the wheel of the 55 ZR. That's the invitation class run. 16th overall, bit of a lock-up there into Murray's. I think he's running the MG Trophy Championship administered by the MG Car Club in the past. They were up at Alton Park this weekend. 3.5 seconds was the lead gap. Let's see if Scott Bugner can close back up again on Steve McDermott, looking for his first win of the season. He was almost unbeaten in the championship last year. Looking for his 3rd consecutive title. Of course, the points from the various classes are all added together at the end of the season to give the champion. After Brands Hatch, Scott Bugner led the championship by a point ahead of Will Sharp. In 3rd place was Stuart Plotneck from the MGF class, level on points with Martin Wills. Paul Wisby, he scored 15 points at Brands Hatch. He's got Darren Leonard's ZS on his tail. He only picked up 1 point in the season opener in the saloon. Of course, there was the MG ZT as well, based on the Rover 75. They're a rare sight these days. Never seen one race in this championship. Remember, there was a prototype MG ZT built into the style of a DTM touring car, but it never raced. Where's Bugner? And he's certainly catching up again onto the back of Steve McDermott. Let's see what the gap is. It was 3.6 seconds last time through. We've got 3.5 minutes of the race to go. Over the line they go. It's certainly not 3.6 seconds now. Across the line goes Bugner. It's down to 2 seconds. He's just done the fastest lap of the race. 2:19.665 now. Just over 3 minutes to go. He's closing at the rate of about 1.5 seconds a lap. They will get 2 more laps out of this. This is going to be close. I think he's going to catch him by the end of this race. Could we see Scott Bugner make a move for the lead? You can see he took about 1.6 seconds out of McDermott on that last lap. If he continues to close at that rate, he'll be right with him at the finish. Headlights on from both of them. Steve McDermott possibly to warn any back markers that he's approaching, but I don't think he's caught any cars to lap them just yet. Lappery isn't too common at Snetterton because it's such a long circuit. There you can see the gap coming down. Steve McDermott, the Buckinghamshire driver. Scott Bugner, the 25 from St Ives. That's the one in Cambridgeshire or Cornwall, I'm not sure. Really pushing, yes, you can see him catching the number 1 of Steve McDermott. Well, it looks like after 2 years of dominance, Steve McDermott may have finally met his match. There's Martin Wills. Oh, Martin Wills nearly losing it there. Throws the ZR through Williams' corner. He was going to slide wide onto the grass there. He's charged through from the back of the grid, the man from Maidenhead. Here comes Bugner. He's got him in his sights now. There's only about half a dozen MG lengths in it. Could be in for a grandstand finish. They'll be going into their last lap this time. And Scott Bugner is going to start to put the pressure on him. Really on it there as he comes through the bomb hole, almost sideways. That was more like a mini cornering than an MG ZR. Doesn't want to throw it away again though. He's already spun here once coming out of Coram. Slid all the way down to Murray's and couldn't quite... Oh, he's done it again! Over the grass goes Scott Bugner. Just as I said that. Now, let's see what he can do now then. He's trying too hard, Scott Bugner. Whether his tyres are going off, I'm not sure, but everybody else is okay. He's pushing a bit too hard. Now, what's the gap now? It was 2 seconds. He didn't lose too much time there. It's 1.9, so he actually gained a tenth of a second. He did go across the grass there. He didn't overtake anybody, so I don't think he'll face any penalty for that. He's just trying too hard coming out of Coram. He's done that twice now. And that could have sealed it in favour of Steve McDermott. Scott Bugner won't give up. That's not his style. We've got a couple of cars dropping down the timing screen. Mark Baker and Simon Kendrick have dropped back. Baker's come through in 10th place. Still second of the MGFs. So whether he's tangled with Simon Kendrick, I'm not sure. We'll see if Kendrick does come through in a moment. Keep an eye on the timing screen for that one. There's the ZR battle. Olsen, Work, Priest, and behind them is Mark Grant. So they've all got ahead of the MGFs. Simon Kendrick's come into the pits, so I think there's been a collision between Mark Baker and Simon Kendrick possibly somewhere out of our sight. We'll try and pick that up if we can. So Simon Kendrick out of the race. That's a second non-finish of the season for him. Because at Brands Hatch in the second race he lost a wheel. There's Scott Bugner. A wayward drive from him, but he's had a good fight for the lead once again with Steve McDermott. It's going to be a great season with these two battling at the front in every race. Stuart Plotnick still leads the MGFs, up there in 4th overall. He's running well. Class A, well, it showed on the timing tower as Mark Grant, but we know he's in a ZR, so it's actually Will Sharp that will be leading Class A. I don't think Bugner's going to do it now. He's closed a few tenths back up again, but I don't think he's going to catch Steve McDermott because the clock has counted down to 0. It's going to be a first win of the season for the defending champion. Through Coram. Bugner will just be hoping he gets through in one piece, I think, this time. Up towards Murray's for the last time. He takes it a bit more carefully this time. Scott Bugner, he's going to have to settle for second, his first defeat of the season, because it's going to be a win for the reigning champion. First win of the season for Steve McDermott. Takes the flag. Scott Bugner comes over in second after a rather wayward race. And it's going to be Martin Wills from the back of the grid after missing qualifying who will complete the podium. Fastest lap of the race for McDermott on the last lap as well, 2:19.664. Stuart Plotnick comes over in 4th. He will win the MGF category in the White Tiger. James Wade, a good 5th in his ZR. The next battle of the ZRs, it's going to be Adrian Olsen, who comes over. Photo finish for 7th. I think Andy Priest just beat Jimmy Work. Yes, 16 thousandths of a second in it there. Mark Grant was 9th. And completing the top 10, we should see Mark Baker. We'll have to wait and find out what's happened to him, because he lost 4 places there late on, and whether he had a collision with Simon Kendrick, I'm not sure. Behind him, there's Paul Wisby. He'll be the 3rd of the MGF's home. He's got Darren Leonard's unusual ZR saloon on his tail. And next will be Phil Dicker, who started from the back in his ZR. 9th in class, 13th overall. And there's our Class A winner behind him. It's going to be William Sharp in the Wayside Adhesives MG Midget. Baker, in fact, lost a couple more places, possibly on that last lap, or is it? No, his transponders failed, I think. He did come across the line, yep, transponder issues for Mark Baker. There's Sharp in to win Class A. The invitation class will be won by G. Warner in the ZR. Second in Class A, there is Chris Millard. Mark Rihorski and Ashley Barnes will be the other finishers there. we lost Simon Kendrick into the pits, unfortunately. So let's have a look at the provisional results then. Steve McDermott takes the win by 2.65 seconds ahead of Scott Bugner after his couple of excursions late on. Martin Wills from the back up to third. Stuart Plotneck in fourth place wins Class MGF. James Wade in fourth in class, fifth overall for the ZRs. And then a good fight between Adrian Olsen, Jimmy Work and Andrew Preece. Jimmy Work on corrected time does take the place ahead of Preece. A photo finish between those two, all down to the transponder positioning. Behind them was Mark Grant. He was in a ZR, the orange car, not a Class A car. Mark Baker ahead of Paul Wisby, second and third of the MGFs. Then Darren Leonard, Phil Dicker, then Will Sharp, the winner of Class A. G Warner, the winning invitation class car, and then Chris Millard, Ashley Barnes and Mark Rihorski, the other Class A runners further back. Sadly, we lost Simon Kendrick. Let's head down to Parc Fermé to hear from those two ZR protagonists.
Cheers, Dave, here with our race winner and overall winner, Steve. Congratulations, first of all. That looked pretty tough.
Yeah, it was pretty tight. So yeah, we swapped the lead a couple of times. It was good. He's really quick. So yeah, we was able to push each other. It was really good.
Now, after his first mistake, about 3/4 into that race, when he went onto the infield, he was catching you back up until that second mistake. Could you have held him off?
Yeah, definitely. It's, I'd backed off because I wanted to try and bring my tyres back. So I had a big cushion there. So I thought, immediately I thought it was a lap shorter than it was. So I thought I was coming up to the last lap. I thought, hold up, we got another one here. So then I had to really push hard again. But no, it was a really good race.
And now you started off the season at Brands Hatch fairly well with a second and a third. Finally got a win. How does that feel?
Yeah, it's good. Brands is not my favourite circuit, so yeah, as long as I get anywhere in the top three, I'm more than happy. So yeah, but I really do like Snet, so I'm glad I've done it here.
And one more chance later on today as well.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, I'd just like to dedicate this race to a little friend I've got, Anthony. Hello, Anthony. This one's for you.
Well done, mate. Absolutely brilliant.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers, buddy.
Okay. Bye.
That one's for you, Anthony. Right, let's bring in Scott. Come on in. Couple of mistakes at the end there, pushing too hard. First of all, congrats. It's another second step of the podium after 2 wins at Brands. Yeah. Pushing too hard?
Probably, yeah. Yeah, I just wanted to go to the outside of him through Coram, and I felt the dirt and the rubble and all the sort of shower, and the car went, and then it snapped the other way. I just couldn't do it. The rear tyres had just had enough, so I thought, wow. So I tried it one more time, it didn't work again.
Same thing happened again, yeah.
I said, no, that's it. We'll settle for second and we'll go for the next one.
It's 2 wins and a second place, one more race to come today. The championship's going really, really well.
It's good, yeah, no, I'm really looking forward to it. Obviously, racing here last year, it was kind of like, well, I saw Steve was kind of dominating, and I thought, it's going to be hard work, and it is hard work. A lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of money goes into it, but we all enjoy it. Just a big shout out to Phoenix Sim Racing, a guy called Stuart Vickers. I raced with him online. It's for disabilities, so he actually uses hand controls and that, so big shout out to them, and thank you very much.
Awesome, mate. One more race to come today, we can't wait.
Nor can I.
Cheers, buddy. Let's bring Martin in here. Martin.
Hello, sir.
We can drag you in, thank you so much. That was a joy to watch. What was it like to be a part of?
It was good. It's actually my very first time I've driven the car. I'd sat in it and they'd changed put it too forward from the guy I bought it for, because I'm obviously a bit shorter than him, and then it broke down in qualifying, so I had to do 2 green laps behind the other, and my third green lap. So yeah, it's literally first time I've driven it.
Like that. So when we started, that was your first flying lap as well, wasn't it? So for those that don't know, though, Dave did mention it, you started from the back of the grid, and within about 6 or 7 laps, you were right up there.
Yeah, the trouble is when when I got in front of all the Fs and got up to the two boys, they were just a little bit too far. When they were fighting with each other, it was better because it was slowing them down. I thought I might be able to close the gap, but then I think Scott made a little mistake, so he gapped, or Steve gapped him, so then they weren't really slowing each other down, so I just couldn't really make it up, but it was fun.
So race 2 is going to be a lot of excitement, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I hope so, yeah. Just got to keep it in one piece while I decide if I want to keep it.
Mate, well done.
Thank
Cheers,
you.
buddy.
Cheers.
I'd love to speak to Will Sharp, but we've got to go back onto the track now, so we are going to catch Will. I'm going to say really, really quickly, I'm going to break the rules here. Will, congratulations, another win.
Thank you very much. I just want to dedicate this win to my grandson who was born 3 months ago, Nesta, who underwent a heart operation. So thanks to HeartLink Charity for everything they've done, and he's fighting fit now. The win's for Nesta.
Absolutely fantastic. Well done, mate. Cheers, buddy. Right, let's go racing once again. Back to Dave Goddard.
Well, that's wonderful news from Will Sharp there. Great to hear about his young grandson. Our next race is more Caterhams, the Morph My Caterham Graduate Championship, the Sigma 135 category this time, the slightly less powerful machines. These cars based on the Caterham 270R, 135 horsepower Ford Sigma engines. Let's have a look at the grid then. It's yesterday's winner, Theo Theato, who is on pole. This taken from the second quickest time for each driver in qualifying, and Ben Wheatley, 53, alongside him. Another great battle in prospect between those two. Ben Wheatley had a win at round 1 at Brands Hatch, so did Richard Groom, number 23. He's on row 2 alongside the 16 of Gwyn Jones. Row 3, number 70, Tom Power, and number 62 alongside him is Kevin Turner. Then on the 4th row of the grid, it's number 77, Giles Derry, 94, the Italian Stefano Mara. Row 5, 76 of Richard Clegg alongside 88, Alaric Barney, was dropped down the order by a first lap off yesterday and recovered back through the field. 6th row, we've got 56, which is Paul Armitage, and the number 80 of Fraser Riddington, who's one of the Championship Associate sponsors through his business. 29 rather, Andy Bergbaum starts alongside 63 of Neil Warnock on row 7. The 8th row, Chris Griffith alongside Andy Cooper. Row 9 is Andrew Sagar, number 119, alongside number 2 Duncan McCall. In the 10th row, 69 Paul Vokes and number 18 John Vincent. Row 11 is number 100 Oliver Knight alongside 79 Mark Barrett. 12th row, 39 Andrew Cronin and 25 Simon Smith. The 13th row, Merton Wood in the number 13 and 27 of Simon Nicholas. 89 Caterham stalwart Michael Segal alongside 174 David Poulter. And rounding out the grid for this one, we have the Waitman family, which is number 22 Adam and 21 of Mike. Let's check that's correct. Yes, we got the 3 Waitmans are sharing 2 cars this weekend, so they're swapping cars for each race. And we've got the Gunter family car at the back. That's also being shared. It was Tom Gunter in yesterday's first race. Russell will complete the grid. Yeah, Russell confirmed in car 163 at the back. Well, yesterday was a fabulous duel between Caterham Academy graduate Theo Theato and Ben Wheatley in the 53. They're ready to do battle once again. It was Ben Wheatley who led the points coming into this weekend. He and Richard Groom in round 1 at Brands Hatch both had a win and a second. Ben Wheatley got the fastest lap in both races, though, for a bonus point. So he led the championship. Tom Power had 2 third places on that occasion. Theo Theato, meanwhile, was not out on that occasion. So his first points of the season came with that win yesterday. This will be a 20-minute race for these Caterham Sigma 135 cars. 135 horsepower, mainly 270R spec cars. Some Caterham Academy and Road Sport specification cars that have been upgraded, though slightly less powerful, but only by a few bhp. Version of the Sigma 135 includes adding a rear anti-roll bar to Academy cars, change of the ECU to a 135 bhp as well, and a couple of other changes. But it's almost time to go racing. Our last race before the lunch break here at Snetterton. Theo Theato, the black and orange car on pole. In black and red, it is Ben Wheatley alongside. Red lights go out and away we go. Stefano Mara gets away well in the white car from the outside of row 4. Everybody else is away cleanly. Not the best of starts for Theo Theato. It's Ben Wheatley who has gone into the lead as they file their way down towards the first corner. Richard Groom, the red car with the white stripe down the centre, has got away well. The Brands Hatch winner as they head up towards the right-hander at Wilson's. It is Wheatley from Theato. Groom on the outside of Tom Power, the blue and yellow car at the inside, into third place. Kevin Turner in the black car with the yellow cage has got away well too. He's up into 5th. File their way out of the hairpin down towards Palmer. Ben Wheatley holds the lead in the 53 from Great Dunmow in Essex, faced by Theo Theato from Bishop Stortford. So 2 southeastern rivals here battling for the victory. They've already, somebody pulling off there to the outside, straight through one of the marker boards. I think that might be Richard Groom. It's either him or Gwyn Jones. They're similarly coloured cars. Well, he pulled the car over there. I don't think there was any contact, but he's gone straight through one of those polystyrene marker boards as he pulled over, exactly where Ollie Smith pulled over in the first race of the day. So we'll pick up who that was in a moment. I'm trying to work out if it was Gwyn Jones or Richard Groom, because they're similarly coloured cars. I think it might have been Jones, actually, because yes, Groom's there in third place ahead of Tom Power. So we've lost the number 16, unfortunately, the man from Welshpool. Number 29 going through there is Andrew Bergbaum, the Londoner, just ahead of car 2, which is Duncan McCall. They're battling a little further down the order, but the leaders coming down the Bentley Straights. Are we going to see a move for the lead here into the left at Brundle? No, we're not. Looks like Richard Groom's got through into second, though. Yes, he's got ahead of Theo Theato, and now starting to attack for the lead. Tom Power in fourth, then Kevin Turner, Stefano Mara, and it's Alaric Barney up behind them. A much better start for him. He ran wide at the hairpin on the first lap yesterday and dropped back. Richard Groom in second place in the 23 round the long right-hander at Coreham down towards Murray's. It's Ben Wheatley who has the lead, looking to try and keep his championship lead. Theo Theato looking to get himself into the championship battle after missing round 1 at Brands Hatch a few weeks ago on Easter weekend. Over the line they go. The first 4 have broken away from Kevin Turner, who heads the next group in 5th position. 0.8 of a second covers the first 4 cars. Tom Power, his style is just to bide his time until later in the race, a bit like Rob Warner, who we saw earlier on in the Sigma 150s. Down towards the hairpin for the second time. Theo Theato thinking about a lunge at the 23 of Richard Groom, who gets a little bit squirrely, and the leader's gone wide. Ben Wheatley runs wide and drops to third place. He overshot the hairpin, and it's Richard Groom into the lead, looking for his second win of the season. The number 23, the man from Woking in Surrey. Not all that far from where Caterham was founded, in the town of Caterham. Of course, this car based on the design of the legendary Lotus 7, Colin Chapman's lightweight sports car. Caterham Cars bought the rights to the design, have been making them ever since. Oh, and now the new race leader, Richard Groom, goes wide coming out of Agostini, but he's held it together. Side by side further back, Alaric Barney on the inside of Kevin Turner. So Ben Wheatley rather, closing up on Theo Theato to try and retake second place. Alaric Barney running well, he's up into 5th. There's Turner 6th. Stefano Mara made a quick start, but he's there in 7th place. They start to sort themselves out. Everybody except Gwyn Jones got round the first lap okay. He's retired. Leaders down the Bentley Straights once again. Let's have a look as they come under the bridge. There'll be more jockeying for position. Theo Theato going to the inside, takes the lead. So the pole sitter takes it up ahead of Richard Groom. That's where he took the lead again late on in yesterday's race to defeat Ben Wheatley for his first win since joining the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. Started racing in the Caterham Academy, Caterham's factory-supported series for novice racers. You can only enter if you're a complete novice. Power looking on in the Anvil Hire sponsored car in 4th place. He's got a rear wing flapping loose. Ben Wheatley right on the tail there of Richard Groom. Next group is headed by Kevin Turner. He's back ahead of Alaric Barney. 7th behind them is now Giles Derry, number 77. Giles Derry, not a quick starter, the green 77 car. As meanwhile, round the outside goes Richard Groom. He's done a Jeff Smith round the outside of Theo Theato to retake the lead. They come into the hairpin. Side by side for second, Theato and Ben Wheatley. Must say a quick thank you to John Benfield, who's put a little bit of extra info onto our YouTube stream. Minimum weight in this class, 605 kilos. Power is 135 horsepower, as we mentioned. Side by side, Giles Derry and Alaric Barney. They head along towards Agostini. It is still Richard Groom who has got the lead, and Theato, Wheatley, Power, and the fight for 5th a bit further back. Here comes Stefano Mara. Look at this at the inside. Oh, big lock up from Giles Derry. Has he got it round there? No, he's on the grass. Giles Derry goes grass tracking. Well, he was recovering after a slightly slow start, but he's going to drop well down the order. He slots back in. He's lost about 4 or 5 places there. There's Stefano Mara now ahead of him. Next in the order, well, that's the 76 of Clegg. 56, Paul Armitage ahead of him now. There's Paul Armitage, there's Richard Clegg. Behind them, Fraser Riddington, the number 80. We saw him have a late spin in yesterday's race coming out of Nelson. There's the number 2 of Duncan McCall. Here's the battle for the lead. Who's going to come through the end of the Bentley Straight in the lead this time? It is Theo Theato still ahead of Groom, Wheatley in third. Tricky to tell from a distance, they're all similarly coloured cars. Theato's got the mainly orange car with the black nose. Richard Groom predominantly red with that white stripe, and mostly black Ben Wheatley with the orange cage and wheels. Bruce completes another lap. This is the end of lap 3. Kevin Turner still heading the second group of 3. The third group headed by Richard Clegg, that's for 9th. He's got ahead of Paul Armitage. Over the line go the leaders. Theato from Groom by 0.1 of a second, and Groom again goes to the outside, exactly as he did a lap ago. Retakes the lead. The fastest lap of the race last time through, 2:13.079 by Theo Theato. Holding off Ben Wheatley for second place into the hairpin. That's where Ben Wheatley lost the lead earlier around wide. There's contact there. Ben Wheatley tried a dive down the inside. Theato didn't see him. That's delayed Ben Wheatley again. It's not his day so far today. 23, Richard Groom leads the way. Here's the fight further back. There's Turner, Alaric Barney and Stefano Mara. Suffered a retirement in the opening round at Brands Hatch thanks to some damage. Well, not a retirement, but he had to call into the pits after his nose cone came loose. He got the black and orange flag, which has harmed his points total so far. 12 minutes of this race still to go. Richard Groom from Theo Theato. Round the right-hander at Oggies, and Tom Power still just looking on. Got a couple of third places earlier this season, the man from Redditch. Kevin Turner heads the second group, then Barney and Mara. And back behind them is Richard Clegg, Fraser Riddington. There's Giles Derry, he lost 5 places with that off at Agostini. He's attacking the number 63, that's Neil Warnock, the Yorkshireman, who's going to be leading as they come under the bridge this time. Looks like Theo Theato's got the lead back, indeed he has. He's got the slipstreaming art perfected. Maybe a relatively inexperienced Caterham racer, but he's doing superbly here this weekend at Snetterton. Through towards Coram they go once again, coming up towards half distance in this North My Caterham Graduates Championship Sigma 135 Race 2. They will have another race later on, as will the other classes. It's the third group, Richard Clegg at the head of it. It's got Paul Armitage, the number 56, in behind him. Theato on the outside. This time Groom goes to the inside. Now Theato thought he was wise to Richard Groom, but Groom's outfoxed him. Went to the inside this time. Theo Theato says, OK, I'll try and attack back at the hairpin. What's Ben Wheatley going to do this time? He's had a couple of scrapes at the hairpin. He keeps back this time. Theato gets the tighter line. Groom will try and keep the inside for the left at Palmer's. Theato, he's never going to go around the outside there, surely that's not going to work. Side by side on the run in. Yes, 23 of Groom stays ahead. Now Theato's on the outside. This could leave the door open for Ben Wheatley to attack for second place. They've started to drop Tom Power. Theato moves across, but Wheatley's got the inside run. Has he got the second place? Indeed he has. Theo Theato will fight back at Hamilton. He's going for the inside. Retakes the place. These two swapping places for fun. And look, that's allowed Tom Power to close back up as well, because they lost that bit of time swapping places. Tom Power can sense a chance to get into the podium positions. Looking for his third podium of the season in the Anvil hire car. Martin and Ollie Pratt used to race the Anvil cars. They now race in the Morgan Challenge, the classic, from one classic British sports car to another. Here's a battle further back in the order, the number 13 and the 27. 13 is Merton Wood, 27 is Simon Nicholas. They're fighting for 25th place, so there's battles everywhere you look. A couple of cars getting the black and white driving standards flag as well. There's been a little bit of an opening there in the lead. Richard Groom's got away a little. Cars that are getting the black and white flag, possibly for exceeding track limits. 62 Kevin Turner and 94 of Stefano Mara. So their battle's getting a bit too frenetic for fifth. They need to mind their P's and Q's. Leaders come up over the line once again. Beato led by 0.2 of a second last time through. It was Ben Wheatley who has done the fastest lap of the race, 2:13.067. Over the line they go. What's going to happen into Riches this time? Beato defending from Wheatley. This is allowing Groom to escape just a little. He leads by 0.7 of a second now. There's a long way to go yet, though. Most likely it'll all be decided on the Bentley Straight on the last lap, I would think. Beato closes right up again into the hairpin. Very easy to miss your braking point there. We saw Angus McLean do so and take out a couple of cars yesterday. Richard Groom continues to lead the way in the number 23. There's Tom Power in the 70, just watching on. He's dropped back again now, and here comes Theato on the inside. He's going to try and take the lead into Agostini. He's done it. Theo Theato retakes the lead once again. Can he defend it through Hamilton up towards Oggies? This is where he moved into second past Ben Wheatley a lap ago. Very easy to run wide there onto the curb and onto the dirt. Ben Wheatley has a go at the 23 now. Great fight between these three in this Morph My Caterham Graduate Sigma 135 race. See what happens at the end of the Bentley Straight this time. They're almost three abreast. Look at this. Who's going to emerge with the lead? It's Theato. He's done it again. Every time he gets the lead down the Bentley Straight, he's perfecting slipstream. Down to a fine art now. But every time, it seems, Richard Groom gets him back on the centre straight. Ben Wheatley wondering what to do to get past both of them. Here they come up towards the left-hander at Murray's. Tom Powers dropped back a little bit once again. Then the next group starting to close up. That's Kevin Turner, Alaric Barney and Stefano Mara, the number 94 car, the London-based Italian. Now here's Richard Groom. He's going to do it again. Round the outside, takes the lead. This time Wheatley's going to have a go as well. I said, OK, I've had enough of sitting in third place. He flies up the inside, and down to third goes Theo Theato, who led at the finish line. The blink of an eye, he's gone from P1 to P3. Now Richard Groom trying to make a break. Try and break the toe on the Bentley Straight so they don't get him back again. Towards the left-hander at Palmer. Theato. See his eyes there for a split second. He looks determined to get ahead of Ben Wheatley. Had a great battle for the lead yesterday. In the background, I notice Alaric Barney's got ahead of Kevin Turner. I think he did that at Riches. That's for fifth place. No separate classes in this race, of course. They're all Sigma 135s. Just one retirement so far. That was Gwyn Jones on the opening lap. It's a shame for Gwyn because he qualified well. Theo Theato starts to close back up again. He'll get into the toe. But at the same time, Ben Wheatley is trying to get into the toe of Richard Groom's car. See if he can take the lead of this race for the first time. Down the straight they go. We'll see when they get to the end of the straights what's going to happen. That's the 163 car, Russell Gunter, sharing with Tom Gunter this weekend. Tom will be back in the car for race 3. Here they come. Oh, they're almost 3 wide. Now who's going to come out of this with the lead? Really close. I think Ben Wheatley's done it. Yes, he's got it. Or has he? Or has he? Because look at Theato, back up the inside through the bommel. That's a brave move. And he's back ahead once again. Oh, brilliant. Theo Theato is driving beyond his relative inexperience here. Looking good for win number 2 if he can get the moves right on that Bentley Straights. Another car getting the black and white flag. Number 100, Ollie Knight, who's towards the tail of the field. There's Alaric Barney in 5th. Stefano Mara 6th. Where's Kevin Turner gone? Pick that up in a moment because Ben Wheatley on the outside is going to do a Richard Groom. to Theo Theato, or is he? Theato says, no you don't. I'm going to stay side by side with you. They're absolutely together down to the hairpin. And Theato retakes the lead. Down towards the right-hander, and Richard Groom dives up the inside. I thought he might take second place back again. Kevin Turner shown as having crossed the line in 5th place. Maybe I just missed him coming through there. Perhaps he was a little further ahead than I thought. Anyway, we concentrate on this three-way lead battle. No, Kevin Turner has in fact dropped down the timing screen. Yes, the 62 car is showing on the timing tower as 16, so we have lost the 62. It's Theato from Wheatley. From Groom, then Wheatley in 3rd, I should say. It's changing quicker than I can keep up with it here. Now, what's going to happen down the Bentley straight this time? Tom Power's not finished yet either. There's Giles Derry just ahead of Paul Armitage. So Derry fighting back. I think he's up to 8th now. Richard Clegg in that fight as well. There's a battle between the 29 of Bergbaum and the number 2 of Duncan McCall. Here are the leaders. It's Richard Groom leading as they come out of the Bentley straights this time. What's Theo Theato going to try this time around? 2.5 minutes left. So they'll be coming round onto their final lap, I would think, this time. Now it's the time to get your positioning right on the straights and get ready for your final attack. Richard Groom, Theo Theato surely going to slipstream him here. If it all goes wrong for the top 3, Tom Power's in position for his first win of the season. I'm not sure what happened to Kevin Turner, but he's dropped down to 16th place. There goes Theato, as I expected, up the inside. And here comes Ben Wheatley. He sends one up the inside. He's going to relegate Richard Groom, who just about gives him the room there to go through into 2nd. Now, Richard Groom may be in a position to slipstream down the Bentley straight if he can keep up on the back of them. And look at Power closing up as well. It's going to be 4 for the lead. Well, maybe not, because Power's just run wide and hit the curb coming out of the chicane. Towards Agostini for the final time in this Caterham Sigma 135 race. Fortunately, my timing screen's gone down in the box, so we'll concentrate on the timing tower on our screens. Less than half a second covered the top 3, then less than a second back to Tom Power as well. Up towards Oggies for the final time. Theo Theato, can he hang on for a second win of the weekend? His debut weekend with the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. Can Ben Wheatley get into the tow here? Gaps look a little bigger this time, so they may have lost their chance. Richard Groom will try and tow up. Tom Power just looking on. I don't think he's going to get onto the podium here, unless he has a lot of luck. Here they come. Any changes while they were out of sight momentarily? No, Theato is still there. He's managed to get the break, I think, ahead of Ben Wheatley and Richard Groom. Oh, he's gone wide. Theato's gone under the grass coming through Nelson. I don't believe it. He'd done all the work there to get the break down the straight, and then he throws it away at Nelson. He's thrown a second race win away. So it's Ben Wheatley, can't believe his luck, through into the lead, and well, Theato could lose 3rd on the dash to the line. Well, that proves it's never over in motorsport until the checkered flag goes down, and it's going to drop on Ben Wheatley in the 53 for his 2nd win of the season. Up towards the flag they come. Wheatley wins it just ahead of Richard Groom, and the unlucky Theo Theato has to be content with 3rd. Tom Power 4th. It'll be interesting to look at the lap chart in that race, because Ben Wheatley barely led that race in the last couple of corners. Who's that going for a spin? I think that might be the 21 car of Mike Waitman. I couldn't quite see the number there. Adam Waitman in the car for this one, is it? No, one of the Waitmans. They're sharing, there's 3 of them sharing 2 cars, so I'm not sure. It was one of the Waitman cars, I think. Who's in number 21? It was Mike. Sorry about that. Oh dear. Poor Theo Theato, you have to feel for him there. He got that race in the bag and then runs out wide, going through Nelson for the very last time when he'd done all the work, getting the slipstreaming right on every lap. We'll get a provisional result of that one in a moment. We're heading into our lunch break very shortly. We'll resume action at about 1:45. So Ben Wheatley, your winner by 0.34 of a second over Richard Groom, and poor Theo Theato had to hold off Tom Power to complete the podium. Alaric Barney in 5th place ahead of Stefano Mara. Then Richard Clegg in the 76. Paul Armitage. Giles Derry, after going off at Agostini, recovers to 9th ahead of Neil Warnock. Fraser Riddington 11th ahead of Duncan McCall and Andy Bergbaum. Kevin Turner, he was in the fight for 5th. He had a moment out of our sight somewhere and has to be content with 14th place. Well, we'll hand down to Ewan shortly to hear from our three musketeers at the front of the field there. We are now going into our lunch break fairly shortly. We'll have a break of about 45 minutes. Our next race after lunch is the category we've not seen so far this weekend. It's the OT Publishing Hyundai Coupe Cup in association with Toyo Tyres. Right, let's hand down to Ewan Dunlop in Parc Fermé. The Caterhams have just arrived.
Cheers, Dave. Last race before lunch, and the sun's come out here at Snetterton. It's absolutely beautiful now. Our race winner, Ben Wheatley, is just having a chat with our in-circuit commentator. So we'll spin around, because the guys should be walking towards me to have an interview next to our backdrop, but I'm going to go and get them, all right? So, guys, first of all, let's dissect that race. Let's get you both in. Come in here, Richard, and we'll get in here.
Okay, right, okay.
Let's dissect that race. Anybody could have won that, couldn't they?
I was going to say, I hope you can dissect it, because it was just a flurry of activity, trading places, trying to keep up with this man. Epic, great fun. I hope it was as good to watch as it was to drive.
It was as we've seen already this weekend in so many classes, with the Minis, the Caterhams, the Coupes, they're all driving very similar cars. It does come down to racecraft, and there was a little bit. Did you push too hard there at the end?
Well, I'm a guest in this series, so I have to give up first spot, right? It's just what guests do when they come to people's houses.
Very humble,
right? It's what people do. I pushed too hard, but the tyres, I didn't really adjust the tyre pressures from yesterday, which was cooler, and now it's hotter. And I think if you took the temperatures now, this is driver excuse number one. They're super hot, and I just lost the grip on the outside, and I think I was coming in too hot, basically, and I couldn't stop it.
One more race to come. Do you make any changes whatsoever, or just are we here to enjoy ourselves in the sunshine now?
Well, I think I'm going to lower the tyre temperatures.
Okay.
That's exactly what I'm going to do. That's it.
Great weekend so far, well done.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Come on in, Ben. It's all about sort of waiting for others to make mistakes, and that's what happened.
Yeah, look, Theo doesn't make many mistakes, so I'm not going to drive that one too hard. But yeah, no, that was close. Yeah, I obviously knew it was the last lap, so luckily Richard saw me coming into turn one, which was I really appreciate. Said thanks already, but yeah, good move into turn one, set us up nicely. Theo was just that little bit too quick down the straight, but obviously made a mistake, unfortunately for him. So yeah, hard luck.
I think if we look at the details there, of all of you three guys, and let's include Mr. Power in that as well, you led the least laps, but you led when you crossed the line. That's all that matters.
That is all that matters. I quite like that stat. You can come up with more of those if you want.
One more race to come. What do you do now? Just enjoy your lunch?
I think so, yeah. I need a rest.
Mate, go and enjoy yourself. Well done.
Cheers, thanks, mate. Cheers.
God, Ben's white shirt there was absolutely blinding me. We're going to go back to Dave for a second, but what I'm going to do, me and Darryl, our cameraman, we're going to go for a walk through the paddock and Parc Fermé and the pits here, and just find a few people to talk to over lunchtime, so don't go too far. We'll be back on this camera very shortly, but for the time being, back to Dave.
Okay, thanks, Ewan. Not much of a lunch break for you then, but we are heading into our lunch break now to give our volunteer marshals a bit of a break from the action. Let's have a look at the schedule for this afternoon. We've got 7 further races to come. We start with the first of 2 races for the OT Publishing Hyundai Coupe Cup with Toyo tyres. That's followed by our second race of the weekend for the Kumho BMW Championship. Jason West looking to follow up his win yesterday. Then we've got more Caterhams, the Sigma 150s and Sigmaxes out again. Then the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge Trophy. They've got a partially reversed grid for their third race of the weekend. Second race for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. The grid for that one set by the second fastest times in qualifying. Then more Caterhams, the Sigma 135s you've just seen out again, and we close with more Hyundai Coupe Cup action. But I'm going to take a quick lunch break myself. I certainly need a bit of a rest after this morning's action in the sunshine of Snetterton. We'll be back underway in about 40 minutes from now with our next race.
Cheers, Dave. And as promised, we've had a little walk down the paddock here, and I found Amanda Anderson. How do I introduce you? Racing driver, pilot, team owner? You give yourself an introduction.
Oh, crikey. No, I'm Amanda Anderson. I've been racing Caterham since around 2011. I'm a school teacher. I'm a deputy head at a local school, literally 15 minutes down the road. And as you know now, I'm also a pilot. So I'm probably in a very unique group of females in particular that have a racing licence and also a pilot's licence. So I don't know how many there are in the UK.
Okay. Let's start at the beginning. Let's start with motor racing. You're back in motor racing now, doing the Caterhams. Where have you come from?
Well, the journey started with Formula Woman back in 2005. Realised that I had a bit of a talent for it and was quick straight away. And then things didn't work out there, so it took me another 5 years just to really get the budget together and bits and pieces. Joined Caterham Graduates in 2011 with an old classic. My mum and I toured it around the country and we slowly got up to speed. And then in 2013, I think it was, upgraded to a Sigma and then won the championship then. Next year, played around with the Sigmaxes, and then my husband now, we went off and tried a bit of GT racing, so Ginetta G50, upgraded that to a G55, but you really do start playing with some big bucks then, and being a school teacher, I just haven't got the financial backing for that. And then we've just tried some endurance racing, we've bought some old Formula 4s, had a go at that, and through COVID and things we didn't really do very much racing, and my bug inside me was I need to get back on it. So back in November I was like, no, I need to go back racing, Ian. So we bought a Caterham, and that was sort of the journey after a 3.5 year break.
Now, you mentioned there, and let's point out first of all that there's not enough women on the grid at any of these events. You mentioned there it was you and your mum that were going around the circuits. I mean, that is even more unique. Tell us about that.
Yeah, well, when my mum and I went to Amsterdam for a short break, and I literally said to her, I'm going to do something a little bit crazy. I don't know how you're going to cope with it. I'm going to go racing. I'm going to buy a car. And she just went, great, just don't kill yourself. And I was expecting her to go, you should be paying for your mortgage and been doing sensible things like that. And at the time, I didn't realise that my driving licence didn't allow me to tow. Right. Because I passed after a certain date. So I conned her into towing it around the country and sort of helping us out. And my dad was around for a few bits of racing in those days as well. But generally speaking, my mum was there, and she's now an integral part of the Caterham Graduates Club, which is really nice. But yeah, there's not enough female racing drivers. And if I look back to when I started Caterham racing back in 2011, there was me, maybe another one or two maximum. So it's actually really disappointing to come back now in 2023, and I'm the only female on effectively 50 Caterhams that are out this week. I think there's a couple of other females in the other classes here this weekend, but you're talking about 3 or 4.
Why?
Why? I mean, that's a really big question, and I think a lot of it comes down to funding, like anybody that wants to get into racing that has a bit of a passion. But with any sport that you participate in, it is the people around you that encourage you to do it. So family, friends. If you see other people doing it, you think, oh yeah, I would like to give that a go. And I guess being females and growing up, you don't often get associated with motorsport, and there's still the sort of gender stereotypes that you learn how to cook, and the boys will learn how to mechanic the cars with dads and things. So I think funding, I think role models is a big one. We're quite lucky now. There are quite a lot of female drivers being very, very successful. So hopefully there will be a turning point, because literally when you put on that helmet, there is pretty much no difference whatsoever. So it's a sport where we can actually have a real even playing field, and you're not disadvantaged. So I'm here to do whatever I can to support other females get into the sport, to be honest.
You're one of the few females on the grid this week, and you're talking about role models. Do you consider yourself a role model? You must do.
I guess now when you put it like that, then yes, I hope I am. As I said, I'm a school teacher at Wyndham High, literally 20 minutes down the road. And if I can inspire anybody there to sort of get into motorsport or, do that sort of thing, it'd be really nice to do.
I mean, I think you already have, haven't you?
To be honest, yes, I met a sixth form student on Wednesday. First time I'd spoken to her, and she's like, I've got this crazy dream, miss, I want to be an F1 driver. I was like, oh wow, look what I'm doing at the weekend. And she popped down yesterday with her mum, which was great. And she's just thinking about how she can get a spreadsheet together to get the funding and see where it goes, to be honest.
Now, you said you had a 3-year break or so between coming back to Caterham's now. When you said you had a break, you got your pilot's licence. You didn't have a break at all, did you?
Well, it was a break from motorsport to a certain degree, I guess. But flying's always been in my side of the family. So my father was in the RAF, my grandfather, my uncle was in the RAF. And sadly for my father, he had 2 girls. So it wasn't really, you know, in that, you know, going back to the stereotypical male versus female sort of thing. So I had a look at joining the RAF, but it wasn't really anything that took my fancy. And then I had the opportunity of the local flying school that my husband Ian owned at the time to then go and learn how to fly. So that's been a really exciting journey, but it doesn't give me quite the same buzz as driving these fast.
You can't sort of race them wheel to wheel up in the air. Oh, you can actually with the Red Bulls and things, but that's probably quite far off, I imagine. Let's talk about motorsport now. We're in a fantastic event sort of tent here, plenty of cars. And this is all yours as well, isn't it? Who's involved in Alpha 7?
Yeah, so Alpha 7 is something that we've literally created in like the last 6 months. So I met my husband in the Caterham graduates, racing Caterhams, and we've both got the love for them. So when I said I'll go back to Caterham racing, we bought a car in November, and he was like, oh, don't worry, Amanda, I'll spanner and I'll be your mechanic and we'll just have the one and I'll support you doing it. And to be honest with you, that lasted a week. And by the end of the week, he was back on Race Cars Direct going, oh yeah, this Caterham's come up and this one's come up. And so literally in a week, he went out and bought his own car. And then when you've got 2 and you're setting up for 2, it's a little bit like, well, you know, how are you going to transport it? What awning space is he going to have? And we've got a friend, Gemma and Drew, Raw, and he's a mechanic, loves cars, petrol head, and has done various cars, getting them set up, and he was wanting to come on board, so we just thought, let's set up a team.
Yeah, brilliant. So have a little look around here, Daryl. How many cars have we got here? What is the full setup on a race day?
Well, we want to keep it small. We want to be a family-friendly, sort of nice group of friendly drivers that just want to come and have some fun. So at the moment we've got 4 cars running here today. We've got mine, we've got Ian's, which is in our company livery. I did think we'd get a little bit of banter on the his and her sort of setup, but they're company livery rather than the his and her livery. We're running Harry Kramer, who's been very successful. And then we're running a really nice young lad, Tom Horton, who's 21, yesterday on his birthday, and he's hiring our car, our Sigmax there, and he's done 1 track day in it and then absolutely stormed it yesterday and won on his 21st birthday. So he's got an awful lot of talent, and we're just trying to support him to get on that motorsport ladder, and we'll see where that goes for him.
So that's the past and the present. What does the future look like?
Well, I suppose when you start doing your own race team, it's like when do you convert over to focusing on that? But for me, I just want to have fun with racing. So it's been a bit of a, what's the word I'm just trying to look for? It's been hard coming back, because it's a little bit like when you go skiing and you remember what you used to be like on the previous holiday, and you think you're going to hit the ground running. And we did like no running before the season, so it's taking me a lot of time to get the rust back off. But it's coming, but I always put a lot of pressure on myself being a female driver, because I've got to like do one for the team. So I'm hoping just this season, keep it fun, you know, start getting in some faster lap times. And I qualified P4 and P5 this weekend, so I'm already happy, and I can, you know, and if I can be knocking on the podium door by the end of the year, that's sort of my target. And just grow Alpha 7 for a little bit. So we've got hire cars, we're really specialists in upgrading them and renovating them. So we've got a couple of spaces still to run some drivers.
So if people want to get involved, they can contact you and Alpha 7?
Yeah, we've got a new website because of a new business, alpha7.co.uk. We can support with hiring on track days, test days, race weekends. So anybody that's thinking about getting into Caterham racing, we can really support and just help you on that journey. So,
and if I wanted to get into Caterham racing, just give me an idea. What sort of budget are we looking at to get on a racetrack?
Well, the Sigmax is probably your cheapest entry car. You can pick those up anywhere between 12 and 14,000. And then race entry fees, you're probably looking at around £500 a weekend. Yeah, so it's not bad. The tyres for the club are actually really good value. You're only allowed 3 sets. Which helps to keep the costs down, and they're actually really reliable cars, so you don't have to be chucking loads of money at it and upgrading this and doing that. So the reliability is good if they're looked after, and so yeah, I think you could probably do something for around £10,000-12,000 a year.
Fantastic. I think everybody watching will agree. Absolute inspiration, Amanda. Thank you so much for your time.
No, thank you very much for yours.
Thank you.
Take care. Thank you.
Right, what a wonderful conversation. That was an absolute joy. What we're going to do now, we're going to go back to Dave or to a bracket for a few minutes. So we're going to try and find the clerk of the course here at Snetterton for another lunchtime chat in the sun. Thank you so much. Now, as promised, we've got another chat now. I couldn't quite find the clerk of the course. He's very, very busy, but I found somebody even more important. Member of our Orange family, Doug. Doug, you've been doing this for 23 years. Talk us through a little bit about your career marshalling.
My career marshalling started off in doing rally stages at Oakenden near Cambridge, single stage events. From there I found out about sprints and got on the mailing list for that, so I started doing sprints at a number of airfields around here and the Lotus Test Track down the road. Then they had a sprint here, so I came up here and met the guys from that, found out how to circuit marshal and did 17 years out on the bank. Then decided I wanted to change, having done Grand Prix in the UK, did the Grand Prix in Abu Dhabi. Yeah, because the first Grand Prix out there they had no marshals, so BARC supplied the marshals, so 650 of us out there for a jolly for 10 days.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and thought I'd have a change, so I moved on to start line and pit lane, so now I'm responsible for safety in the pit lane, gridding the cars up, starting the races sometimes, checkered flagging obviously, giving out the nasty penalties to all the drivers. Yeah, I know. We don't make the reasons, we just get told to do it, so don't blame us.
Now, you've been doing this a long, long time. Apart from the odd holiday to foreign Grand Prix, what is the appeal? Because it's a volunteer role. Why do you do it?
It's 40 days a year I'm doing. Don't tell everybody that, because the wife goes mad. It's the camaraderie. I love motorsport, so I'm putting something back in, and I've always volunteered in different ways. And the camaraderie, the laugh and joke, and that we have when things are going well. Obviously, when you get a crash or an incident happen, the laughs and jokes stop. We deal with what happens and that, and then we go back to enjoying ourselves. And how else do you get out in the sunshine for 10, 12 hours?
But you've had your sunglasses on since the second we got here. You never take those things off, do you?
No, it's the look.
What does the future hold for you and marshalling?
Oh, God.
More of the same?
More of the same, yeah. I can't see myself stop until I get too old to stand up and walk. It's fantastic. Don't want to go up the ladder either. Don't want to become a clerk. I'm happy with, doing this at this level.
And after 23 years, if you could say one highlight or the highlight, what would it be?
See, there's so many.
Top three, come on. And other than talking to me on the camera right now or live on BARC TV, what is your highlight?
I must admit, Abu Dhabi as the Grand Prix was phenomenal, the first one. It was an unbelievable place and experience that, who thinks volunteering at motorsport will take you halfway around the world? All it cost me was the flights, everything else was paid for. Trip into Dubai, Abu Dhabi, so that's got to be sort of right up there. I've seen some fantastic racing over the years. Some of the Caterhams, when you get the slipstream and real close, less than a second in the top three up the line. A few years back we had a fantastic Formula Ford historic race. Top 8 separated by 2 seconds for the whole of the race. And the person who was leading on the last lap ended up 5th and 4th one. It's fantastic. It's, keeps the buzz going.
Final question, it's kind of one part of two really. How did you get into it, and how much would you encourage others to get involved?
To get into it is through the website, search online now, because all the info's there. When I started, there's no way I know.
Write a letter, didn't you?
Well, I just didn't know where you went, who you turned to, because you didn't know. Now it's so much easier. You look on the Marshal's website, BMMC, get the important bit done, or on BARC or BRSCC or any of the motorsport clubs, and they'll direct you in the right direction. And yeah, if you're into motorsport, then how else do you spend your time with people from all walks of life and all different types of characters in enjoying the same thing?
Doug, you're an awesome ambassador for marshalling. Well done.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you
so
much.
That's all right, mate. I'll put it on the bill.
Right, we are going to try and find the clerk of the course now, Josh, so stay with us. Don't go too far. We'll be back very, very soon. Cheers, Doug.
I feel your pain. I feel your pain.
Well, good afternoon and welcome back after the lunch break here at Snetterton Circuit on BARC TV. First of our 7 races this afternoon, just making its way out onto track. It is the first of 2 races for the OT Publishing Limited Hyundai Coupe Cup for all generations of Hyundai Coupe. 4 generations of this very affordable car have been made so far. They're great fun to race. This series aimed at the relative newcomer to motorsport, a great way to start out in saloon car racing. We'll have a look at the grid for our first race then. Qualifying took place this morning, and it's the Italian Luca Staccini who will start in pole position in the number 28 car, run by Kersley Motorsport. Alongside him is number 8 Paul Smith, his teammates. Second row number 5 Michael Evans in his self-run car, alongside 51 of Paul Lorry. Row 3 is Dan Fletcher, number 75, and number 9 of Eddie O'Kane. Fourth row 32 Mark Jones, a previous race winner. 38 Darren Ford. Fifth row number 12 newcomer Matthew Watson, alongside the 18 of Ian Brunning. Then on the 6th row is the man behind this championship, number 3, well, this series, it's not a championship, there's no points on the races. Number 3 John Winter, who founded this series several years ago. He starts alongside the number 58 of Gary Miller, series director, racing in his own series this weekend in the number 3. Row 7, number 34 Tim Stevens, alongside 46 of Mark Worsley. Row 8 is 48, which is Nick Flowers, 65 Spencer Hirons, 26 Roger Owens, and 16 Callum Roby at the back. Now, we didn't see Callum Roby do any laps in qualifying, so hopefully he is out for the race. As you say, this is a series, not a championship. There's no points on these races, so it's the driver that gets the most wins that is top of the series at the end of the season and the unofficial champion. Both races at Brands Hatch were won by Wayne Rocket, who's competed in every round since 2017. He's kept saying he's going to retire. He's not here this weekend. He's giving this round a miss. I know he's watching on the stream, so hello to you, Wayne. I'm sure his son Johnny's watching as well. So Luca Staccini, 2 second places in the opening round at Brands Hatch. Got fastest lap in both races as well. He's going to start as the favourite here from pole position, the Italian. We also saw Mark Rideout in good form at the first round of Brands Hatch as well, but he's not here this weekend. Michael Evans is going to be one to watch, the yellow and purple car. He's been with this series for a number of seasons now. Paul Lorry will start alongside him. That's the ex-Toyota MR2 racer. Coming up to the grid now at the conclusion of their green flag lap. This will be a 15-minute race. There's Paul Lorry, the purple and white car. Dan Fletcher is next. Eddie O'Kane in the O'Kane Irish Foods sponsored car. Then we've got Mark Jones. He's had a couple of wins in the past in the almost camo liveried car. Darren Ford in the 38, who appears to have liveried his car with a highlighter pen. And then we've got Matthew Watson, number 12. That's the ex-Johnny Rocket car, I believe, that he's driving. Ian Brunning will start alongside him. 34, Tim Stevens, the other yellow car. It's the ex-Barbara Schillicker car. It's the later model Hyundai of Luca Staccini, who will start on pole, looking for his first win in the series. Paul Smith alongside him, made a one-off appearance last year in a hired car, because you can arrive and drive in this series. Several teams offer arrive and drive packages. There's about 7 cars available that you can arrive and drive. 1 from Exit 13, which is John Winter's team. 2 from Misty Racing. They're running Nick Flowers this weekend. Also, Kersley Motorsport have a couple of hire cars, and Roger Owens Racing, Roger at the back of the field, he runs a couple of cars for hire as well. So the grid moving into line, then it's Staccini, the white and black car with the yellow flashes on pole. Slightly similarly liveried car for Paul Smith starts alongside. Both run by Kersley Motorsport. Alex Kersley we saw take many wins in this series over its history. In purple and yellow, the Cadbury's Caramel look alike almost of Michael Evans on the second row, with Paul Lorry alongside him. Third row should be Dan Fletcher and Eddie O'Kane. Then we've got Mark Jones in the blue camo liveried car, and Darren Ford in that very yellow machine. So the 5-second board is held aloft. First of the 2 races this weekend for the OT Publishing Limited Coupe Cup in partnership with Toyo Tyres. The revs are up and they get underway. Very good start by Paul Lorry from 4th on the grid. Goes down the outside. Not a good start for Luca Staccini, and a bit of smoke there for Paul Smith. And it's Paul Lorry who goes into the lead, 3 wide behind. Look at Darren Ford coming up on the outside. He's got a super getaway and he's up into 3rd place as they make their way through Riches for the first time now in the sunshine of Snetterton. It's been a largely cloudy weekend so far. It is the 51 of Paul Lorry, the ex-Toyota MR2 racer, who's got the lead. Big lock-up there from Paul Smith, and Staccini's gone wide as well. A lot of these drivers are relative novices, so some of them dealing with the hairpin there for the first time. Darren Ford could get up into 2nd place here in the 38. He's an ex-Caterham racer. He could have gone through. Yeah, the yellow machine's gone through into 2nd place. It's Paul Smith in 3rd. Staccini, I think, is down to 4th as they make their way through around this opening lap. Gary Miller we caught a glimpse of there, one of the newcomers in the 58 car. But it is number 51 of Paul Lorry. Oh, somebody sideways there. That was Matthew Watson, possibly in the number 12, that has lost it. He just locked the brakes up and slid off under braking. Pick up who that was in a moment. It may have been Matthew Watson. There's a few new liveries in action this weekend. Quite a few newcomers for the 2023 season. They've had one event at Brands Hatch already. It was Wayne Rocket who won both races on that occasion. It's Paul Lorry who's got the lead. He's been with this series for a number of seasons now. They head out onto the back straights. Fine sight they make in the sunshine. Dan Fletcher didn't get a very good start either. He's side by side with Eddie O'Kane. Used to race Toyota MR2s as well. Of drivers broke away from the old Mark 1 MR2 series into this one when John Winter founded this series. John Winter, for his efforts, awarded the Jerry Marshall Memorial Trophy by the BARC at their awards night in the winter in recognition of his promoting efforts. So Paul Lorry leads the way. I wonder what Jerry Marshall would have made of racing a Hyundai Coupe, one of Britain's greatest ever saloon car racers. Staccini has recovered from his slow start up into 3rd. Then it's Paul Smith A couple of appearances into his career in 4th place. Michael Evans is in 5th position. He and his father Alan have been involved in this series from the start. I'll forever be indebted to Michael Evans, who allowed me to complete a couple of laps of the Silverstone National Circuit on the series press launch in 2020. Certainly was an experience driving a race car around Silverstone. Paul Lorry leads then. Darren Ford up there in 2nd place. He's going on, gained 6 places with that charge down the outside at the start in the very brightly liveried number 38. He's having a look for the lead. I don't think he's going to get through there, not quite. Bob's back in behind the number 51 as they start to sort themselves out. Paul Lorry in one of the exit 13 cars. Darren Ford being run in conjunction with Misty Racing. Mark Jones up there as well, so it's 6 of them for the lead now. He's in a Misty Racing car as well. Steve Kite, the boss of Misty Racing, they run cars in Mazda MX-5 among other things as well, as Lucas Taccini goes through in the late model car into 2nd place, past Darren Ford at Palmer. 6 of them line astern. O'Kane is 7th and it's Fletcher. 9th behind them is Matthew Watson, so it wasn't him we saw lose it on the opening lap. Leaders charge their way through Agostini. That's Watson, the pink car. We've got problems there possibly further back, possibly somebody as on wide as Agostini. We'll pick that up in a moment. Now Lucas Taccini has recovered from that poor start. It's the 58, Gary Miller has had a spin there. That's who went off. He's in one of John Wynn's exit 13 cars. The rear suspension's bent, look, on that car, so he's hit something. He's gone through on the marker boards as well. That car is crabbing. He's making his way into the paddock. Well, I say it's an exit 13 car, that's what it's down as on my list, but it's got Kersley Motorsport written on the side, so I think that's one of Alex's cars. Apologies there. The Kersley Motorsport car crabs its way into the paddock. Some straightening to be done ahead of race 2 at the end of the day. Lucas Taccini up the inside into Brundle, and he takes the lead. So Taccini looking for his first Hyundai Coupe Cup win. Takes it up ahead of Paul Lorry. Darren Ford looking for his first podium in 3rd place. Through the bomb. Still 6 for the lead. O'Kane and Fletcher trying to make it 8. Matthew Watson 9th. Rounding out the top 10 is Tim Stevens, the number 34 in the ex-Barbara Schillicker car. Out of Coram through Murray's. There's Stevens, the other yellow car. Just behind him is the number 3 of John Winter, I think that is. Well, that's the car we saw get sideways going into Agostini for the first time, so the boss of the championship showing how not to do it there, perhaps. You won't mind me saying that. Terrific sense of humour as John, one of the great personalities of British club racing. Darren Ford battling with Paul Smith. Loving every second of this, these drivers. Smith's going to have a look possibly into the hairpin here. He's not going to get the inside line away from Darren Ford. Could allow, oh, here comes Mark Jones as well. He attacks Michael Evans. Gets through on the inside. Now Paul Smith's going to have a go at Darren Ford on the other side, into Palmer. There's Taccini, the race leader. See all the signatures on his bonnet. He explained that at Brands Hatch. He got a number of the marshals and other people present at Brands to sign the car. Almost as good luck to say a thank you to them. Tim Stevens holding off John Winter in the orange and white car. That is the car that got sideways into Agostini first time through. Here they come towards the left-hander. Number 34, Tim Stevens, one of the newcomers this year. Main sponsor of the series, of course, is OT Publishing. Other partners include Toyo Tyres, Piper Cross Air Filters, as Darren Ford makes a move on Paul Smith, goes through. Into Oggies up into 3rd place. Michael Evans up there as well. And Mark Jones. It's 4 of them now to be 5 because O'Kane's closing up too. Other partners including safety devices, roll cages, AVO suspension and EBC brakes. These cars virtually road standard. You can only make the necessary safety modifications. The car's designed to be as closely matched as is possible. Lucas Taccini starting to pull away slightly now. Debuted start of last year, the Italian. 2 second places at Brands Hatch. He's yet to take a win though. This is his best chance with Wayne Rocket, the previously dominant Hampshire racer, not present. He won't have retired for good though. It's Johnny Rocket, his son, has sold his car. It's out in this race at the hands of Matthew Watson. Through Murray's they come, going up to half distance. Oh, somebody off, that's Paul Smith. Paul Smith goes off. Don't think he hit the barriers there. He rejoins alongside Watson, so down to about 8th or 9th place. So it's Ford in 3rd, Michael Evans up to 4th, Jones 5th, O'Kane 6th, Fletcher 7th. It's Paul Smith in 8th place, just ahead of John Winter and Matthew Watson there, so there's a battle going to develop at the bottom end of the top 10. Leaders up towards the Wilson hairpin. Michael Evans having a go for 3rd place. Has not had a lot of luck in his career. Oh, and he clips the back of Darren Ford there. Darren seems to be much slower off the turns. Not too sure why. Let's see what happened to Paul Smith. Oh, he did a Scott Bugner, similar to the MG race, except he lost a little bit later coming out of the right-hander at Caterham. Off he goes onto the grass. Rejoined lower down the top 10. Stachini leads from Laurie. Darren Ford going well in 3rd. Here comes Mark Jones on the inside, trying for 4th position in the number 32. He won the pit stop race at Silverstone a couple of seasons ago for these cars. Side by side with Michael Evans now. It's the later shape of Coupe alongside the Generation 2 car with the double headlights. That's Michael Evans. And here comes Eddie O'Kane. Mind if I get involved as well, he says. Excuse me. Can I join in too, says Dan Fletcher in the 75. 4 of them together. Look at this. This is great stuff. This is for 4th place. Jones round the outside now of Evans. He's finally got the move done in the Misty Racing Cup. They may be relatively basic in terms of race cars, but they are enormous fun. Very closely matched. Well, unless your name's Luca Stachini, because he's pulling away. Paul Laurie in 2nd place. There's Darren Ford in 3rd, and then it's anybody between these 4 for 4th. It's Evans has it at the moment. Oh, Michael Evans nearly loses it. Jones in 4th place. Yeah, Evans has gone off, I think. Just out of shot to the right. There he is on the grass. Said he doesn't have a lot of luck. Dan Fletcher's got ahead of Eddie O'Kane as well. The O'Kane Irish Foods car. Going to sponsor this series through his business, yourishshop.com as well. And there's a gap back to John Winter, the series director. He runs Exit 13, a vehicle graphics business, so called because they're just next to Junction 13 of the M1 at Milton Keynes. Here's a replay of Michael Evans. May have been some contact with Eddie O'Kane there. Couldn't quite tell, but he's off onto the grass. Last seen heading for Thetford. Under 5 minutes to go now. Stachini leads by nearly 3 seconds. New fastest lap of 2:26.983. Ahead of Paul Laurie. Darren Ford looking for his first ever podium in the Dayglow yellow car in 3rd. Dan Fletcher up to 4th in the 75. He's running well. Been with the series since 2017. Not always, it says in the notes, Dan is not always the strongest qualifier, but in the races he is a demon. He's up into 4th place, looking to get onto the podium. The white car there in the background, just ahead of Eddie O'Kane. Mark Jones has dropped back into 6th position as well, so he's had a moment somewhere. For Jones coming through the camo liveried blue car. There's John Winter. Have we lost Mark Jones? I can't see him. So we may have lost the number 32 somewhere. Anyway, doesn't bother the number 28s. Luca Stachini clear of Paul Laurie, just out for a Sunday afternoon drive. Stachini in the S3 Coupe. Generations 1, 2 and 3 out there as well. Paul Laurie's in a Generation 1 car with the single headlights. Michael Evans is a Generation 2, as is Darren Ford's. They're fairly well spaced out at the front of the field now. The main battle's for 4th between O'Kane and Fletcher. O'Kane up the inside at Nelson on the brakes. He's going to go through up into 4th place. No, he's not. Still side by side. O'Kane hasn't got the move done yet. On the inside at the bomb hole. That's a brave place to go for an overtake. He's done it. Good Moved by the Harrow-based man. That's what's happened to Mark Jones. Cloud of steam. Now, is that just steam from the radiator, or has his engine blown? That could be end of day for Mark Jones. Hopefully he can get that back out for race 2, but if the engine's let go, they won't get the engine changed in that time as Eddie O'Kane goes grass tracking. There's John Winter next in the order in 7th place. Well, it'll be up to 6th this time through. This is the battle for 4th. Fletcher back ahead after O'Kane ran wide at Murray's. Great shame for Mark Jones, he's normally a podium contender. So that's let Matthew Watson into 7th place. Newcomer Tim Stevens is 8th. Spencer Hirons has come through into 9th, and where's Dan Fletcher going? Into the field if he's not careful. I don't know what happened there, just locked up his brakes on the run into the hairpin, and he drops behind the pink machine of Matthew Watson. Pulls away again. It was a bizarre moment. That's the same as what John Winter did on the opening lap going into Agostini. There's Winter. Fletcher's rejoined just behind him in 7th place. There goes Luca Staccini. Certainly has been an eventful opener for the OT Publishing Hyundai Coupe Cup. We've lost a couple of cars as well. Paul Smith pulled into the pits with his damage after he's off at Murray's, and Michael Evans has pulled up in the pits as well after he went off at the exit of Nelson. He may have damaged the underside of the car, so we've lost a few front runners from this one. There goes Eddie O'Kane, he's in 4th. John Winter is now 5th. Fletcher's down to 6th. Watson 7th. Then Stevens, Spencer Hirons, and the 46, which is Mark Worsley, the green car, rounding out the top 10. Here they come through Nelson. There's 40 seconds on the clock, so we'll wait to see if it's checkered flag this time, whether we get one more lap. Luca Staccini is all set for his maiden win. Wonder if we'll get the Italian national anthem when he pulls into the pit lane. Towards Murray's. Wait to see if the checkered flag goes out this time, whether it's one more lap to go. There's Laurie in 2nd place. Great start from him and from Darren Ford up into 2nd and 3rd. It's been a bit of attrition further back. Waiting to see. I don't think they're going to hit the checkered flag. No, we're going to get one more lap. He's about 3 seconds too early. He's got one more lap to run, Luca Staccini. Still got the fastest lap of the race as well, 2:26.983. Through the hairpin for the last time. So it's 14 cars still running. The grid will be set for race 2 by the result of this race. So there'll be a couple of cars that had problems. They'll have to start from towards the back. Paul Smith, Michael Evans, and we lost Gary Miller as well. I'm not sure if they'll be able to repair that bent suspension for Gary Miller. We'll have to see what the mechanics of the series can do. Mark Jones as well, that looked pretty terminal to me. Hopefully that was just overheating, but it looked a bit more than that. There was quite a bit of steam and smoke there. Out of Agostini for the last time goes Luca Staccini. Gap is 3.5 seconds over Paul Laurie. Makes his way out of the infield loop. Just taking it a bit easier now on this last lap. He knows he can take his first win here. He's a very passionate racer, typically Italian is Luca Staccini. There's going to be a big celebration if he takes the win here. There's Dan Fletcher, he's got back ahead of John Winter. They're fighting for 5th place. There's Mark Jones's car being towed in. Hopefully they can see Misty Racing Team get that back out for race 2. But here comes the 28, Luca Staccini. Round towards Coram for the final time. Didn't make the best of starts, but he fought back to take the lead down the Bentley straights. He's had 2 second places already this year at Brands Hatch. He tried so hard last season to take his maiden win. He is finally going to break his duck in the OT Publishing Hyundai Coupe Cup here at Snetterton. He's already celebrating as he comes up towards the checkered flag. We said there'd be a big celebration at the end of this one. There's the checkered flag in sight. It is Forza Italia here at Snetterton. Luca Staccini takes his maiden race win. Congratulations, Luca. Paul Lorry comes over in second place, nearly 5 seconds down. And Darren Ford, I think that's his first ever podium, in third place. Eddie O'Kane comes over in fourth. And who's going to be fifth, John Winter or Dan Fletcher? It's Fletcher just ahead of the series boss. Seventh will be Matthew Watson in the ex-Johnny Rocket car. At eighth place, it's going to be Tim Stevens in the ex-Barbara Schillicker car. There's a nice little group further back. We haven't really concentrated on this battle. That's, I think, Spencer Hirons coming home in ninth place. Ian Brunning beats Mark Worsley for 10th place. 12th is Callum Roby, who started from the back. 13th goes to Nick Flowers. And the final finisher, Roger Owens. We lost Mark Jones in a cloud of steam. Michael Evans and Paul Smith, after a couple of offs, both pulled into the pits. And we also lost Gary Miller with that rear suspension damage after an off. So Luca Staccini Antonello takes the win by 4.76 seconds over Paul Lorry. And well done, Darren, for that excellent start, netting him his maiden podium. Eddie O'Kane fourth. Good recovery by Dan Fletcher after his off at the hairpin to beat John Winter for fifth position. Matthew Watson in seventh, then Tim Stevens, Spencer Hirons and Ian Brunning. Good little group further back there, headed by Spencer Hirons. Mark Worsley and Callum Roby in there as well. Just behind them was Nick Flowers. Roger Owens was the final finisher. We'll await the cars into Parc Fermé then. Ewan Dunlop will be down there.
So we're just going to wait for Luca to, I'm going to say calm down. That's never ever going to happen. But he's absolutely thrilled with that victory, as you can imagine. Shaking his fist with about 2 corners to go, it looked like. So we'll let him get his helmet off and we'll get him in with a chat with his first ever win. Great race as well for the Coupes, obviously missing Wayne Rocket, missing Mark Rydate. Luca was the favourite for our first race this afternoon and he absolutely delivered.
Good to see you again, mate. I'm still...
If we can potentially, apologies for any bad language for Luca, we'll try and get him over to the board over here.
Yeah, I promise I will.
Luca! Right, let's get the most excited man at Snetterton this weekend. Well done, mate.
Thank you so much, man. Yeah, I really appreciate it.
You got it, you got the win.
Yeah, finally, 2 years in the making. I'm sweating a lot, but it was amazing, man. I loved it. As usual, very bad start because I need to learn how to drive. but then, yeah, everybody was incredibly fair. I had a very nice battle with Paul and Darren towards the start of the race. And yeah, I'm really happy. I'm out of breath because I've been screaming for the whole lap. So yeah, mate, honestly, I'm super excited.
What does this mean for you in terms of the championship? It makes you one of the big boys now.
Yes, not really, because Wayne still has one win more than me. But I hope that if Uncle Wayne is watching me, I'm waiting for you for the next one, yeah? But no, it's been amazing. Today, obviously, the big guns were home. Wayne is not here. Alistair is not here. Alex, of course, is just running my car. But yeah, I'm incredibly happy, especially because I don't like this circuit particularly. So getting my first win here is amazing, honestly.
I mean, you got a great team behind you. You went straight away and celebrated with some people outside the gates there. Who's looking after you this weekend?
As always, Alex Kersley is running my car, and to anybody that is interested in racing the coupes, come race for us, because Alex has gone way out of what is needed and I pay for to be able to be competitive this much, and he just listens to whatever I say. He's incredibly polite with me, and I'm incredibly happy that I can finally put the cherry on top of the cake of all the work we've done for the past last
mate,
years.
you've got one more race today. You've got just calm it ever so slightly. One more race to go. Can we see you on top step again?
Yes, I'm probably going to have to do some setup changes because I could have gone a tad faster, but I didn't want to risk it because I said, all right, I'm in a good place, I'm going to just bring it home. But let's see, I had some tough competition around, so definitely I'll do my best, but it's not guaranteed.
I know I don't have to say this, but go and enjoy your win.
Thank you so much, guys. Can I give you one last time? Let me give it to the camera. Thank you, guys. Have a good day.
Right, we've actually lost our second and third place. Oh, there we go. Fantastic. Excellent. We have got. We love coupes. You must as well, I imagine.
Oh my God, yeah, it's been amazing today. Yeah, I mean, I had a blistering start. I mean, I think I was 8th. I started 8th, and
yeah, you were 8th on the grid. Yeah,
about the second or third corner. I think I was like second. I think I got first at one point, which was yeah. I didn't know where to go.
The sun's out. Everybody's enjoying themselves.
Oh my God, yeah, it's an amazing day. This morning was a bit foggy, and we thought, you know what, the weather forecast looks really good. And yeah, it's amazing out there. Yeah. And the team have been amazing. The other drivers have been great. I had one little tap, that was my fault, but that was about it. Everyone was super clean.
Mate, well done.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you. Right, that is us done for the time being. We've got obviously more racing to come. It's going to go back to Dave Goddard, but the sun is out. Everybody's smiling. Everybody's having fun, and the racing is incredible.
Well, we told you there'd be a passionate celebration there from Luca Staccini. What a guy. Well, we're already on our green flag lap for our next race. We move from Hyundais to BMWs. Second race of the weekend for the Kumho BMW Championship. This grid based on the results of their first race yesterday. Jason West was the winner, so he starts on pole alongside James Card. They had a win each at the first round at Brands Hatch on Easter weekend. Second row, number 26, Brian Branson, and the 1M of Ian Crisp, number 10. Then on the third row, we got 77 of Klaas Kuijke, the Dutch-born racer, alongside number 7, Kevin Denwood, first of the Class B cars. Then we've got the 150 car of Colin Voice. He, like Klaas Kuijke, is running in the invitation class. Pete Miller starts alongside him, the man from Sussex, in the number 50 car. Row 5, Chris Walton, number 74, and 82, Giuseppe Calari, Joe to his friends, in the first of the two Class C cars. And then we have number 25, Trevor Ford, the club president of the BMW Racing Drivers Club. And at the back, watch for Jasvir Sapra, number 40. His car retired on the first lap of yesterday's race, the turquoise car. He's back out there, so watch for him coming through from the back of the field. This championship dates back to 1987, the BMW Racing Drivers Club Championship, supported for many years now by Kumho tyres, and open to any model of BMW. We've even seen BMW Minis in the series in the past. A dozen cars here this weekend, and it's Jason West who leads them round. Had a win on the season opening weekend at Brands Hatch, but in the other race was challenging James Card for the lead when he hit some coolant that had been dropped by Brian Branson's car and went sliding across the grass. Time to settle for second on occasion. No problem for him in race 1 yesterday, taking the win ahead of James Card in the silver M3. They're mostly M3s out there, a couple of compacts. Brian Branson's already had a win this weekend in the Snetterton Saloons, the 45-minute pit stop race for open to all saloon cars yesterday. Jasvir Sapra was in that race as well, sharing with the vastly experienced Kevin Clark. They finished nose to tail, those two. Even Brian Branson had time to slow up and give them a bit of a formation finish over the line. There's the compact of Giuseppe Calari, Joe Calari, making a return this weekend. There's Jasvir Sapra at the back. Watch for him coming through. It was fairly close between the top 3 in yesterday's race. They were well clear of Ian Crisp in the lovely BMW 1M, one of the newer cars on this grid. There it is, number 10. There's Klaas Kuijke, number 77. The number 7, the work in progress, it says on the side of Kevin Denwood. So they head round just warming up their Kumho tyres. It is certainly getting warmer here at Snetterton. It's Calari. He's won the Class D and C championships in the past. There's Trevor Ford, Mr. President. I've seen his son James race with him a few times. He was out at Brands Hatch, but not out this weekend. He's in charge of a big display from this championship at the Autosport International Racing Car Show in Birmingham at the NEC in January. A few cars on display there. Jazz Sapra's car was there. I think Brian Branson's car was as well. Beautiful sound of these mostly 3.2 litre engines. out for Klaus Kuiker. He and Colin Voice not eligible for points in this race because they're in the invitation class. This will be a 20-minute race, and it should be fairly close between Bransom, Card and West. Jasper Sapra, the Anglo-Indian racer at the back, started racing alongside Lucky Kera in this championship. Of course, Lucky now a two-time Ferrari Challenge UK champion, now racing in British GT. Seen him in support races for British touring cars as well. Marshall's on the grid. Must be baking in those orange suits now. Thanks again for their services. Certainly braver than me standing in front of the cars like that as they come up to the grid. James Card, the reigning champion, racing in memory of his father Roger, who ran a lovely E30 M3 in this series for many years, and the Card family have put up some sponsorship through Hewitt Card Accountants, their business, for the next meeting at Castle Combe. In memory of Roger, passed away sadly in 2015. To the grid they come then, Klaus Kuiker alongside Kevin Denwood. He'll be the favourite for honours in Class B. Pete Miller, I think, is a Class A car. He was listed in Class B. It's the black car with the blue bumper on row 3 of the grid. Row 4, I should say, alongside Colin Voice. So all 12 cars back out there. Second BMW race of the weekend. Jason West looking for his second win of the weekend in this championship. Brian Bransom already a winner in the Snetterton Saloon Series. Marshall's clearing the grid. 5-second board is held aloft. Look at the heat haze in the air now. Contrast that to this morning's fairly cold conditions. Red lights come on. Kumho BMW Championship Race 2 is go. Great start by Jason West. Good start by Ian Chris. Bit of a slow getaway for Brian Bransom, just as he did yesterday. Got a bit of wheel spin, I think. It is Jason West who goes into the lead. Kevin Denwood with a bit of a slow getaway as well. And watch for Jazz Sapra, the turquoise car from the back. He's already made up about 3 places on the tail of Colin Voice. The leaders head down towards the hairpin for the first time. And it is Jason West in the underscore racing car who's got the lead ahead of James Card. Ian Crisp in the 1M Coupe up into 3rd place. Pete Miller already under fire from Jazz Sapra. He'll be on the tail of the 3 leaders, I would think, fairly shortly, although Brian Bransom currently in 4th, behind Crisp, who got away well. Klaus Kuiker is 5th. Sapra's already up into 6th place. I knew he'd be off like lightning from the back of the field. Up towards Agostini for the first time go the leaders. Pete Miller under fire. That's Colin Voice, I think, trying to make a move. We've seen Colin Voice racing mainly in his Mark 1 Escort in classic touring cars over the last couple of years. He's in the invitation class, being led by Klaus Kuiker. Seen Klaus racing Mazda MX-5 over the last couple of years, among other things. It's the 2 M3s, West and Card, looking to resume their battle at the front. Now, Canny and Chris hanged on in 3rd place. He dropped back into 4th in yesterday's race. The G-Sport prepared BMW 1 Series N Coupe. How far can Jasper Sapra get up the order? We normally see him in his grey E46 M3, but he's in the E36 this weekend, the turquoise machine. He's having a go, and Klaus Kuiker goes through on the end of the Bentley straight into 5th position. Glorious sounding cars, these BMWs, mostly M3s. Reminiscent of the old super touring BMWs of the 90s. They took the first 3 British Touring Car Championships to be run to Super Touring rules, with the E30 for the late great Will Hoy in 1991, Tim Harvey in 92, that famously controversial end to the season at Silverstone, and of course Joachim Winkelhock with the Schnitzer car in 1993. BMW still very much at the top in touring car racing in the UK with Colin Turkington and company. Jason West pulling away. Can follow him on YouTube at underscore racing. Some good onboard footage he posts from that M3. There's Jasper Sapra up there in 5th place, trying to catch our top 4. West leads, Card 2nd. Jason West looking to take the lead of the championship this weekend. It's 2-1 to him on race wins with James Card at the moment. Could have made it a hat-trick if he'd caught James Card in race 1 at Brands Hatch, but unfortunately for him, Brian Bransom went off down the grass. Speaking of Brian Bransom, he's about to take 3rd place. There he goes. Up the inside of Ian Crisp, but Agostini takes 3rd place away. So the race is currently following a similar pattern to yesterday. Going back to Brands Hatch, Brian Branson was in his E46 M3 on that occasion, similarly coloured car. Went down the grass a couple of times coming out of Druids Hill Bend, blocked the radiator with grass and overheated, spilt coolant everywhere, and that caused Jason West to slide off. Did recover to finish second though. There is Sapra. From the back to fifth over the first couple of laps. Klaus Kuika in sixth position. I don't know what the problem was yesterday for Jazz Sapra, just suddenly pulled off on the first lap. I think he pulled into the back entrance to the paddock coming towards Agostini. Kuika sixth ahead of Colin Voice by about 5 seconds. That's the 2 invitation class runners. The lead gap is just under 1.2 seconds. Jason West looking to get his head down and pull away. Wonder if he's giving us some commentary for his onboard camera. Ian Crisp kicking up a little bit of dust there at Caterham. That's 1M Coupe, one of the newer cars on the grid. And here's our Class B leader. This is Kevin Denwood, chasing Pete Miller, who's moved into Class A. See the almost graffiti-style paint job. I believe it's Kevin's grandchildren responsible for that. Certainly a bit different. A BMW art car. Seen him at Le Mans. Having better fortunes with it this weekend. Brands actually lost the power steering midway through. Sort of thing you want on a rear-wheel drive BMW. Here comes Jazz Sapra now. How far behind Ian Crisp is he? About 5 seconds. Let's see if he can catch him up. His last lap was half a second quicker than the 1M. Jazz will be disappointed with his retirement yesterday. He's a freelance club racer, really, Jazz Sapra. Races wherever his BMWs are eligible. You can normally find him out racing somewhere every weekend. Does the Brick Car Trophy. Shares the car with Brian Branson occasionally as well. They were leading the Brick Car Trophy season opener at Silverstone, but got a penalty because unfortunately Brian Branson, who was driving first, missed the pit window. Jason West continues to lead. As one of our YouTube commenters said, you can't have a BMW club race in the UK without Jasvir Sapra. Or Brian Branson, for that matter. Great friends off track, friendly rivals on it. Of course, we saw Lucky Kera start his career in the Championship as well back in 2017. Look where he is now. Before that, it was the great Gary Whittaker who was the top man for many years in his M3, the G-Sport prepared car. I think one season he actually led, if memory serves me correctly, every lap of the season for a perfect record. The big names we've seen in this series in the past include Rick Kerry, who made it to British touring cars in the 1 Series, the diesel-powered 1 Series. Also Evelyn Buanik. Find her often driving the safety car at club events in the UK as well. I remember Peter Chalice back in the 90s with his M5. Quite a rarely seen car, the early M5. Won the title. He now competes in his Porsche in various events. Went on to compete in the LMA Euro Saloon Series, among others. Now competes in a variety of GT events with his Porsche 911. Also remember David Kempton and John Wilcox in the days that the BMW E30 M3s were the top cars to have. Love to see some E30s back out in this series. Anyway, I'm getting all nostalgic. We've got a race going on here, and it's Jason West leading it by 1.8 seconds ahead of James Card. Brian Branson was about 5 seconds back in third place. His last lap was actually a couple of seconds slower than Card. Ian Crisp lapping in the 2:04s. Now Jasvir Sapra was just a couple of tenths quicker on that last lap, so he's not really catching Ian Crisp at the moment. Kevin Denwood still leading Class B in 8th place. He's got ahead of Pete Miller now in the overall classification. Joe Kalari leads Class C in 10th place, rather, in his compact. And Chris Walton and Trevor Ford round out the field. Trevor's been with this championship for many, many years. The club president, the man from Surrey. Remember a great battle he had at Silverstone a few years ago with Adrian Gilbert in his bright purple car. West London BMW specialist garage owner. He now does historic racing with the Lotus Elan. Can prove a great career progression, the Kumho BMW Championship, but many just choose to stay and race in this series. It's a good, fun, friendly series. Motorsport should be fun, of course. Here's Brian Branson. Now, is he closing on James Card? Not really, still 5.8 seconds down on the two leaders. 2.6 seconds now the lead gap, because Jason West has just lapped under 2 minutes for the first time this weekend. 1:59.832 for the race leader. There he is, the Underscore Racing E46 M3. Similar machine of James Card, the silver machine in second place. Is there a song about that? Here's a battle further back. This is Pete Miller, and he's got Joe Calari's compact up behind. Remember Giuseppe Calari, Joe Calari, winning the Class D title a few years ago in a E36 compact, a less modified one, in the colours of the Italian Tricolore. Remember that car shedding a wheel in spectacular fashion at Rockingham as well a few years ago. He was telling us yesterday about his last appearance in the series, which was when he hired a car to have a one-off go at Donington, came off the grid, hit the side of another car and nearly climbed over it. No flying stunts for him today though, nor from Klaus Kuiker. Is that a little bit of smoke I see from the back of Klaus Kuiker's car there? We'll keep an eye on that. He's currently running 6th, leading the invitation class. He's all on his own. He's 15 seconds up on Colin Voice. Everybody's still on the lead lap, so we reach half distance just about. This Kumho BMW Championship, 4th round of the season. Said earlier, lappery is rare here at Snetterton because of the length of the circuit. Very often meets lapped traffic, unless there is a big gulf in performance like we had in the Snetterton saloons. As here's the battle between Pete Miller, the Sussex driver, and Joe Calari. They've got Chris Walton closing up on them. That's the second of the Class B cars. Joe Calari, the colours of his business, Britalia Auto Recovery. Let's hope none of the cars need any recovery in this race. Hope everybody keeps going. One retirement yesterday, which was Jazz Sapra. This holds a whole championship, of course, elsewhere in motorsport for the BMW E36 Compact. I don't know where they find them all from, because you rarely see them on the road. M3 is a common sight, of course, including the M3 CSL. It was Dominic Malone who used to compete in a CSL. Now he's gone on to race the ex-Andy Prio World Touring car in various events. There's James Card, sponsored by Mike Brewer Motors. Chasing Jason West. The gap's up to nearly 3 seconds now between these two M3s. Brian Bransom's dropped back a little further. He did his personal best on that last lap at 2 minutes 0.8. James Card did a 2 minutes 0, so he's gained another few tenths. 6.6 seconds between second and third. Now there's Branson. He's coming through Bentley, from the Bentley straight into Brundle, and Dr. Nelson. Ian Crisp in a slightly lowly third place, but he is being caught now by Jasper Sapra. The gap there's down to about 3.5 seconds, so we could see a change for 4th, but I think Sapra is a bit too far back to be able to catch the leading runners. Here's Kevin Denwood. In the background, the battle between Miller, Calari and Chris Walton, reeling them in as well. So Chris Walton is second in Class B. You can see the gap there between the two. It's about 25 seconds, I think. No, less than that. So Kevin Denwood's 18 seconds back on Colin Voice, so I've miscalculated there. That's just under 7 seconds between Denwood and Walton. Mental arithmetic was never my strong point. Here comes your leader into Agostini for the 7th time. Jason West. 3 second lead over James Card still with that fastest lap of 1:59.832, the only lap of the weekend under 2 minutes. This should put him to the top of the championship, because Class A has slightly more entries than the other classes as well. The more entries that are in your class, the more points you score. I know the extra sponsorship for Castle Combe should boost numbers for this championship. I've seen grids fall a bit, sadly, in the Cumho BMW Championship in the last couple of years, which is a great shame. The global pandemic probably not helping, of course, and rising fuel costs and so on. They are expensive to run, these BMWs. Meantime, Pete Miller side by side with Joe Kalari over the line. They're having a good scrap. Miller on the inside in the E36 M3, the man from Burgess Hill in Sussex. Kalari goes round the outside. That's a Caterham style move there from Joe Kalari in his compacts. He's pulled away down the straight there. In fact, he's pulled away quite quickly. I hope Pete Miller hasn't got a problem. Let's see if Chris Walton catches him in the 74. Yes, he is falling back into the clutches of the 74 here, Pete Miller. I hope that car's not starting to struggle. 5.5 minutes of the race to go. Let's see if he can keep going. Behind them there is Trevor Ford as well, 12th place. So the field hasn't got too spread out, although Jason West has just done a new fastest lap, 1:59.469. Race leader by 3.6 seconds. There's Kalari. Good to have him back, a stalwart of the less powerful classes in this championship over the last few years. Here's our race leader, the Underscore Racing BMW. Increasing his lead slowly but surely over James Card, who's now lapping in the 1:59s himself. He did a 1:59.987 last time through, so he's responding to the pace of the leader. Are they catching? Yes, they are catching the tail end of the field now. So there's Trevor Ford. Very courteous driver is Trevor. Got a huge amount of racing experience in BMWs. He'll move aside and let the leaders through. I'm sure, yes, there we see the hand out of the window. He waves Jason West by. Thank you, says Jason. 4 minutes to go, so a couple more laps. Trevor Ford waving James Card through on the... Oh, he's waiting until the straight, I think. James will just breeze by in the more powerful M3. Brian Bransom, well, he's a bit further back in third. The other new fastest lap for Jason West, possibly this time. Yes, 1:59.469. Into the hairpin he goes. Any more back markers ahead? There'll be a couple more, I would think. Yes, there's Pete Miller. Does that mean Chris Walton has got ahead of him now, or has he already been lapped? We'll take a look as they come into Agostini, see if we can see Chris Walton in the background. No, there is Walton, so there's been a change of position there. Chris Walton's up to 10th overall. James Card's got his headlights on, look to warn the back markers that he's coming. Oh, the leader a little bit sideways there, got a wheel on the curb coming out of Agostini. So the lead gap is now down to 2 seconds because of Jason West possibly having to deal with that traffic. And yes, James Card is starting to close the gap. He took about a second out of Jason West on that last lap. West sliding about again there at Williams. Are his rear tyres going off? Or has he got a problem? Because that gap has come down quite considerably. Brian Bransom safe in third. Come towards us. Yeah, there's Card with his headlights on him. I wonder if it might be that Jason West's just been dealing with the back markers. You can see the gap has come down a bit. Unfortunately, I've lost my timing screen in the commentary box again, so I'm having to keep an eye on the timing tower on the left of your screens, ladies and gents. Yes, 2:04 is now the gap. It was 3.6 last time through. See what it is as they come over the line to start what will be their final lap this time. A late push from James Card. Can he catch Jason West? Coming up to lap Kevin Denwood, the Class B leader. Over the line goes West. There is Card. Yes, he's quicker by 1.5 seconds on that lap. 1.4 seconds is now the gap. Now, we could be in for a close finish here. Can James Card catch Jason West? We thought it was all over and done with. It's never over until that checkered flag goes out. This could be close. Let's see if we can get a final push here from James Card to make it 2-2 for the season in terms of race wins between the two M3 pilots. Pull clear of Brian Branson. He's nearly 10 seconds back. Ian Crisp in fourth. As for Sapra, made it up as far as fifth. He's almost caught Ian Crisp. Wait and see if he can get up into fourth place. We'll concentrate on the leaders. Because yes, James Card is pushing on, and West is lapping in the 2:01s now, after he was in the 1:59s briefly. But he's lost a bit of pace. Whether it's tyres or whether there is a problem, or whether he's just struggling with the heat a bit, perhaps. Is James Card going to get close enough to mount a challenge in the final corners of this Kumho BMW Championship race? Down towards the left at Brundle, the right at Nelson. James Card with the headlights ablaze to, we thought it was to let the back markers know he's there. He's perhaps trying to intimidate Jason West now because he's closed up on him. I think Jason's just about done enough though, barring any mistakes in the last couple of corners. Here comes the underscore racing car into the long right-hander of Coram. Just the left at Murray's to go now. I think Jason West has just about done enough. The clock has counted down to 0. He's through the final corner. Well, James Card had hoped to equalise in terms of race wins, but it is going to be 3-1 for the season. A double here at Snetterton for Jason West. James Card comes over in second. And the gap in the end at the flag, 1.7 seconds. Brian Branson comes over to complete the podium once again, a bit further back than he was yesterday. We'll wait to see who's going to take fourth place. How's Jasvir Sapra? Well, he's caught Ian Crisp. I can just see them at the exit of Murray's. Is Jasvir Sapra going to get close enough coming up towards the line? Not quite. Ian Crisp will take fourth. Sapra fifth from the back of the grid. Sixth position should be Klaus Kuiker to win the invitation class. Quite a long way down. Colin Voice behind him. And Kevin Denwood in 8th place, a lap down, will win the B class. Class C will be won by Joe Kalari in his compacts. Chris Walton, Pete Miller dropping back in the closing stages. Trevor Ford will complete the finishers provisionally. Just waiting for the last few cars across the line. There goes Kuiker. Waiting for the last couple of cars to come in, then we're back to Caterham racing next out. Third and final race of the weekend for the Morph Caterham graduates, Sigma 150 and Sigmax cars. They'll be out shortly. Waiting for the last couple of cars to cross the line because they were quite spread out around the circuit during that second Kumho BMW race of the weekend. But here's your provisional result. Jason West the winner by 1.7 seconds over James Card. Brian Branson again completes the podium 13 seconds further back. Ian Crisp just beats Jasvir Sapra home for 4th position. Klaus Kuiker wins the invitation class in 6th ahead of Colin Voice. And then a lap down, Kevin Denwood the winner of Class B. Giuseppe Calari takes Class C. And Chris Walton, Pete Miller and Trevor Ford completing the finishers. Next up we go Caterham Racing. It's the Sigma 150 and Sigmax runners for their third and final race of the weekend. But first we can go down to Ewan Dunlop in Park Ferming.
Cheers, Dave. Thanks very much. Here with our race winner again this weekend. What a wonderful way to end the weekend for you.
Yeah, it's a bit better than yesterday, isn't it? Yeah, much better standing here, I'd imagine, but very, very hot in the car.
You got out in the front there, and it was like, no, he gave it a good shot, James, but was he ever going to catch you? You looked in full control.
Yeah, he absolutely was. We've got opposite driving styles. I'll nail it to start with, have the car moving around. James is like ultra smooth and always comes back at the end, so you can never count him out.
But like you said, very different conditions to yesterday. It's super, super hot now. How does that affect the setup, the tyre pressure? What goes on behind the scenes?
Yeah, well, you have to drop the tyre pressures, and obviously everything heats up much, much faster, and the tyres go off quicker.
Yeah.
So the lap times aren't where they were yesterday, but the track's hotter, track temperature's hotter, the ambient air temperature's hotter, so the engines don't make quite the power.
And great for the championship this weekend, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, it will be. We look forward to it. West done it. Well done.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Let's get James in. Might get Brian in first, actually. If I could, do you know what? Let's go for a little bit of a walk. Don't want to get run over here. The cars are coming through, scrutineering as well. Brian. Third place. That's not where you want to be.
Well, Connor is what it is. Can't do anything about it. No, it was good. I just had a bit of a not as bad start as yesterday, but I was a little bit hesitant, to be honest with you, because the lights kind of went out, and the wrong thing I done was kind of wait for Jason and James. Yeah. I was sort of a bit hesitant, and then just a split second. But yeah, it all comes down to me again, basically, at the start, 'cause what the trouble is, they're so close, as you can tell by the lap times. If the guys get away at the start, it's so hard to reel them back in, unless there's a problem, obviously.
And they did. There was about an 8-second gap at one point between you and James in second, and you just can't bring that back now.
No, that's really hard to get back. The only half hope we've got is that the two front cars would get held up by back markers or something like that, but because everyone's sort of really good around in this club, that didn't really happen. So yeah, it is what it is.
3 races in total this week, all done. Pretty sort of satisfied with your weekend's work?
Yeah, we're all going home. Cars in one piece. We're all in one piece, and the sun's out, so you can't go wrong.
Awesome, mate. Well done.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy.
Cheers.
Right, we are going straight into our next race now. So straight back to your commentator, Dave Goddard.
Caterham's coming onto the grid, but comments from our YouTube feed. This is interesting. Was Jason West ensuring he didn't have to do one more lap? Is that why he backed off? We'll find out. Maybe he'll have a look on his YouTube at _racing. Anyway, the grid in position for our final race for the Sigma 150 and Sigmax Caterhams and the Morph My Caterham Graduates Championship, and in pole position this time with the third quickest time for each driver from qualifying is Harry Senior, number 1, alongside the number 11 of Will Stillwell. Second row, 113 James Wingfield, alongside the 121 of Harry Kramer. Then we've got the first of the Sigmaxes, 82, Mr. Chairman, Matt Willoughby, alongside 67 Doug Christie. Row 4 is 58 Rob Warner and 64 Amanda Anderson. Fifth row, 61 Angus McLean, 50 James McCall. Next of the Sigmaxes is next up on row number 6, which is number 33 of Gareth Cordy, alongside 112 Andrew Whitten. He had a good run in race 2. Yesterday's Sigmax winner, Tom Horton, is on row 7, alongside number 3 Oliver Smith. 2 non-finishes for him so far this weekend. Row 8 is 110 James Gilmore, and number 6 Steve Arnell. Row 9, 85 of Dan Livingston, 32 Ian Anderson. The 10th row is 101 Paul Fielder, 51 Phil Isherwood Crook. On the 11th row, 137 Will Price and 15 of Kim Raymond. 12th row, we've got Neil Evans, number 34, alongside the 5 Paul Jepson. Penultimate row, 9 Martin Gleach, 7 Rob Appleton. The final row, 36 Sean Cronin. And once again, Kevin Barrett, number 4, has got to come through from the back. So 3 times from qualifying taken for all 3 races this weekend. Kevin, unfortunately, didn't manage to set a time, so he's got to start at the back for all 3 races. He's already had to rebuild his car after a shunt in race 1 as well. That was not his fault. Well, there he is at the back. Let's see where he can get up to this time. Wins so far for James Wingfield and Harry Senior. Keep an eye on the Sigmax division as well. Thomas Horton, a great win for him. And his debut in the category yesterday, it was Matthew Willoughby who took the win in race 2 of the weekend earlier on today. Thanks for all your comments coming in on the YouTube feed. One question, do the trucks ever race at Snetterton? They certainly do. They'll be out later in the summer. And we'll be here to cover them on BARC TV. Sorry for the silence there, just attempting to get my timing screen working again in the box. Unfortunately, we are currently without live timing in the box, but we've got our on-screen timing. This will be a 25-minute race. Harry Senior and James Wingfield, the two to watch, or will we see Harry Kramer back to winning ways, winner on the opening weekend of the season on Easter Sunday at Brands Hatch? To the grid they come then. Harry Senior, the dark grey car with the red roll cage. The black car with the yellow cage, Will Stillwell alongside him. Second row, the red and day-glow yellow of James Wingfield. The all-red car of Harry Kramer is next. And then the red and black first of the Sigmaxes, that's Matt Willoughby. His nearest rivals back on row 6, Gareth Cordy. Alongside Andrew Whitton. Thomas Horton is third of the Sigmaxes. He's quite a way back on the 7th row of the grid. Almost in position and ready then. Green flag waves at the back of the grid. Ready for our third and final race of the weekend for the Caterham Graduates Championship Sigma 150 and Sigmax field. Another cracker in prospect. The red lights are on and away they go. Down towards that first corner. Will Stillwell gets a good start from the outside. The front row in the yellow cage, number 11. James Wingfield up there as well. Not the best of starts for Harry Senior. He's down to third alongside his Brands rival Harry Kramer. Into that first corner they go. Let's hope they all make it round okay. It is Will Stillwell, is it? No, James Wingfield has gone to the front and Harry Senior goes for broke around the outside. Look at Rob Warner charging up. He's going to run wide surely on the exit. No, he gets it stopped and round. That was a brave charge by Rob Warner in the 58s. They've all made it round the hairpin. There's Steve Arnell side by side with the number 51 of Phil Isherwood Crook. It's James Wingfield who has the early lead of this race. Start to sort themselves out around the left at Palmer's. Number 34 there is Neil Evans. Big lock up there from, is that Senior going for the inside? Yes, it is. So James Stillwell, Will Stillwell has been shuffled back. James Wingfield still has the lead. It's Senior second. Harry Kramer is in third place as they go through. Hamilton up towards Oggies. Harry Kramer going for the inside now. It's the first time I've seen him fighting for the lead of a race this weekend. Led the championship coming into it. Side by side with Senior. Then Stillwell. Warner up into fifth position. Looks like Doug Christie in the black number 67 is next. Then the 82 of Matt Willoughby, and he leads the Sigmaxes. Behind him 1-1-2. That's Andrew Whitten, then James McCall in the number 50 as they head down the Bentley Straights for the first time. Who's going to come out of this with the lead? They're 3 wide by the look of things. They come under the bridge. Plenty of locking up of Toyo tyres there. I think it's Harry Kramer that's come through into the lead. Yes, it is, ahead of James Wingfield. Senior is third, then side by side between Stillwell and Warner for that fourth position. Stillwell goes through. Doug Christie battling it out as well with Matt Willoughby. Then we've got the 1-1-2 of Andrew Whitten, and then the 50 of James McCall. Absolutely frantic in the early stages. Angus McLean is behind James McCall. Not had a lot of luck this weekend. Harry Kramer then leads for the first time in this weekend here at Snetterton. They're all in almost a solid single file line behind him. Like a high-speed train as they head across the line. But breaking out of the train is James Wingfield. He's going round the outside. And Harry Senior trying to go round both of them on the run into Rich's corner. Look at that, side by side. And Senior's done it. That's brilliant. Third to first in one move. Well, even in a slipstreaming Caterham race, that's a tricky move to pull off. Senior's done it. Here comes Harry Kramer back again. He retakes second place from Wingfield. Side by side for fourth between Stillwell and Warner. Somebody locking up badly there in the background, going into the hairpin. Couldn't see who it was. So here they come up towards the left at Palmer. Harry Senior still leads. Trying to break the toe there as they come down towards Agostini. He's moving to cover off Harry Kramer. Wingfield in third, then Stillwell holding off Warner. And that was a brave move, one of the moves of the weekend by Harry Senior. Around the outside, coming down into Rich's corner, taking 2 cars in one move to take up the lead. Harry Kramer in second place, the Cheshire driver. That's James Wingfield in third. Matt Willoughby leads the Sigmax division. Thomas Horton's away into second place. Gareth Cordy didn't get the best of starts. It's Ian Anderson third in Sigmax, the number 32. There is Matt Willoughby, the class leader in the Fisher German sponsored car. Down the Bentley Straight they come. We'll pick them up as they come into the left-hander at Brundle. Is it still going to be Harry Senior who's got the lead? Yes, looks like he's going to hang on to it. James Wingfield back around the outside into second place on the entry to Brundle. And Warner's got through into fourth as well. Rob Warner in the 58's got ahead of Will Stillwell. It's chop and change at the front of the field then between the top 5. Willoughby 6th, Doug Christie 7th, and Andrew Whitten is 8th. Kicking up the dust there on the inside of Coram, the race leader. Harry Senior needs to point. He needs to make up for a non-finish in the opening round. Matt Willoughby nearly loses it, coming through the left-hander of Murray's onto the dust. So over the line they go to complete their second lap. So it's great stuff. James Wingfield under fire from Harry Kramer up the inside into the right-hander at Rich's. Rob Warner is in there as well. He wants a podium once again. He's been the more stealthy driver this weekend. He's never going to go around the outside into the hairpin, surely. He's not going to get through there. Harry Kramer does hold him off. Will Stillwell looking on in the number 11 car behind them. And look, Harry Senior, it's the other side this time. It's his left front wing that was flapping in the breeze in race 1. Now it's the right front. Maybe he sees it as lucky, who knows? But he's pulling away from James Wingfield. There's Harry Kramer holding off Rob Warner and Will Stillwell. Next group headed by Willoughby. Now it might prove more of a distraction, the right wing flapping on the number 1 car, because that's more in the driver's field of vision. Andrew Whitten takes Matt Willoughby. He won't mind too much. They're in different championship classes. Through goes Andrew Whitten up into what is 6th position. Behind them in 8th is Doug Christie, then Angus McLean, and James McCall rounds out the top 10. Down the Bentley Straight come the leaders once again. Still Harry Senior. Wing pointing up in the air. Holds the lead. Wingfield trying to go with him. They've pulled out a very slight gap over Will Stillwell, who's taken Kramer for third place, I think. Yes, Rob Warner's been shuffled back into fifth. Doug Christie under fire from Matt Willoughby. So Christie's got ahead there of the Sigmax lead. Fastest lap currently held by both Harry Senior and Rob Warner. They set exactly the same time on the previous lap, 2:10.707. There's Warner trying to chase down Harry Kramer and get back up into fourth place. He was the victim of some slipstreaming on the Bentley straight, I think, that time through. James Wingfield continuing to give loose wing at field, aka Harry Senior, a run for his money for the lead here. Line astern into the hairpin. Will Stillwell in third place, sliding round there. That was spectacular. There's Thomas Horton, the 128, the ex-Fiesta racer, on his Caterham debut this weekend, harrying James McCall. That's for 10th place overall. They're in different classes, of course, because Thomas Horton is the second of the Sigmaxes behind Matt Willoughby. Third in that division is now Dan Livingston, winner at Brands Hatch, the number 85. Came into the weekend leading the points in the Sigmax. He's had a quiet time of it here. Slightly longer race this time, of course, at 25 minutes. Tell you the timing's working again. Thank you to TSL Timing. Out towards the back of the circuit once again. James Wingfield keeping Harry Senior in his sights. Stillwell still ahead of Kramer and Warner. And the rest of them go charging through. Thomas Horton going well once again. He wants another Sigmax win. He's in the slipstream of Angus McLean in the number 61. Here come the leaders. Are there going to be any moves made into Brundle? Doesn't look like it. No, Wingfield not close enough. Stillwell still third. Still going well, you could say. Through the bomb hole. Harry Kramer still holding off Rob Warner for fourth place. See the little aero screens on these cars as well, replacing the conventional windscreens. First five together. Andrew Whitten has had a strong weekend. He's trying to catch them. Next group headed by Doug Christie. He's got 5 cars line astern behind him. Across the line go the leaders, and around the outside goes James Wingfield. He got the slipstream and he's got the lead. Wingfield does it again. Harry Senior will be straight on the fight back here down into the hairpin, but Wingfield trying to cover the inside line. He does so and he keeps the lead, and now this is allowing Will Stillwell to close up as well. He wants his first win. So the fastest time of all in qualifying, was on pole for race 1 yesterday. Angus McLean in the number 61. The Yateley-based businessman chasing number 50 James McCall. Wingfield hanging on as they go into the left at Agostini. 3 for the lead, 2 for fourth. This is the fight for 7th. Headed at the moment by Doug Christie. Matt Willoughby has dropped behind him in the 82, but he still leads the Sigmax. It's the very slightly less powerful cars. Harry Kramer still working to hold off Rob Warner. Harry Kramer might be a bit disappointed with his results this weekend after that strong start to the season at Brands Hatch. And look at this, Tom Horton has now caught Matt Willoughby for the lead of the Sigmax category. Tom Horton started back in 13th place and he's now up to 9th, and he's on the tail of Matt Willoughby for the lead of the Sigmax division. Here they come out of Nelson. There's Horton, the white car, just behind Doug Christie. Horton looking to make a move. He's going up towards Coram on the tail of Willoughby in the 82. Matt Willoughby from Nottinghamshire. Tom Horton from Knapton. Now behind Doug Christie in the 67 car. Leaders going across the line. Afraid the timing's being temperamental again, so we'll have to wait for the gap. Apologies there. We concentrate on the Sigmax lead battle for the moment. There's the number 64, that's Amanda Anderson. Here are our leaders, and yes, Will Senior has been, Harry Senior rather, has been shuffled back to third because Will Stillwell has come through into second place. James Wingfield who leads, and it looks like his right front wing's coming loose as well. Well, if it starts flapping in the breeze, they'll match, won't they, him and Senior? There is Willoughby, still ahead of Senior. Never mind that, because Will Stillwell up the inside takes James Wingfield and takes the lead for the first time this weekend. First time since he was on pole yesterday. Will Stillwell it is then, the number 11, the man from Stoke. Harry Senior shadowing in third place. Rob Warner's dropped back a little from Harry Kramer now in the Lux box car. There's Tom Horton, still in second in Sigmax. He's ahead of James McCall. Third Sigmax runner is further back. It's Dan Livingston in 14th, I think. Yes, ahead of Gareth Cordy. Here come your leaders. Will Stillwell from James Wingfield. Harry Senior and Harry Kramer up on their tails. Harry Kramer desperate for a podium. Rob Warner's not far away either. There's Andrew Whitton in sixth, then Christie. Willoughby and Horton, that's the lead battle in Sigmax. It's Will Stillwell who still leads the way. Over the line they go. Here comes Wingfield, here comes Senior. They're not going to go three wide into Richie's, surely. Somehow the DPR car of Will Stillwell has held his lead. Now Harry Senior cuts to the inside. James Wingfield, who's this carving through the middle? There's four of them almost on top of one another. Somehow Will Stillwell holds the lead. Here's Harry Kramer underneath both Wingfield and Senior. Wingfield's been shuffled back to fourth place. This is like a NASCAR race. Harry Senior in second place behind Stillwell. Kramer in third. Then Wingfield down to fourth, and Rob Warner trying to get in on the action as well. Top four were covered by 0.8 of a second at the line. And Will Stillwell just about hanging on with the lead. Can he pick up his first win in the Caterham Graduates Racing Championship in 2023? Harry Senior will have something to say about that. Harry Kramer likewise, he wants to keep the lead in the championship. Leader goes a little bit wide there at Oggies. Will Stillwell. Now 0.8 of a second covers the first five, not the first four. And only a second back is Whitten, that's a spinner. The number 5 car, Paul Jepson. There's been some contact there, there's a bit of debris on the road there. That's coming out of Agostini. Paul Jepson, who had a retirement yesterday, a spin in this race. Not a happy weekend for him. Here come the leaders now. Who's going to be in the lead as they come into sight? Still Will Stillwell, but here comes Harry Senior on the inside as they go towards the bomb hole. Is he going to get through? Side by side on the exit up towards Coram. Senior's got the tighter line. He's surely going to take the lead. And he's through. That's a great move through Coram. We don't very often see passing moves there. Kramer and Wingfield side by side behind. Kramer's got the third place. This is allowing Andrew Whitten to close up on the top 5 as well. And we've had a change in the Sigmax as well. Thomas Horton has taken the lead of the class. Well, what a debut for Thomas Horton. He has taken to Caterham Racing like the proverbial duck to water as Will Stillwell slipstreams his way back into the lead. Just under 10 minutes of this 25-minute race to go. It's been an absolute extravaganza of Caterham Racing here at Snetterton this weekend. The fans are loving it. The drivers are loving it. And I'm sure you viewers here on BARC TV are loving it as well. A bit of a power slide there for Will Stillwell to keep his lead. He's got Harry Senior all over him. James Wingfield's got through into third place as well ahead of Harry Kramer. Oh, this is going to be close over the remaining 9 minutes. Kramer all over Wingfield trying to get that third place back. Rob Warner is 5th. And look at Andrew Whitten closing up as well. Could be 6 for the lead shortly. It's 2 at the moment as they go into Agostini. Will Stillwell. Car not handling as well as that of Harry Senior, but it certainly looks spectacular and he's able to hold the lead. It is now 6 for the lead. Where's the next group? There they are. Doug Christie, Thomas Horton and Matt Willoughby. Through towards Oggies. Then the right-hander at Williams there. Again, a slide from Will Stillwell. He's so spectacular to watch. They come down the Bentley Straight. So a move being made there at Agostini in the background. Kim Raymond was one of the drivers involved. And here's a bit of an incident at the hairpin. Who is that? Oh, a head-on. And that's the 33 of Gareth Cordy, I think. And it's Kevin Barrett again. Well, he started from the back in all 3 races. Had to rebuild the car after hitting somebody else at the hairpin in race 1, and now this. You saw him punch his steering wheel out of sheer anger there. Poor Kevin Barrett. Meanwhile, Harry Senior has retaken the lead. That must have been at the Bentley Straights. He's back ahead of Will Stillwell. 3rd place, James Wingfield. He's got back ahead of Harry Kramer, but it's the William and Harry battle that continues up front. Stillwell and Senior. Over the line they go. Let's see how much separated them that time. Well, Will Stillwell's pulled back ahead. Round the outside, it was Stillwell ahead up the line by, well, nothing according to the timing tower. Might have been 1,000th or 2 in it. 7 minutes still to go, so we've got a few laps to go yet in this longest race of the weekend so far. Finale for the Sigma 135s is 25 minutes as well. Harry Kramer under fire now from Rob Warner, chasing James Wingfield, and here comes the number 112 of Andrew Whitten as well. In the next group are our Sigmax leaders. Horton ahead of Willoughby, they're chasing Doug Christie. Squeal of these Toyo tyres as they head round the left-hander at Agostini. 6 of the best out in front. Will Stillwell and Harry Senior. Can Will Stillwell pick up his first win of the season? James Wingfield won yesterday, Harry Senior earlier today. Will we see 3 winners for the weekend? Harry Kramer was a winner at Brands Hatch, so Harry Senior, the only 2-time winner of this season so far. Waiting for them to come back into sight under the bridge. Who is it going to be? Harry Kramer's set the fastest lap, 2:09.95. Is it still going to be Will Stillwell with the lead? Looks like it's tricky to see here for the sun now. Yes, it is Stillwell from Senior, Wingfield and Kramer. And Andrew Whitten has got ahead of Rob Warner as well, so Whitten's going well from a little further down the grid. He's risen up into 5th position. Andrew Whitten started back in 12th. Stillwell trying to break the toe now. Can he do so down the centre straights with just over 5 minutes remaining? Across the line they go. Tension beginning to mount now. Here goes Harry Senior. Here comes James Wingfield. Is he going to have a look up the inside? Not quite. They go up towards the Wilson hairpin for what will be the 10th time. It is still Will Stillwell who hangs on. Harry Kramer up there in 4th. It's Whitten and Warner. It's between these half dozen for the victory. Through Palmer. Harry Kramer is desperate for a podium here. Bit of debris there on the left. That's somebody's nose cone. I think might have come off one of those cars that had the incident down at the hairpin. Wouldn't surprise me. Thomas Horton going for the inside on Doug Christie. He goes through up into 7th position. Now he's put a car between himself and his nearest Sigmax rival now. That could be a good tactic. Could Tom Horton catch our 6 leaders from the 150 class? That would be something. Harry Senior, meanwhile, has been relegated down into 4th place. Harry Senior's slowing down. Harry Senior's in trouble. Now, I don't know what the problem is. He's suddenly slowed there, coming through Oggies. It's just under 4 minutes, rather, of the race still to go. What a shame for Senior, and that could be a second non-finish of the season. That's going to put a big dent in his championship hopes. There go the leaders. Senior's down to 6th. Now, has the problem cleared itself? He's still there. I thought he was pulling out of the race, but he's still going in 6th place. I'm not quite sure what has happened there. We don't know if he's got the black and orange flag for that flapping front wing, but he didn't earlier. It's a bit strange, actually. Meanwhile, there's Horton in 7th, Christie 8th. Over the line goes Will Stillwell. Yes, and Senior he's back up to pace again. So whether that was just a momentary loss of drive or something, or whether he had to do a quick Control-Alt-Delete on the car, I'm not sure. But he's still going strong. Will Senior down into 6th position. He'll try and slipstream his way back up the order. We'll have this and one more lap, I think. And whoa, James Wingfield tried to slingshot the car down the inside there into the hairpin. He was sideways, so was Will Stillwell. He always is there. But if they start showboating and sliding around like that, that's going to play into the hands of none other than Harry Kramer. Yeah, Senior's back up to speed now. He's back up to 5th. He's got ahead of Rob Warner. Andrew Whitton ahead of him in 4th place. He's going brilliantly. They've split into 2 groups of 3 now. Stillwell from Wingfield and Harry Kramer in the 1-2-1. Here comes Will Senior on the fight back, going for 4th, on the tail of the 1-1-2 of Andrew Whitton. Through they go through Williams onto the back straight. There's Thomas Horton. Can he catch these 6 at the front? Be a great achievement on his Sigmax debut. Here come your leaders. 90 seconds of the race to go. Still, it is Will Stillwell who leads, looking for his first win of the season. James Wingfield up there in 2nd, through the bomb hole. Wingfield looking for his 2nd win of the weekend. Harry Kramer for his 1st, his 2nd in as many meetings. He had a win at Brands Hatch. Points leader coming into this weekend. Andrew Whitton under fire from Harry Senior. We don't know what the problem was there, causing him to slow and drop to 6th. Stephen Arnell has now risen to 3rd in Sigmax. He's in 13th overall. Will Stillwell and James Wingfield swapping places down the straights. We're on the last lap now. Who's going to go ahead? It's Wingfield. No, Stillwell on the inside. And look at this, closing up as well, Harry Kramer. A bit of a lock-up there from Wingfield. Harry Kramer says thanks very much. He's going for the inside on both of them. Oh, that was close. I thought there was going to be contact there on the exit. Caterham racing at its closest. Will Stillwell, still a relative newcomer to Caterham racing, looking for his maiden graduates win. Hangs on ahead of Harry Kramer, who's now 2nd. Has Harry Kramer timed this right? He hasn't led a race all weekend. Can he snatch the win on the Bentley Straight for the last time? He's positioning himself. No, Wingfield back up the inside. Wingfield has mastered this weekend. Getting his move done right at the clutch point, as they say in American sports. Are we going to see a clutch performance here from Wingfield? Harry Kramer trying to fight back, but can Will Stillwell hang on in the DPR Motorsport car? Throws it through Williams. He's got to push down the Bentley Straight. He's got to break the toe. Otherwise, Wingfield is going to be on him. Kramer's on the back of Wingfield. It's between these 3 now for the win. They're clear of Whitton Senior and Warner, who are the next group. Here they come. Who's it going to be as they come under the bridge? Tricky to tell in the sunlight. There's a green flag waving there. I think there might have been yellow flags down the straight, so that may have precluded any passing moves. Yes, Will Stillwell still has the lead. I think there was a yellow flag on the straight there, I don't know why. But Will Stillwell, has he done enough? He's going to be nervous through these last couple of corners. Clock has counted down to 0 on this Caterham Sigma 150 and Sigmax race. Well, it started brilliantly for him this weekend when he took pole position for race 1. And surely he's done enough unless James Wingfield can get alongside on the run to the line, or is he? No, he must have run wide. Wingfield's through. This race never ceases to amaze. Wingfield's got it. Oh, what a shame for Will Stillwell. He zapped him coming out of the last corner. I thought Stillwell had it. He must have either run wide or missed a gear or something. He said he might be nervous. Harry Kramer third. Senior came back through for fourth ahead of Whitton and Warner. What happened there for Will Stillwell? He had that race in the bag. In Sigmax, it's another win for Thomas Horton, a superb 7th overall. Matt Willoughby second in that division, and Steve Arnell takes third ahead of Dan Livingstone and Ian Anderson. Every Caterham race this weekend has had a twist in its tail on the last couple of corners. Extraordinary. Pause for breath at the end of that one once again. We'll confirm the provisional results in just a moment. You have to feel for Will Stillwell there. He either ran wide or just made a slight blip as he came out of the final turn, and James Wingfield got him for his second win of the weekend. Will Stillwell in second by 0.38 of a second. Harry Kramer completes the podium. Harry Senior has to settle for fourth. Something went wrong midway through the race, dropping into sixth. Andrew Whitton a fine fifth from the 6th row of the grid. Rob Warner has to settle for 6th. Thomas Horton, what a debut weekend. 2 wins and a second in the Sigmax division. Finishing ahead of Doug Christie. Matt Willoughby second in Sigmax, then Amanda Anderson, James McCall and Angus McLean. Steve Arnell third in Sigmax ahead of the erstwhile championship leader, Dan Livingstone. We'll head down to Ewan shortly then to hear from the drivers. We'll try and hear what's happened to Will Stillwell on that last corner. Congratulations, James Wingfield. 2 wins for him. We'll find out what happened, hopefully, to Harry Senior as well. It was all happening in the second half of that final race of the weekend for the Sigma 150 and Sigmax Caterham graduates. Let's head down to Ewan in Park Ferme to find out the details.
Cheers, Dave. Well, it doesn't get much closer than that. Let's find out what happened on that last corner. We didn't quite see it. What happened up there?
Onto the straight, basically. I got a really good exit, so I was fairly confident I might be able to slipstream past Will, and just as we came onto the straight, I think he must have missed his 2nd to 3rd gear change, which is so easily done, and yeah, I just said to him, I felt almost mean taking it like that. I would have liked to fight him for it and win it, but honestly, he probably deserved that one. But a great fight, great battle all the way through, and with Harry Senior and Harry Kramer as well, so really good fun.
It's been a superb weekend, hasn't it?
It has for me, and it has for everyone here, I think. Yeah, Sunshine's even come out to finish it, which we couldn't really ask for more.
For you especially, lots of points this weekend.
Well, yes and no. Unfortunately, I'm only a guest in this series, so I don't actually score points, but I am here for positions and trophies. Okay. So I've got 3 trophies, and I'm happy with that.
Well, great weekend. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Cheers, buddy. Let's bring in Will. Well, we've heard James' point of view. What happened at the last corner there?
Yeah, I just basically missed third. I've been doing it all weekend actually, and I had quite a good race then. I didn't really make many mistakes, but the mistake came when it mattered, right at the end there. So yeah, gutted, but what a weekend for me, you know, and everyone that's come to support as well. It's been thoroughly enjoyable. Am I right to give a few more shout outs? Yeah. So first of all, I've got 2 more to do. So first of all, Caterham Graduates Racing Club, you've all made us fantastically welcome at our first weekend. My battery was knackered when I got to the circuit, and I had 4 or 5 people coming over to me with offers of 12 volts, so that was massively appreciated. And then yeah, everyone watching at home, so Mum, Dad, Nick, Ness, Monge, Callum, Dave, Dan, you're all awesome, and thanks very much for all your support. Thoroughly enjoyed my first weekend.
Mate, you've been awesome this weekend, well done.
Thank you very much indeed. Cheers.
Cheers. I'm going to get one more in really quickly, because I think we need to speak to Tom. He's had second win. Actually, come a little bit closer if the mic's working. I know it was a little bit itchy. Here we go. Mate, what a weekend.
Yeah, truly incredible. I'm standing here just slightly shaking because I just can't quite believe it. It's absolutely unreal to be where I am right now. 2 wins and a second place I couldn't have asked for more. Well, I could have asked for more for a second place, but you know what?
Don't
you
be
know what I
greedy.
mean. I'm not being too greedy about it. It's been a fantastic weekend. I'm actually getting a little bit emotional about it because I haven't raced since the end of last year, and to come back in style is just the best feeling.
How good is that Alpha 7 paddock over there?
Oh, it's fantastic. Alpha 7, and to be honest, it extends to all the CGRC paddock. It's been such a warm welcome. I've never been in any club like it. Karting, racing, nothing. It's incredible. So I thank the team and I thank the club for their hospitality.
You can now go and enjoy your birthday weekend. Your work is done.
My work is done. Finally, I've got a day off tomorrow as well. Thank you very much.
Well, mate. Cheers, Tom. Thank you. Great weekend racing for Tom and the Caterhams entirely. We're going back to mini racing now. It's the Virtue Challenge Trophy. Over to Dave Goddard.
Okay, they're already out on the grid then. The Virtue Motors Mini Challenge about to start their green flag lap. This is a partially reversed grid. There were a couple of penalties in the earlier race as well. Lee Pearce got a one-place penalty for gaining an unfair advantage. So did number 96 Sam Gornall. Reese Lysick got a penalty for contact as well, so they've all dropped places. It's a partially reversed grid. The top 6 have been reversed, and Jack Byrne has struck lucky because that penalty for Lee Pearce elevated him into the top 6, flipped the top 6 around, he's got pole position. Jack Byrne then on pole alongside the 59 of Reese Hurd. Second row is Alex Solly and Harry Hickton. Row 3, Nicky Taylor and Max Hall. First win for Max Hall earlier on. Nicky Taylor, the winner of race 1. Row 4, it's Lee Pearce alongside Frankie Taylor. 5th row, James Black in the 53 and the 11 of Gabe Fairbrother. On the 6th row, we have 21 of Nathan Edwards, rose through the field from the 10th row in that safety car interrupted race 1. We had an early finish with an oil slick at Brundle. Alongside him is Sam Gornall, number 96. Row 7, 62, Alex Keens, 46, Paul Manning. Row 8, Luca Marinoni Osborne and Tom Ovenden. Watch for him coming through. Big spin just before the safety car came out on that oil at Brundle, dropped him way down the order. He starts 16th on the grid. Row 7, Cameron Richardson and Reese Lysick. Row 9 rather. Row 10, Ben Jenkins and Dan Armstrong. On the 11th row, it's Callum Eason, and alongside him is Harvey Ryby. Jamie Keats and Ben Taylor on row 12. Mick Fitzgerald and Ashley Gregory, row 13. Katja Loggy and hopefully Andy Cobb has repaired from earlier on at the back of the grid. We didn't see Brendan Fitzgerald in race 2 earlier this morning. Damage from yesterday, I think, has put him out for the weekend. We'll wait to see if he's there for this one. There he is. Right on cue, Brendan Fitzgerald. They've repaired his car. He missed the race earlier on. The Irishman starts from the pit lane in the Lucan Windows and Doors number 60 car. Well done to his team, the LDR Performance Tuning team. That's Lawrence Davies' team. Big teams in this one: Accelerate Motorsport, Graves Motorsports, the Westbourne team as well. First win for them for Maximus Hall earlier on. Brendan Fitzgerald keeping the door open just to keep cool. It's certainly warmed up here at Snetterton. So Jack Byrne, penalty earlier on as he struck lucky. Penalty in race 1 which dropped him back for some contacts, but he initially was 7th in the first race. Elevated into the top 6 with a penalty for Lee Pearce, and then the top 6 flipped around. He gets pole for this one. Mini Challenge supported by Virtue Motors, Mintex Brakes and Scorpion Red Power. This will be a 15-minute race. This is going to be another cracker. Reese Hurd's had his best weekend in the championship so far. Up there on the front row for this one, the ex-Brick Car Trophy. Alex Solly could be in with a chance. He had a win in race 3 at Brands Hatch, the season opener. There's Ashley Gregory at the back of the field, and Andy Cobb's car I see as well. He's repaired. Brendan Fitzgerald, we know, is starting from the pit lane. Katja Loggy just ahead of them. A few of you have asked if she is related to Ian Loggy, the British GT champion. I'm not sure, actually, if Katja is. So Jack Byrne, the young Irishman from Wexford, in pole position with the Graves Motorsports car. Alongside him, Reese Hurd for Chandler Motorsport. He comes from Dorking in Surrey. Alex Solly on row 2, the number 12. He's a Graves Motorsport driver. Alongside him, Harry Hickton. What a great weekend Harry has had. His best in the championship so far for Westbourne Motorsports. His teammates Here's Max Hall starting right behind him, deadly rivals in junior saloon cars last season. Nicky Taylor completes the front 3 rows, 5th on the grid. So 15 minutes of racing, the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge. There is Jack Byrne looking for his 2nd win of the season. Dominated the Rookie Cup last year. The red lights are on, revs are up, and away we go. Good start by the pole man, Jack Byrne. Decent start by Reese Hurd and by Harry Hickton. One car a bit slow away there, one car not really getting away. I think that was Gabe Fairbrother. He's pulling over onto the grass. The number 11, disappointment for him. As away they go, down towards Riches for the first time. Let's hope everybody avoided that slow car. Who's got the lead? It is Jack Byrne who leads ahead of Reese Hurd. Harry Hickton in 3rd place. And look at Alex Solly moving up on the inside. Max Hall going around the outside. It's Jack Byrne who has got the lead. Moving up there, Lee Pearce in the 23, the man who dominates the Directors' Cup for the senior drivers, the former stock car racing star. We normally see his old stock car rival Clark Wells out racing, but he's not out there this weekend. There is Lee, under fire from James Black in the 53. So it is Jack Byrne who leads this busy pack of BMW Minis. Identical 130 bhp, 1.6 normally aspirated Mini Cooper S cars. Harry Hickton going for the inside on Reese Hurd. A little bit of rubbing there as they come out of Agostini. The Dayglow yellow car of Alex Solly behind them. One car running wide a bit further back onto the curb as Harry Hickton goes for the inside of Hamilton and up into 2nd place. Good move by Harry Hickton. Here comes Nicky Taylor as well, winner of race 1 this weekend. He's desperate for another victory. He's ahead of Max Hall, the winner of race 2. Broke his duck earlier on, the favourite for the Rookie Cup this year, along with Harry Hickton and James Black. And there's Black moving through past Lee Pearce further back. It's all happening in the early stages. First 2 making a break slightly. Jack Byrne, the pole sitter, looking for his 2nd win of the season. He's dominated the Graduate Cup so far this season. Many backing him as a favourite to take the overall title. Watch as well for Tom Ovenden coming through. Starting down in 16th place on the grid after his spin in race 2, I should say. Somebody's off. Who is that? Oh, that's Gabe Fairbrother. We saw him pull over at the start of the race. Thought he had a problem. His race is run. Jack Byrne under fire from Harry Hickton for the lead. Alex Solly is up into 3rd place. Reese Hurd has gone down to 4th. Under fire from Nicky Taylor. There's Max Hall with James Black rather. Lee Pearce. Next in the order, that looks like Nathan Edwards, the number 21 car. It is Nathan Edwards. An incident-packed season for him so far. They come through to complete lap number 1 on the Snetterton 300 circuits. Jack Byrne under fire from Harry Hickton. He wants his first win. Harry Hickton came into junior saloon cars last season. He's going round the outside here. He came into junior saloon cars with no previous racing experience, hadn't even done any karting, and was a winner right from the off. And it was only a few engine dramas late in the season that prevented him beating Max Hall to the title. Side by side with Jack Byrne, they lean on each other. Look at Alex Solly up the inside, 3 wide out of the hairpin. That's never going to work. But Harry Hickton has got the inside line for the left at Palmer. He's going to take the lead. Brilliantly done by Harry Hickton. He really is a chip off the old block. His famous father David, a long-time historic saloon racer. 2 years in junior saloons, came close to that title last year. Somebody kicking up the dust there further back, that was Luca Marinoni Osborne. Here they come into Agostini. Harry Hickton's got the lead in the 64, lives down near the Thruxton circuit in Hampshire. Many tipping him as a touring car star of the future. Alex Solly running well up there behind Jack Byrne. There's Max Hall. He's come through into 4th now, but he's run a bit wide there through Hamilton. Hurd is 5th, and then Nicky Taylor, James Black, and the rest of them. Oh, they've got a tangle. That's Reese Lysett. He's tangled up with the 62. I think that Alex Keynes, one of the Napa racing cars, goes off, smashes one of the marker boards down. Thankfully, they're only polystyrene. That was Callum Eason who went through it. Reese Lysett's been an incident-packed weekend for him. He got a penalty for contact in race 2. He spun there, tangling with, I think it was Alex Keynes in the 62, the Graves Motorsport car. Let's hope everybody there has been able to continue. Where is Tom Ovenden up to? Well, he gained 4 places on the first lap. He's 12th. Let's have a look again what happened there at Hamilton. Contact possibly with Luca Marinoni Osborne. Yeah, that sent Reese Lysett around. That took out the 62 in turn. Ashley Gregory over the grass as well. Poor Ashley Gregory. Every time there's an incident, she seems to get caught up in it. Here come your leaders. And And in fact, the leader's changed back. That must have happened on the Bentley straight there, because Jack Byrne is back in the lead ahead of Harry Hickton. Here comes Max Hall up the inside. He's going for second. Excuse me, he says to his old rival Harry Hickton. Nobody told them, they're teammates now at Westbourne Motorsports. Team rivals, those two. Fourth place, it's looks like it's Reese Hurd. Indeed it is. We haven't had a chance. Reese Hurd almost pushing, almost bump drafting Harry Hickton there, as Hickton back up the inside into Riches. This is allowing Jack Byrne to escape at the front. Alex Solly's in there too behind Reese Hurd. There's Nicky Taylor. Oh, you're watching that incident further back. It's all changed, hasn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them going for second. Into the hairpin. Something's got to give here. Goodness me. Hickton back up the inside. He retakes second place. He's got to cover off Max Hall, but Hall runs wide over the curb. That's Reese Hurd in there as well. He's going well in the 59. This is turning into one of the best races we've had this weekend for the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge Trophy class. Alex Solly past James Black. In behind them is Nicky Taylor. He got shuffled back about half a lap ago. Somebody else running wide in the background. 3 wide into Agostini's not going to work. That's Lee Pearce coming under fire from, I think that's Frankie Taylor in the 32. There's number 96, that's Sam Gornall, challenging the 46 of Paul Manning, one of our Directors' Cup runners. That's being led by Lee Pearce, as always, really. Rookies' Cup is being led by Max Hall. Jack Byrne, the Graduates' Cup. Jack Byrne is pulling away because everyone else is squabbling like mad for second. Reese Hurd up into second. Well, there's Tom Ovenden. Just about to look where he had got up to. He's up to 11th at last count at the start-finish line. Let's see if he can make up a few more places down the Bentley straights. Here they come. Jack Byrne with a clear lead as they come under the bridge. Everybody else trying to be second. It's Reese Hurd who has it at the moment. Max Hall in third. Alex Solly is up to fourth. Max Hall goes for the inside. He's a very tough and ebullient young racer, is Max Hall. Here he comes at the bomb hole. That's a brave move. Is he going to make it stick? Yes, he is. Now Reese Hurd's caught on the outside. He's going to be shuffled back because Alex Solly follows through. And Nicky Taylor's up there as well. Where is Harry Hickton? Is that him in the next group? We'll pick that up in a moment. I think he's back with Lee Pearce, the 2 blue cars. Yes, there he is. He's been well and truly shuffled back. He was second about a lap ago. Over the line they come. Byrne. From Hall, Solly, Hurd, Nicky Taylor, James Black, Frankie Taylor, poor old Harry Hickton. Lost 6 places on that last lap. There he is on the outside of Lee Pearce, so he could lose another one here. Well, things may be calming down slightly now. Into the hairpin. Well, not for Max Hall, because he's got Alex Solly on his tail. Here's Nathan Edwards getting involved in the battle, and behind them, Tom Ovenden. He's had his quiet first couple of laps, just making his way through the midfield. Now coming into the second half of this 15-minute Virtue Motors Mini Challenge race, and look who's set the fastest lap. Tom Ovenden, 2:21.312. Now he's going for it. It's Jack Byrne looking to become the first driver to win 2 races in this series this year. It was dominated by Nelson King last season, got the vast majority of the wins. He's moved on up into the JCW class, supporting the British Touring Car Championship this year. What a brilliant series that is as well. Side by side, Nathan Edwards and Lee Pearce. Edwards gets the move done at Hamilton. Here comes Tom Ovenden behind. Lead gap is about 1.6 seconds for Jack Byrne over Max Hall. Frankie Taylor chasing down James Black, who's fallen away a little bit after his early pace. Waiting for the leaders to come into sight. There's a back marker ahead there. Pick up who that is. There's a couple of cars that have been into the pits. I think that's Reese Lycett. Yes, it is. He's struggling after a pit stop. Tangled with Alex Keynes early on. They've both been into the pits to check for damage. So the leaders will have to negotiate him. He's moved to the inside, coming out of the bomb hole to let them through. Reese Hurd thinking about a move. He goes straight through on Alex Solly. Excuse me, he says to the back marker, and up into third place. Reese Hurd is having a fantastic weekend for Chandler Motorsports. Seen Stephen Chandler and his family running their team in the Brick Car Trophy with Volkswagen Golfs. It's Reese Lycett just trying to keep out of the way there, the black and orange car. I think he might be coming back into the pits. Over the line go the leaders. The gap has certainly come down between Byrne and Hall, because Hall has done the fastest lap, 2:19.733. Now he's on the attack. He wants a second win. 0.4 of a second in it as they cross the line. They've pulled slightly clear of Reese Hurd in third. That was because of Hurd making that move on Alex Solly and the rest having to negotiate the back marker. It's dropped them back a bit. The O'Brien cement car of Jack Byrne, the man from Wexford in Ireland, leads it. Alex Solly going for third up the inside into the hairpin we caught a glimpse of. For the lead, it's between these two now. The Graves Motorsport car of Jack Byrne, the Westbourne Motorsport car of number 93, Max Hall. Alex Solly's up to third, then it's Hurd. Nicky Taylor coming back in fifth, and James Black is yo-yoing up and down the order somewhat. He's back up into sixth position. Lee Pearce further back there, the blue car, still leads the Directors' Cup. In graduate, it's Byrne. Rookies led by Max Hall ahead of Reese Hurd. Max Hall gets the cutback out of Agostini. He's trying to make a move here on the run into Hamilton. Can't quite get close enough this time. He just gives the 486 car a little tap there, let him know he's there. That is definitely touring car racecraft, you'd say, wouldn't you? We don't condone any contact, of course. It's designed for the touring car racers of the future. There are many of these drivers with aspirations to get into the BTCC someday. Waiting for them to come into sight under the bridge. Here they come. What can Max Hall do? Jack Byrne just about holding him off as they come towards Nelson once again. Alex Solly trying to go after them. He could tow Reese Hurd along with him. Looks like James Black has got through into fifth. Max Hall just a little bit wide there, coming out of Nelson. Look at this train for fourth. Hurd, Black, Taylor, Frankie Taylor, and Harry Hickton. Bit of a bump there with Frankie Taylor. No relation to Nicky Taylor, who's just ahead of him. Hickton will try again, and Max Hall goes through. Oh, superb move. On the brakes for Murray's. Harry Hickton again bumps with Frankie Taylor, who goes over the grass. 3 minutes of the race to go, so there's a couple of laps left, and Max Hall has taken the lead. Now, can he become the first two-time winner of this, what's been a brilliant season for the Mini Challenge Trophy category? And towards the hairpin, Jack Byrne to the outside, to the inside. He's not going to get through there, is he? He throws it up the outside. He's trying to get the line for Palmer, I think. Try and stay on the left-hand side. No, you don't, says Max Hall. Oh, OK, then I'll have a go, says Alex Solly, because that bit of battling's allowed him and Reese Hurd to close. It's four of them for the lead now. Max Hall looks in his mirror, says, where did you come from, Alex Solly? Round the outside on Jack Byrne. He's going to go for the lead now. Then it's Reese Hurd. James Black is closing in as well. So we're going to have about 8 cars for the lead here going into the final lap, I reckon. And suddenly Jack Byrne is having to defend. Look at Reese Hurd up the inside. He's going to take both of them. Oh, brilliant. That's one of the moves of the weekend from Reese Hurd. He's having his best ever weekend in the series. There was no contact there either. He just slotted the car down the inside. I didn't think you could get 3 of these cars wide into Agostini. Reese Hurd has done it. Jack Byrne's fighting back, though. He's having none of it. Back up the inside. Through into second place. This is the race of the weekend. Alex Solly up the inside, and looking back at his mirror now, Max Hall saying, well, if you're all going to squabble like that, I'm off up the road. Jack Byrne in second place. It's Solly now third. James Black's come through into fourth. Reese Hurd's been shuffled back down to fifth through Hamilton there, having briefly been second. There's Alex Keynes, I think that is, who's going to be lapped soon. Here they come. Max Hall leading, everybody else trying to be second. Second is Jack Byrne, and it's Solly, James Black. Behind him, that's Nicky Taylor in the black car. And coming up on him is Reese Hurd. He's recovering now, down the inside at the bomb hole. Forces Nicky Taylor to go wide, and who's that in behind them? It's Harry Hickton coming back into play now. Where's Tom Ovenden in all of this, our erstwhile championship leader? He's at the back of the group in about 11th place. Going through to start the final lap then. This is going to be one explosive final lap. Has Max Hall done enough? Has he been able to pull clear enough that the rest of this baying pack of minis are not going to catch him? Over the line they go. Hall leads from Byrne by 1.3 seconds. Across the line they go. 0.3 of a second further back is Alex Solly. He's not in any of the subclasses. Hall leads the rookies, Byrne the graduates. Still it'll be Lee Pearce leading the Directors' Cup, but never mind that because Rhys Hurd and Nicky Taylor try and lunge at James Black. Harry Hickton in behind them. No position changes there at the moment. Just Jack Byrne's having to defend. This is letting Max Hall get away. Is he going to win the reverse grid race? Having started 6th on the grid. Is he going to become the first 2-time winner of the season? Rhys Hurd again trying his patented move up the inside as Agostini. He doesn't quite manage to get along the side James Black this time. There's Frankie Taylor, behind him Nathan Edwards, then Lee Pearce, and there's Tom Ovenden on the back of this train. So evenly matched, these cars, he hasn't been able to make any further progress from there. Might harm his championship chances here if it's going to be this close all season. Oh, contact there, Rhys Hurd hits James Black. They bounce off each other, Nicky Taylor and Harry Hickton go through. One car bounced up into the air there, that was Nathan Edwards. James Black, I should say, similarly coloured car. They will survive that though, down the Bentley straight for the last time. The clock has counted down to 0. Max Hall in the 93. Is he heading for a second win? Are we finally going to have a 2-time winner this season? Jack Byrne holding off Alex Solly for second. They've broken clear of Nicky Taylor, who's up the inside for 4th place. He's going to run wide on the exit. He's taking somebody else with him, I think, there. Through goes James Black into 4th place, and off has gone the 99 of Ben Jenkins further back in the order. He's in the tyre wall. But they're coming round towards the checkered flag this time. What a terrific race this has been. And as everybody else has scrapped tooth and nail behind him, this young gun has got clear. For the first time, we are going to have a 2-time winner this season in the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge Trophy, and it's one of the rookies. Here he comes up towards the flag, a second win in succession for Max Hall in the 93, Jack Byrne second, Alex Solly third. What a terrific race. Behind them are James Black, Rhys Hurd, Nicky Taylor, Frankie Taylor, Nathan Edwards, Harry Hickton and Lee Pearce as quickly as that. And behind them, Tom Ovenden only 11th, ahead of Sam Gornall. Ashley Gregory coming through for 13th, good run by her. And then Luca Marinoni Osborne, Cameron Richardson, Paul Manning, Daniel Armstrong, Harvey Ryby, Callum Eason, Ben Taylor, and the rest of them. What a cracker. I think that just shades the Mini Miglias as the race of the weekend. There's one of the Fitzgeralds coming home. That's Brendan, started from the pit lane. He finishes 21st. Good run by him. So he missed the second race to rebuild the car after he shunted yesterday. Behind him is Mick Fitzgerald, so both the family make it home. Sadly lost Ben Jenkins on the final lap there. There's Katya Loggy coming home as well. Let's have a look what's happened. It's Andy Cobb again. That's on the exit of Agostini. Ben Jenkins and Andy Cobb in the tyre wall. So a luckless weekend for Andy Cobb. He's crashed in 2 races. Ben Jenkins involved with him there. Alex Keynes will be the final finisher. Provisional result then. Max Hall the winner by 1.3 seconds ahead of Jack Byrne. Alex Solly in 3rd place. So Max Hall wins the Rookie Cup, Jack Byrne the Graduate Cup. James Black a fine 4th ahead of Rhys Hurd. 3 rookies in the top 5 places. Nicky Taylor 6th ahead of his namesake Frankie. Then Nathan Edwards taking 8th. Good run through by him. Harry Hickton ran as high as 2nd, ends up 9th. Lee Pearce another win in the Directors' Cup in 10th. Tom Ovenden only able to make it up to 11th after his problems earlier on. Sam Gornall in 12th. Ashley Gregory, her best finish so far, in 13th. Just ahead of Luca Marinoni Osborne. Callum Richardson completing the top 15. Behind them were Paul Manning, then Dan Armstrong, Harvey Ryby, Callum Eason, and it was Ben Taylor, the Fitzgeralds, Katya Loggy, and Alex Keynes, the final finisher. We lost Jenkins and Cobb. Reese Lycett pulled into the pits, and Gabe Fairbrother went out at the start. That might be why Tom Ovenden was a bit further down the order. Cloud of steam from his car. He's pulled off just after the finish line. Not the best of weekends for the man who led the points coming into this weekend. Nor for Ben Jenkins. Tangle on the last lap. Let's head down to Ewan in Parc Fermé to hear from some of the drivers after what for me is the race of the weekend.
as I think you said yourself, Dave, one of the races of the weekend. So many times this weekend, we don't know who's going to be on the podium until they cross the finish line. I stand here writing my notes and I write down the 1, 2, 3. I don't even know until they literally whip past us on the right-hand side. Let's try and get our top 3. They're all having congratulations, so we're going to have to move away from our wall, unfortunately, if we want to speak to them, because they don't want to walk this far. It's the end of their weekend, of course, their third and final race. So let's try and get over to Max Hall first. We might have a little bit extra time because we saw one of the minis go into the wall at Agostini, so they'll be recovering that. So it's the MGs up next, but there might be a little bit of time before we do that. So let's just find out. I'll wait to hear my director tells me how long we've got. Come on, Max, turn around for us. What a weekend.
Yeah, I mean, couldn't really gone any better. Really good weekend.
Yeah, it's fantastic. So 2 wins. You're getting the hang of this now, aren't you, in the minis?
Yeah, I think I am, yeah.
Because we saw you win so many times last year in the JSCC. Took you a little bit of time. Well, I say a little bit of time, that's being really harsh. What is it, 4 or 5 races? You're going to be one of the guys to beat now.
Oh yeah, I hope so. I'll keep the momentum going into Thruxton and see what happens.
What have you put it down to? What changed this weekend to go from sort of challenging for podiums to being a serial first time to win it in the Mini Sheridan Series this year?
Well, with Brands Hatch, like I was saying, just having ABS issues all weekend, we finally got it sorted, and now I think this is our true pace.
Do you know what I think it is?
Yeah, thank you.
I think it's a race suit, mate.
Yeah.
Let's bring Dad in. Dad, how proud?
Really, really proud. It's been a long time coming. We've been working on Max's racing since he was 6 years old. Couldn't be happier. Brilliant team, brilliant driver, brilliant car. You know, there's a lot more downs and ups in racing, as you know very well, Ewan. And we're really, really happy with it. Really proud of him. It's a family event. There's obviously all our family here. And yeah, couldn't be happier.
Big box of sweeties on the way home for him?
Nah, you put weight down. Yeah, only joking, yeah. Well, McDonald's probably, Max.
I'll see you there.
Nice one.
Well done, cheers.
Thank you so much.
Well done, Max.
Bye-bye.
Let's speak to Jack. Let's actually speak to Alex, in fact. Alex, congratulations, mate. End of the week on a high note.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we're just chasing the pace all weekend. I mean, we was close to fast lap race 1, got fast lap race 2, so we knew we had the pace in it. Just got unlucky with...
the weekend didn't start the way you wanted, but to finish it on the podium is the best way to go home, yeah?
Oh yeah, for sure. Quali wasn't our best result. It wasn't like we was unsure what to do.
Yeah.
But yeah, just head down and crack on, forget all my mistakes that I'd done and keep my head down and work with the teammates around me I had.
Going into the next round, any changes? What are you going to work on?
Not really, mainly me. Yeah, there's a few little minor teething issues which I need to fix myself, but it's nothing we can't fix in that time.
Right, go and enjoy yourself. Well done.
Cheers, thanks.
Cheers, buddy. I'm going to jump in with Nicky Taylor. Actually, I'm going to steal him. Is that all right? Nicky, how was your weekend? How did you sort of summarise it all?
Good until the last race, and then
It was up and down, wasn't it?
Honest to God, some drivers need to. I'm not going to say anything because if I say anything, then it might go against me. But literally, the last race was just kind of survive or get hit, so I can't.
I mean, we see it so often in the Mini specifically. You're like 3 wide, and there's 3 rows of you. There's going to be connections, aren't there?
Yeah, I understand connections, but it's like it was lovely racing with like LJ and stuff or James and stuff, but it gets to a point where it's kind of like there's moves that were made that didn't need to be made, and it's more to the point where you can make a move and stay on the track, and then you can make a move that's going to take 2 cars out, and unfortunately that happened on the last lap. At the end, I heard what apparently Harry had oversteer under the bridge and hit me, so I'm not fussed about that. But I was staying around the outside regardless there, and I was all on my right too because I was fully alongside. But it's what it is. I can't be too mad. I got a pole, a win, and a second, and then wherever that was. So I'm not fussed.
In terms of your championship, where you're standing right now, is this where you hope to be after 2 rounds?
Yeah. It could have coming away from Brands. I thought it was going to be worse, but it's what it is. So I've got to come back. Thruxton. It's not one of my favourite tracks, but we'll get past that. At the end of the day, I've just got to go to the track and think of it as any other day. Think of it like here, where I love. So it's what it is, and see how that goes.
Mate, we know on Friday you only arrived at the country at like 6 o'clock, so go and get some sleep.
I will do. Thank you.
Cheers, mate. Well done. I'm going to chat to James Black. As long as we've got time, I'm going to turn James around here. How was your weekend, mate?
Challenging. Yep. I think lots to learn. So you're still adapting to the Mini as such. I think it's obviously a longer circuit compared to where we were at Brands. End of the day, 4th. Really good race. Say got a little bit scrappy towards the end with a few people, but I think it made for good television.
Yeah, it did.
big thanks to the team. I think we showed their teamwork does work well, and yeah, I think we're going to need that teamwork at Thruxton. So yeah, tough weekend, but good results overall.
It's fair to say we're sort of 5 races in. You're a pretty consistent season so far.
Yeah, I say, well, 6 races in now and 5 different winners, so it's very tight at the top, and say one more step, one more position, we're on the podium. So yeah, really challenging, but that's been your challenges. So,
mate, well done.
Cheers, thank you.
Thanks a lot, James. Turn around for me, sir. Happy with that weekend?
Yeah, it started off good in qualifying. Went a little bit downhill race 1 and 2, but we had a good recovery in race 2, to be fair. And to finish off with a P2 was a nice way to do it.
Because you started the weekend, qualified 4th overall, got 4th in the first race, demoted to 12th, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So to come back and finish on the podium, it's like the best way to redemption, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's a nice feeling. To be fair, Max Hall was coming through really strong in that race. I don't think there was anybody going to stop him from that top step, to be fair.
I mean, you were all squabbling.
Yeah, there was a good battle going on, yeah.
Nicky did say it was like maybe a little bit too much aggression in there. How did you feel it was in that pack? Because you were right in the middle of it.
Yeah, I felt it was okay from where I was, but of course I was at the front, so they were probably battling that little bit more behind. But I thought it was okay.
Mate, great weekend, well done.
Cheers, thanks.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you so much. We've spoken to every driver that is here with us. There are, of course, loads around the corner. We could potentially go for a walk. There's plenty of drivers around there. But what we'll do now, we've got 3 more races to come. We're 10 down, 3 to go. We're getting there, folks. It is the MG Owners Club coming up next, their second and final race of the weekend. My favourite, to be honest. So let's go and enjoy that. Over to Dave.
Well, that race will be coming up in a few minutes' time because we've got Ben Jenkins' car just being recovered back into the paddock. Well, I think what you've just seen there, ladies and gents, are some of the British touring car stars of the future. That was a brilliant race, some great racecraft on show as we get ready for our next race of the day. Well done to the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge. That for me was the race of the weekend. Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship up next, though. Their second race is set by the grid of the second race is set by the second fastest qualifying time for each driver in this morning's session. The grid reads like this. It is Steve McDermott, the reigning champion, who will be on pole this time alongside Scott Buckner. We saw them battling it out for the win in the race earlier today. Second row, a pair of MGFs, Mark Baker and Stuart Plotnick. Jimmy Work on row 3 alongside Simon Kendrick. He dropped out of race 1, so hopefully we'll see him back out on row 3. The fourth row is Mark Grant in his orange ZR. He's been corrected on the timing as well. Now he is a Class Z runner alongside James Wade. On row 5, Andrew Priest and Adrian Olsen. Sixth row is Paul Wisby with his MGF alongside the ZS Saloon of number 76, Darren Leonard. Row 7 are the 2 Class A runners. First 2 Class A runners, and it's Chris Millard who has qualified fastest this time, the number 11 MGB, ahead of Will Sharp in his MG Midget. Next in the order, we will have David Amphlett. Now, hopefully David will make it out this time. He missed race 1. I think he had some problems in qualifying, so hopefully he's made it back out. Ashley Barnes will start alongside him. Then Mark Rehorski, the Canadian, and his number 86 MGB alongside Phil Dicker. Struggled a bit in qualifying with his ZR. G. Warner is next in his ZR, the Class Invitation runner. And at the back we should see Martin Wills. Missed qualifying. Had to do a couple of laps behind the safety car to ensure he qualified. But again, he's got to go from the back. Well, he made it up to 3rd in race 1, so no reason he can't do again here. This will be another 20-minute race. Just waiting for the clerk of the course to give the all clear for this one. Saw Ben Jenkins' Mini being cleared away. Tom Ovenden's car being towed in. Looked like some overheating for him. Senior clerk of the course this weekend is Josh Bennett, assisted by for the various classes by the deputy clerks. For this event, it's Darren Holmes. We've seen Darren appear in the Hyundai Coupe Cup in the past. The other clerks this weekend, Darren McClinton for the Caterhams, Mike Heath for the Coupe Cup and the Snetterton Saloons yesterday. Darren Holmes doing the Cumho BMWs as well. Luke Cordell for the Minis Classic and Modern. And the other assistants being Stacey Lauday, David Whedon and Dan Blake, who we've seen racing various cars over the years as well, becoming an official now. as well as a driver. We can hand down to Ewan meanwhile, just before we get this race underway down in the paddock.
Cheers, Dave. I'm here with Stuart Taylor, one of our scrutineering team. Now, we hear the word scrutineering a lot. Yep. What is it exactly you're doing?
Right, there are 3 aspects to scrutineering.
Okay.
First of all the scrutineers are licensed by Motorsport UK, so we've all been trained and licensed by them. And we look at 3 aspects on any event: race meetings, rallies, hill climbs, the lot. 1, you've got environmental scrutineering, which is checking noise levels, any other obvious environmental issues that might need to be addressed, disposal of oil, that sort of thing.
Okay, wow.
Then you've got what would be loosely described as safety scrutineering, where we check every vehicle before every event and the driver's equipment. So their overalls, helmets, they all must be in date, they all must have the correct FIA approval on them, and the vehicles must be up to a certain standard. So we're checking everything from sealed bulkheads, wheel nuts are on, seat belts are in correctly, all those sort of things. And the third element is the eligibility scrutineering, which is basically to ensure that everybody's on the same level playing field. So the specification of the vehicle, which is defined in the regulations, is being complied to by the competitor.
That sounds like a massive operation. How long does it take to take one car and pass it through scrutineering? If you've got like 20 in one class...
Yeah. We are allowed 10 an hour.
10 an hour?
So that's 6 minutes per car.
Okay.
Which doesn't sound very long.
It doesn't.
But when you're experienced, you can do it.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's why we take anything up to 2 years to train the scrutineers up to licensed status.
Okay. I mean, what does it, if we were in scrutineering, what does it look like? Does the driver get out of the car and 3 people, one in each of those terms you mentioned, like, are they like pulling steering wheels, opening the bonnet, checking out the oil stinker? What are they physically doing?
Process-wise, at an event like this, the cars would come into the scrutineering bay.
Yep.
There'd be 1 scrutineer per car as it came in, and we'd be checking everything from the fact that the brake lights are working, that the rain lights are working.
Like a very serious MOT.
Yeah. We need to check that the electrical kill switch on the outside functions. So if there's an incident, the marshals can isolate all the electrics. We also have an external extinguisher pull, which again, we check the bottle, the extinguisher bottle's been serviced, is in date, and that the cables are operating correctly, so that a marshal can pull that if there is the fire.
Wow. And the really important bit, if they fall down on any one of these things, what's the process? What happens next?
If it's something that they can go back to their garages and fix, we suggest they go back and fix them, and they return to us with the vehicle, hopefully correct this time, and they will then get a sticker or a marker to say that they have passed scrutineering. That enables the marshals in the assembly area to know that every car that's lined up is approved to go on the circuit. If they can't fix it, they don't go out.
How strict is it? If I've literally got one of my brake lights isn't working, can I not race?
It would be extremely unusual if you couldn't fix that one brake light.
Maybe not the best example. So what is the time process? If you go back to the grid, you've got to fix something. How long have I got to fix it?
They've got until they go out on their first practice or qualifying run. So scrutineering is open. Here we were open at 7 o'clock this morning, and we run all the way through the day. And we have to stay until the end, until every car has finished and all the results are issued, just in case there are things called protests.
I thought we had long days. I think you've got the longest day. Stuart, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hope that's explained it.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you. As you can hear, just to our left-hand side, the MG Owners Club race is going out. It's our second race of 2. 3 more races to come today in total. Over to Dave Goddard.
Well, thank you very much indeed to Stuart Taylor. That's a brilliant insight into the world of officialdom in motorsport, and hopefully we'll bring you a few more behind-the-scenes features as the season goes on. Thanks to all your comments on the YouTube chat as well. Thank you to Matt Salisbury, Starting just a little bit of info there before that mini race. Said Brendan Fitzgerald started from the pits as his car wouldn't fire up in the assembly area. Apologies, didn't spot that until the end of the race. Sorry about that. One question, any Escorts, etc. racing today? No Ford Escorts, sorry. You want the Classic Touring Car Racing Club that we cover. They'll be back out in the subsequent meetings to come. Our next action is next weekend, which is down at Pembrey in Wales. That features the British Truck Racing Championship plus support. We've also got the 2CV Racing Championship as well, as part of the programme at Pembrey next weekend at Convoy Cymru, Convoy Wales down at Pembrey. The rest of the programme down there, we will see the junior saloon cars in their Citroen Saxos, the Track Attack Race Club, and the Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship as well. A couple of open events down there. A drifting competition for trucks. The 2CVs even have a mini enduro race over 100 minutes as well. 3 races to go today. We've got the MGs on their green flag lap at the moment. Then we've got one final Caterham race, the Sigma 135s, and the Hyundai Coupe Cup will round out the day. Just looking down the MG grid, see if all cars are present and correct. Yeah, it looks like David Amphlett is the only one missing. He had some problems in qualifying, so he goes down as a DNR on the entry list, unfortunately. Did not race. Martin Wills there at the back of the grid again, though. There's the colour codes for our classes. Class Z for ZRs, Class F for MGFs, Class A, well, it's not for MGA, it's A for Abingdon in Oxfordshire. That's where the older MGs were built, at their plant in Abingdon. That's where the MG societies are still based. The MG Car Club is based at Kimber House in Abingdon, near the old factory. MGBs and the midgets would have been built there. We've not seen an MGA in the championship for quite a while though. We have seen a couple of Maestros and of course that Montego Estate famously last season here at Snetterton. So it is in pole position, number 1 Steve McDermott, first win of the season for him earlier on in the orange and black MG ZR. The championship sponsored by Lancaster Insurance in partnership as well with Toyo Tyres and also Wayside Adhesives. Thanks to Will Sharp for their support. Long-time supporters of this brilliant friendly championship. Got a second MG midget out there as well, the orange car. That's Ashley Barnes. Up to the grid then. It's going to be McDermott against Bugner. Once again, Scott Bugner a bit all over the place as he pushed a bit too hard to try and catch Steve McDermott in race 1. MGF's up there on the second row. Mark Baker, the blue car with the white stripes. The white Tiger is Stuart Plotnick. Simon Kendrick back out after failing to finish race 1 with the orange Tiger MGF alongside Jimmy Work in the black and gold ZR. Good qualifying effort by him. Mark Grant behind them, the orange ZR alongside James Wade in the 22. Got one MGB GT as well, that's Mark Rihorski, born in Canada, based in London. Made his debut with the club last season. Marshall just lining the last few cars up. Just making sure they're in the right place. Of course, there will be a gap alongside Ashley Barnes because David Amphlett is not there. This wonderful mixture of MGs. Watch for Martin Wills from the back of the grid there. Green flag has been waved. Waiting for the 5-second board to be displayed. Board is displayed. Waiting for the red lights to come on. The second race of the weekend for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. The red lights come on. The revs are up and they're underway. Down towards that first corner at Riches. Quite a hold on the lights there. G. Warner a bit slow away at the back. It's the 2 ZRs from the front row who lead away. Good start by Stuart Plotnick to slot in behind them. Mark Grant a bit slow away in the orange ZR. Now who's it going to be leading? Paul Wisby running a bit wide in his MGF there. It is Steve McDermott, the pole sitter, who has the lead down towards the hairpin for the first time. Second place is Scott Bugner. Stuart Plotnick in third. Then a pair of MGFs behind him. Baker and Kendrick fourth and fifth. Now Scott Bugner will take the fights to Steve McDermott. I suspect we're going to see these two pull away at the fronts. And the three MGFs. Next is James Wade. He's got away well ahead of Jimmy Work. Then it's Adrian Olsen, number 3. Will Sharp leads the classic category. He's got ahead of Chris Millard. Yes, Paul Wisby's dropped back a bit there in his MGF. As they sort themselves out down towards Agostini. There's Adrian Olsen on the outside of Jimmy Work. And Martin Wills has already made up, I make it 10 places from the back of the field. I said he'd fly through. Didn't think he'd fly through quite that quickly. He's made up another place. He's got ahead of Adrian Olsen. Now there he is, on the tail of Jimmy Work in the 82. He's certainly working his way through the field. Here comes another place, maybe 2. Steve McDermott's got the lead though, ahead of Scott Bugner. Stuart Plotnick in third place. Then we've got Simon Kendrick. He's got ahead of Mark Baker. These three battle every year for the Class F title. Down the Bentley straight. Behind them is James Wade. Then it's Martin Wills already up to 7th from the back of the grid. 2 ZRs though, sailing away at the fronts. Minute race, and already a fine fight developing in the midfield. This is the main battle for Class F honours. The 2 Tigers, the White Tiger leads the way at the moment. Stuart Plotnick ahead of Simon Kendrick. Mark Baker behind them. Then it's James Wade, newcomer this season. Then it's Martin Wills. We normally see him in his MGF. He's up the inside there into Murray's. Takes 6th place. Then Jimmy Work, Adrian Olsen. Behind him, that's Andy Priest in the number 87, man from Cheltenham. Well, the first 2, as I expected, have pulled away around the first lap. They're about 5 seconds clear of this fight further back. James Wade and Jimmy Work battling it out. Down into the right at Riches. There's the fight for third place. Simon Kendrick having a go. Keeping all 4 wheels on his wagon this time. Just taps the back of Stuart Plotnick there, lets him know he's there. Here comes Martin Wills saying, 3 MGFs. I normally drive one of these, but I'm in a quicker ZR today, so let's get past this little lot. There he goes, past Mark Baker, at Palmer. He wants to get up with the 2 leaders. Can Martin Wills catch these 2? He's making much shorter work of the rest of the field this time. Here they come, down to Agostini. Is he going to get another one? Yes, he is. Past Simon Kendrick. Just Stuart Plotnick to go, and he's in the top 3 overall. Talk about a burn from the stern, as they say in American racing. Here comes Martin Wills. Up on the outside of Stuart Plotnick. He'll cut back through Oggies. ZR is much quicker in a straight line than the slightly older MGFs. Here he goes into Williams. He's not waiting for the straight. He goes through at Williams' corner. Now Martin Wills will get his foot down properly and go after the 2 leaders. Can he catch Steve McDermott and Scott Bugner for first and second? Martin Wills up in the 3rd place, then the 3 MGFs, then it's James Wade, Jimmy Work. Then Adrian Olsen and Andy Priest rounding out the top 10. Who's leading the classic class? No surprise to see it's Will Sharp in the Wayside Adhesives MG Midget. Minutes of the race gone. There's our Class A leader. Over the line they go. Now, who's got the fastest lap? McDermott with a 2:21.133. And Mark Baker has been caught by James Wade in the number 22 ZR, going for the outside. So the ZRs and the Fs now overlapping in the midfield. Martin Wills, we knew, was going to zip his way through. Mark Baker, a bit more resilient against James Wade, though. Much more experienced racer is Mark. course, there was a one-make series in the late 90s, early 2000s for the MGF. These are the slightly later MG F models ahead, though, the two Tigers. James Wade has now got through. There's Jimmy Work in behind, and Adrian Olsen in the number 3. McDermott led Bugner by 0.78 of a second at the end of lap 2. Through Agostini goes the midfield. Mark Grant's dropped back behind Andy Priest in the number 87, the black and yellow car. It's a similarly coloured car that had a spectacular rollover here last season at Snetterton in the hands of Nick Golhar, the long-time NG racer. He's been with this championship since the days when it was all Maestros. Yes, they really did. Used to have full grids of MG Maestros. I remember Jim Edwards Jr. was very successful in one of those. Father of Jade Edwards, the British touring car driver. Andy Campbell had his Montegos as well, including the famous Estate. Meanwhile, here are the leaders. They've checked out at the front. Here's Martin Wills catching them, not really at the moment. Swing their way through the bomb hole. Scott Bugner, the ex-Ford saloon racer, raced with his brother Sean in Fiestas and a Focus. Now trying something different with the ZR, and he's closed right up on Steve McDermott. He'll have to be mindful, though, of the exit of Coram. That's where he spun in the first race and went across the grass. Martin Wills on his own in second. Let's see if he's closing in. The gap was 7.4 seconds at the end of the previous lap. There's the battle of the Fs behind. Over the line go the two leaders. Three laps completed. The gap 0.39 of a second now, so it's come down a bit. Martin Wills is catching up, is he? Yes, only by a few tenths though. 7.5 seconds in it. Now Bugner starting to really have a go now. He's right up with Steve McDermott. We're going to get pretty interesting between the two ZRs. Out they go towards Agostini. Here's the fight for fourth position, the lead of Class F between Plotnick and Kendrick. There go the leaders. Still Steve McDermott, virtually unbeaten on his way to his second consecutive title last year. Has he met his match with Scott Bugner? A couple of slip-ups for Scott in the first race. He took the fight to the number 1 car. Certainly has found his niche this season very quickly, Scott Bugner. There's Will Sharp, leader of the classic category. He's got ahead of Darren Leonard's ZS. Phil Dicker in behind, and then that's G. Warner in behind them, I think, in the 55, the invitation class runner. Chasing now Paul Wisby in the wheel of his MGF. So Will Sharp, that's a very well sorted little MG midget, able to keep up with the more modern MGs. And here's James Wade, the 22, he's going well. First season for him, taking on the MGFs. He wants to maybe get onto the overall podium. Look at this, he's going for 4th place on the inside of Stuart Plotnick, who doesn't give way. The ZR, we know, has got the straight line speed advantage. Jimmy Work in there as well, he's got ahead of Mark Baker. Nice to see the two classes overlapping here. Plotnick's gone wide, pressured into a mistake maybe there coming out of Murray's. That's going to let James Wade through into 4th place. They're side by side up over the line. Yes, Wade will just move ahead. Then it's Kendrick in 6th place, Work in 7th. Mark Baker is 8th, then Olsen, Priest and Mark Grant next in the order. Olsen goes around the outside in the number 3, takes Mark Baker, who's dropping back. He dropped back quite considerably in the closing stages of race 1. I hope he hasn't got a problem. Next in the order is Andrew Priest in the 87. Still these two at the front of the field. Separated by just under a second as they cross the lines. Less than that now. Over 7 seconds clear of Martin Wills, so he's not catching them. And then here's the fight for 4. They've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars almost together now. Super close saloon and small sports car racing. Simon Kendrick trying to defend from Jimmy Work, and the experienced Adrian Olsen in there as well. Work goes through. Here comes Mark Baker attacking Adrian Olsen. There's place swapping everywhere you look in this midfield. The three ZRs at the front are really missing all the fun. There go the leaders. Bugner was a little bit wide there coming out of Nelson. Martin Wills, he's not catching them. Here comes the fight for 4th. Martin Wills, you've seen him in his MGF. He has occasionally raced the ZR in the past in bright yellow. This is a new car for him. It's his first time in the car here today. As we heard, he had problems ahead of qualifying, didn't make it out to set any time, so he's had to start the races from the back. Made short work of the rest of the field, but he's not catching Scott Bugner for 2nd. We'll see what the gap is as they cross the line this time. Across the line go the 2 leaders. Dermid quicker that time through. He's done the fastest lap, 2:19.58. 0.3 of a second is the lead gap, so the gap has closed between our 2 leaders. Wills is 8.3 seconds down, so no, he's not catching up on our pace setters. Further back, James Wade now pulling away in 4th place, looking for his best ever results in his first season in the championship. Jimmy Work's got ahead of Simon Kendrick, and it's Adrian Olsen, he's ahead of Mark Baker, then Priest and Grant, then a gap back to Paul Wisby. There go the leaders. Heading up towards Agostini. Bugner has a look. Is he close enough? Came from quite a way back there. And McDermott's run wide on the exit. This is Scott Bugner's opportunity. He's going for the lead as they go towards Hamilton. He'll have the inside for the left-hander. He goes through. Nicely done by Scott Bugner. Now he's got to defend it. As McDermott will do his best to get alongside on the Bentley straight. Here they come. Up towards the right at Williams. It's under 7 minutes of the race to go. There's a fair bit to go yet. Down the straight they go. Waiting for them to come back into sight on the Bentley straights. Bugner holding the inside at Brundle. Very close there as they go towards Nelson. Yes, the yellow machine. Whoa, up on 2 wheels there. Steve McDermott bounced off the curb. We saw one of the Mini 7s do that here a year or 2 ago and roll over. Almost. That was Ryan Taylor in the S-Class. He did a bit of stunt driving there. He didn't quite roll it over. That's allowed Bugner to increase his lead a little. He should get 3 more laps, I think, out of this. There's Martin Wills. Now, is he closing in this time? He looks a little closer. Over the line they go. You can see McDermott's got his headlights on. He wants that lead back. Down to Riches. He's within range. He might get him into the hairpin. He can get the inside line away. Here they come. Here he goes. He's lining him up as they go towards the hairpin at Wilson. No, Bugner's got the inside line. He holds it together. There you can see that Wills has closed in considerably. Well, the gap was 8.7 seconds. It's now 7 seconds. So Martin Wills is closing in on these 2 now. Last lap was nearly 2 seconds quicker than that of Steve McDermott. 5 minutes to go. McDermott to the outside on Bugner. This is exactly what Martin Wills wants, because the harder these 2 fight each other, the more time they will lose, and the more he can close up. Absorbing contest between the ZRs, and Bugner moves across to defend towards Hamilton. He knew what McDermott was going to try there. He says, not on your life. And holds the lead. It's a good duel between these 2. run a little bit wide there, Scott Bugner coming through the right of doggies. He may get him on the straight here. Yeah, McDermott's still within range. Bugner hopefully won't have any flashbacks of the race earlier on when he lost it going into Murray's and lost his chance of the win. They've got to be mindful Martin Wills is closing them down as well. Wait for them to come into sight under the bridge. Here they are. Is McDermott going to go for the inside into Brundle? Yes, he is. He's late on the brakes. Can he get the car stopped for the right-hander at Nelson? Yes, he's done it. Experience tells for Steve McDermott. He takes the lead back again with 4 minutes to go. But Bugner's not finished yet. A great duel between these two. As we said, here he goes. That's fired Scott Bugner up. He's ready to attack back again. You can see it. He's right on the tail of the number one car, the two-time champion, as they head round the right-hander at Caterham up towards Murray's. Swing left. Then back out to avoid the curbs. Onto the straight. There's Wills. Now the gap was 7 seconds back to Martin Wills. We'll see what it is this time through. There's nothing between the two leaders. Over the line they go. Now here's Wills continuing to close in as these two fight each other. McDermott actually pulls away a little bit on the straight there. Martin Wills across the line. That's his quickest lap of the race so far, I think. 5.9 seconds it is now, so he's gained just over another second. There's only 3 minutes left on the clock, so I think there's 2 more laps to go. There we can see the lap time comparison between these two as well. Bugner's quickest two laps in a row, but last time through McDermott was the faster. He's still got the fastest lap of the race. You can see it's a couple of seconds almost off his ultimate pace because he's so busy trying to defend here from Scott Bugner. And there's Wills closing slowly but surely all the time. Of course, Martin Wills is the man who'll profit should these two tangle, or McDermott's run too deep into Agostini. Bugner up the inside. McDermott keeps his foot in, and he somehow held the lead. I thought he was going to run wide out onto the curbs there. Martin Wills is watching all of this. He's thinking, they're gradually making mistakes. They're forcing each other into mistakes. I've got to take advantage of this and try and close in. They're really pushing their MGZRs to the limit here. In the other classes, Stuart Plotneck in 4th is still leading the MGFs. I think we've lost James Wade, unfortunately. He's dropped down the timing screen. We'll pick up the class battles later on. It's all about this lead fight at the moment. Plotneck leads the MGFs ahead of Kendrick and Baker. Class A is being led by Will Sharp ahead of Millard and Rihorski. Here come your leaders. McDermott still ahead somehow. They're coming round to start the final lap. I don't think Martin Wills is quite going to catch them, but he's trying his hardest. Yes, James Wade has dropped to the bottom of the screen. Now, that's a great shame. He was going well up in 4th on for his best ever result in the championship, but unfortunately he's out of the race. Here come your leaders into the straight now. What can Bugner do? Martin Wills is there in 3rd. We'll see what the gap is. It was 5.9 seconds. Over the line they go. Here's the fight further back. There's Mark Baker. He's now in 7th overall behind Simon Kendrick. He's got Adrian Olsen behind him, so he's got back ahead there. Andy Priest and Mark Grant behind him. There's the light beginning to fade here at Snetterton. We've still got 2 races to go. Still Steve McDermott leads into the last lap. Here comes Scott Bugner. He got the better exit from the hairpin there. He's pressuring Steve McDermott, trying to force him into a mistake. Looking for the inside at Palmer. He's not close enough there, I don't think. He gets the tighter line. Oh, he could be on for a move here as they go down to Agostini. He's got to keep it on the left. He's got to keep the start of the overlap here. Otherwise, McDermott will move to cover the line. There's Wills getting closer in the background. This is terrific. Bugner to the inside. He's going to go through, surely. Yes, he's got it. Now, will he get the overlap on the exit? I think he's just about done it. McDermott will try and pull back ahead on the outside as Hamilton, but no, Bugner's done it. Now he's got to defend for the rest of this lap for his 3rd win of the season. Otherwise, Steve McDermott will equalise 2 wins apiece. He's got his headlights on. You can see them on the rear bumper of Bugner's car. What a magnificent... This is the best one-on-one race we've had today. We had pack racing from the minis, but this is a proper duel between these two, with Martin Wills trying to close them down. He got the gap down to 4.8 seconds. He's going to run out of time to catch them, but he will complete the podium, I think. Jimmy Work now up into 4th place. He's on for his best ever result. Bugner leads through Brundle and Nelson. He's got to defend through these last few corners. He's got to get the line absolutely right to hold on for his 3rd win of the season. Can he keep the double champion back? Well, he's actually pulled away a little bit. Coming through the bomb hole there. He is pulling away. Oh, has McDermott got a problem? He's dropped back a few lengths there. I think Bugner's done enough. They come up towards Murray's for the last time. No, he's closing back up again on the final corner, but I don't think he's going to get close enough. He seemed to drop away there through the bomb hole. It looks like it is going to be a win for Scott Bugner. Here they come up towards the line. What a terrific race between the two ZRs, and Scott Bugner takes his 3rd win of the season. McDermott comes over in 2nd. He seemed to be a little bit slow there through the last couple of corners. Martin Wills from last to 3rd, and we await the rest of the pack. They are well behind. We'll pick up the rest of the field. Looks like it's going to be Jimmy Work in 4th place with his ZR. Here he comes, the black and gold machine. This is going to be his best ever result in the championship. First season newcomer. Stuart Plotnick is going to win the MGFs once again and extend his lead in Class F. Simon Kendrick holding off Mark Baker. Then it's Olsen, Grant. Mark Grant's got ahead of Andrew Priest there. Well, that was another of the great races of the day for different reasons, really. We had a great pack race earlier on from the minis, but that was a one-on-one fight between the two MG ZRs, and they conducted it beautifully. Confirm the provisional results in just a few moments' time. Waiting confirmation of the other classes. G. Warner's won the invitation class. In Class A, it's once again going to be Will Sharp. I think there's Phil Dicker coming through in his ZR. Class A cars have not yet made its home. No, where's Will Sharp? That's Chris Millard coming in, and he's won Class A. We have lost Will Sharp on the final lap. Where's the MG midget? Because there's Mark Rihorski coming in and Ashley Barnes. Will Sharp's gone missing on the final lap. But we'll see if we can find where he's gone. So Chris Millard, there he is. He's won Class A ahead of Rihorski and Barnes. Confirm the results in a second. Two more races to go here at Snetterton this weekend. Here's your provisional result then. Scott Bugner the winner by just under a second ahead of Steve McDermott after that brilliant fight. Martin Wills got the gap down to 3.9 seconds to Steve McDermott in the end for 3rd place. And Jimmy Work, well done to him, an excellent 4th place, his best ever result. Stuart Plotnick extends his points lead in Class F with the win ahead of Simon Kendrick to beat Mark Baker home for 2nd in class. Then Adrian Olsen, Mark Grant and Andrew Priest in their ZRs. Paul Wisby in his MGF next home ahead of Darren Leonard in the ZS. G. Warner wins the invitation class. Then Phil Dicker with the win in Class A going to Chris Millard after we lost the MG midget of Will Sharp sadly on the last lap. Also James Wade, bad luck to him, a retirement while running 4th. I'll hand down to Ewan shortly in Parc Fermé to hear from the drivers.
Cheers, Dave. What a sensational day we're having, and more of the same between Steve McDermott and our winner Scott Bugner. That was brilliant.
It was exciting. Yeah. It was good. I actually really enjoyed that. No contact, fair racing.
It was.
I think we swapped four or five times. It was a bit worrying towards the end because my brake light on the handbrake light on the dash come up and the fluid was getting low. I could feel the pedal getting lower, and I was like, just hurry up and finish. But we just got there. But I really enjoyed that. Fair play to Steve. That was clean, tidy.
I mean, you two are setting up a brilliant year, let alone sort of 2 weekends. It's been you two at the front end. When you two got away, you're so far ahead.
Yeah, I think if Martin wasn't at the back, starting from the back, I think he's just getting used to front wheel drive. So it's he's got a bit of learning to do. But he said he enjoyed it, and I think if he carries on, it'll be us three.
Any takeaways, learnings from this weekend?
I've got to put some new tyres on it. I might even treat myself to a new wing.
I'm not going to lie, it's a bit beaten up, isn't it?
It is, yeah, but it was good. And, I like the fact that it's come away from brands looking like that, but it's come away from here looking the same. I enjoyed it.
Perfect. Well, and great weekend.
Thank you. Cheers,
buddy. Let's get Scott in. I can't wait to show you Martin Willis in a moment. Steve, don't look at me like that. It was a brilliant race to watch.
Yeah, it was a good race to be in. To be fair, it was. You couldn't take your eye off the ball for a second. It was a good race. But,
and you two are setting up a brilliant rivalry now.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be door to door, and he's as respectful as I am. So. Sort of showed it there. We can go side by side and not come together.
2-time reigning champion. You've got a real proper fight on your hands this year. 3 times, sorry.
Yeah, definitely. And I should have had that one. I've got fuel surges last 2 laps, and I just couldn't hold him off anymore, and he come past, and it's just. Bummer.
Hey, I know you're right, but it's a good weekend. Well done.
Yeah.
Cheers, buddy.
Cheers.
And just in case you missed Martin Willis there, just shield your eyes ever so slightly, Martin. Come on in. Blimey.
I've normally got a pink car when I race the Ginettas, so I got nicknamed the Pink Panther and ended up with it on my car. And then
turn around for us.
And then on my back, and so yes, it's become a bit of a joke. But
it's brilliant though. We didn't get to speak to you earlier because we were really, really busy and running through the races and things.
You did. I'm that memorable. You forgot me.
I would not have forgotten.
I didn't have this on.
Oh, that's why then.
I was third in the first.
2 third-place finishes.
Yes, from the back. It's I think I've got to be pleased with that, and first time in the car, so yeah.
Steve and Scott both said if you're not starting from the back, you'd be right up there with them. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I don't want to big myself up, but yes, I'd like to think. I think we're all lapping at the same time. In fact, I was pulling a bit on them at the end, but the trouble is they've got drafting each other down the straights. There's 2 big long straights here, and I was just 300 yards behind them, and I'm just buffeting into the wind.
They were losing time in their battle though.
Fighting, that's what I was hoping. It was great to watch. I bet my camera. I don't even know if I've got a camera in this car. Actually, no, I probably haven't. But I was going to say it was great to watch. I was quite enjoying their race. Thinking, come on, concentrate.
We've all enjoyed it. It's fantastic. Can't wait to the next round.
Thank
you so much. Cheers, Martin. There we go. Right, we've got 2 more races to come. We are counting down slowly, aren't we? What is it coming up next? It is the Caterhams, the Sigma 135s. Back to you, Dave Goddard.
Indeed it is, thanks you, and the cars are already on the grid, so let's have a look. It's our 2 winners from earlier in the weekend, Theo Theato and Ben Wheatley, who'll be on pole on the front row for this one. Richard Groom and Gwyn Jones on row 2. Gwyn, a retirement from race 2. Tom Power and Kevin Turner fill the 3rd row, then Stefano Mara and Giles Derry. 5th row, it is Luke Waitman and Richard Clegg. Luke in the 22 car this time, the Waitmans sharing their cars between them. On the 6th row, Alaric Barney in the 88 and 80 of Fraser Riddington. Row 7, 56, Paul Armitage and 20, Chris Griffith. And the 8th row, 163, which in this race is driven by Tom Gunter, alongside 63, Neil Warnock. Row 9, 90, Andy Cooper, 29, Andy Bergbaum. The 10th row, 119, Andy Sagar, and Adam Waitman in the 21. Row 11, we've got number 2, Duncan McCall, 69, which is Paul Vokes. Row 12, 18, John Vincent, and number 100, Ollie Knights. 79, Mark Barrett on row 13 alongside Simon Smith. Row 14 is Andrew Cronin in the 39, number 13, Merton Wood. Penultimate row is Simon Nicholas and David Poulter, 27 and 174, and 89, Michael Seagal is at the back of the field. So it's our 2 winners from earlier in the weekend on the front row of the grid. We had a bit of background info sent to us between races by Theo Theato. He's only a guest driver, as he hinted at so when we interviewed him earlier this weekend, racing in the factory Caterham series in the 270R Championship. He was an academy driver in 2021, did the Road Sports Championship last year. His first race win yesterday, and congratulations to him there. Great win on his debut, but a mistake at Brundle on the last lap earlier. He ran wide and dropped back into the top 3. So the livery on his car, the reason it's orange and black, it's a big cat. McCat, to be precise, that car's called, a blend of McLaren and Caterham. So now you know. Thanks, Theo, for sending that bit of info in. A slight delay to getting underway, I imagine. They're recovering Will Sharp's MG Midget, because that pulled off during this race. Okay, so it looks like we are going to have a slight delay to the start here. All the track is made ready. We'll be underway just as soon as we can.
Wonderful officials and crew behind the paddock area. Just sort of
Okay, thanks for your patience there. Just a slight delay getting our final Caterham race of the weekend underway. Will they save the best for last? Our Morph My Caterham Graduates Championship, the Sigma 135 Championship. Theo Theato, first ever win for him yesterday. He starts from pole. Ben Wheatley, winner earlier on today, leading the championship coming into this weekend. Snatched the win on the last lap in race 2. Good to see Gwyn Jones is back out there, failed to finish the second race earlier on today. Watch out for Stefano Mara as well, the London-based Italian in the number 94. Quite a bit of Italian flavour. We've got Luca Staccini out in the Hyundai Coupes next as well. Almost expected him to get out of the car singing the Italian national anthem earlier on. This will be a longer race at 25 minutes. Quick hello to one of our commenters on YouTube. What does Snetterton 300 mean? Well, there's three circuit layouts at Snetterton. The longest is the 300. Shorter one, where they cut out this infield loop, is the 200, and the very short layout is the 100, which isn't used too often. Just simple circuit names, really. Hi to Johnny Petrie on YouTube, watching from Wisconsin, USA. Great racing, but the Caterhams and Classic Minis are my two favourite classes to watch. Thanks, Johnny. Also, RIP Scary Tree, someone says. Yes, the infamous Snetterton Scary Tree used to be up just by where the Wilson hairpin is. That's sadly rotted away and has now gone, the monster-like tree. It's even got its own social media fan page, that tree, would you believe? Their way up to the grid then. Sigma 135s, maybe the least powerful of the three Caterham classes we've got here this weekend, but they are certainly spectacular. Will it be Theato? Will it be Ben Wheatley? Or will we see a new winner to make it 3 for the weekend? We're about to find out. David Poulter, the 174 at the back. Striking purple livery for one of our novices. Now Michael Seagal should be at the back. I'm not sure if he's there, the white and red car. I can't see him. Theo Theato in the Big Cats livery, the orange and black, alongside the black and red of Ben Wheatley. Second row, Richard Groom in the red and black car with the white stripe. Similarly coloured car, red and black, alongside is Gwyn Jones. Tom Power in the blue and yellow car is on row 3. Alongside him, Kevin Turner. Black car with a yellow roll cage. Fourth row, Stefano Mara. The white car with the Italian tricolore down the centre. Starts alongside Giles Derry in green and black. Completing the top 10 on the grid, we've got Luke Waitman. He's further up the order this time, alongside Richard Clegg. Green flag waves at the back of the grid then. 5-second board is displayed, waiting for the red lights to come on. Will the Caterham save the best for last? The Morph My Caterham Graduate Racing Club, the Sigma 135s are go, and a great start by Ben Wheatley from the outside of the front row. He's got the lead as they head down towards Riches for the first time. Theo Theato in second. Look at Tom Power coming through. He's certainly powering through on the inside. He could get third place away here with a bit of luck on the run to the hairpin. Fraser Riddington with a quick start around the outside as well, further back. Here they come into the hairpin. It's Wheatley who leads. Theato in second. Power has slotted his way through into third. Stefano Mara making his way up the inside as well. And Giles Derry. Now, normally he's a bit slow off the line, but a better start from him this time. Up there with Gwyn Jones. Come through towards Palmer, starting to sort themselves out. It is Ben Wheatley who leads. Theo Theato in second place. Power is third. Looks like Richard Groom coming through into fourth position. Stefano Mara up alongside him. Multicoloured car there of 76 is Richard Clegg. Looks a bit like the old Kyle Busch M&M's livery in NASCAR. It's Ben Wheatley who's got the lead, looking for win number 2 today. Bit of a lock up there. That was Fraser Riddington, I think, in the number 80. 119 further back in the order is Andrew Sagar. Somebody running wide there, just kicking up a bit of dust. Tom Power made a great start there, up in third, but he's under fire now from Richard Groom. Scored a win at Brands Hatch at the season opener. Stefano Mara is fifth. Sixth behind him it is Giles Derry. Seventh for Gwyn Jones. Alaric Barney is eighth. Kevin Turner a little bit slow away, he's ninth. And the 22 there, good to see one of the Waitman cars, and that's Luke Waitman rounding out the top 10, the black car with the orange cage. Come down towards the end of the Bentley straight for the first time. Is anybody going to make a move under braking? There could be a move on for third place here. Tom Power coming under fire. Yes, looks like Richard Groom has got through into third place. Indeed, he has, the red car. Still Ben Wheatley who leads the way in the 53. Stefano Mara, a better run from him this time. There in fifth. Giles Derry under fire. Gwyn Jones, the Welshman, trying to make a move there at Coram. Has to bob back in. Alaric Barney next in the order. Nice fast-paced start to this final race of the weekend for the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. Second weekend of the year for them. Long season ahead. Enormous fun to watch and to race these cars. Over the line go the leaders. Richard Groom thinking about a move here for second place. He's going for the outside on Theo Theato. We saw this a few times earlier on. Yep, starting as you mean to go on, or should I say picking up exactly where you left off. Richard Groom up into second position. 53 of Ben Wheatley it is who leads the way. Giles Derry side by side there with Gwyn Jones. Somebody running wide out. It's Luke Waitman dropping back. Richard Clegg goes through. The 163 of Tom Gunter in there as well. So the two shared cars running together. Through they go around the left-hander at Palmer. Fraser Riddington gets ahead of Waitman now. It's Ben Wheatley who has got the lead. Looking for his second win of the weekend. Tyre squeal there further back. Hopefully that's somebody just locking up and we haven't had a spin. Richard Clegg trying to hold off Tom Gunter. They make their way through Hamilton. So rides up on his tail there, puts a wheel onto the curb. Now goes the other way round. Richard Clegg a bit slow out of Agostini there, lost some momentum. Wheatley leads. First five breaking away slightly. Alaric Barney up into sixth position now. Further back in the order, there's Duncan McCall, the number 2, chasing Andy Cooper in the number 90. Gwyn Jones lost a few places on that last lap. I hope we haven't lost the number 16 car again. Here come your leaders through into the second part of the lap. Wheatley, Groom, Theato and Power. Stefano Mara giving chase, then a gap. Theato trying to defend from Tom Power there. Oh, there's a bit of contact and Power slides it. Well held, sir. There's contact there on the way into Coram. I saw a bit of bodywork come off the back of Theo Theato's car. Now, has that damaged the steering on Tom Power's car? He's weaving it about there. Let's hope it hasn't and he's able to keep racing. It's Groom up to second now. They go over the line. Richard Groom's going to attack for the lead. He's going for the inside this time. Through he goes into the right-hander at Riches. Quite a lot of changes further back in the order. Fastest lap of the race so far to Richard Groom, 2:13.380. Ben Wheatley's fighting back though into the hairpin. Down the inside he goes. Yes, he's through. I think we've lost Giles Derry. He hasn't come through on that last lap. He has now. He's down in 26th place, so he must have had a spin. I thought I heard some tyre squeal at about this part of the lap last time through, and there's smoke. That's from Theo Theato's car. That means that contact with Tom Power has knocked a bit of bodywork onto his tyre. So I have to be careful that doesn't blow the tyre. He's in as a guest driver this weekend. He's had a win, was pipped at the post in race 2. He could be forced out of this one, though, if that tyre starts to deflate. Stefano Mara coming up to attack him. Yeah, I would say Theo Theato's days are numbered here. Tom Power fighting back. His car's okay after that bit of contact. He's having a go at Mara for 4th position. The Italian's got a dent in the rear panel of his car as well. Alaric Barney moving up to have a go as well in the 88. Kevin Turner's next. Alaric Barney coming... Oh, he's slowing as he comes out of Williams there. Did he miss a gear? Quite possibly there, Alaric Barney. Here they come down towards Nelson once again. It's just 2 for the lead. Oh, where's Stefano Mara going? Over the grass there on the exit. So it's 2 for the lead now because Theato has dropped away into the clutches of Tom Power. Stefano Mara's gone across the grass, so that'll drop him back. So it's Groom against Wheatley for the lead. Up towards Murray's to complete their 3rd lap. Theato's still there in 3rd, but still that bit of tyre smoke when it's Tom Power. Mara's still there, I think he's still 5th, despite that excursion at Brundle and Nelson. Over the line they go, Tom Power trying for 3rd place. Richard Groom's going to try again for the lead. Yep, he does it again, exactly as he did a lap ago, but Ben Wheatley this time, he's ready for it, and straight back up the inside, doesn't wait for the hairpin, he's straight back through. Great duel between these two have been watching the MGZRs. Tom Power up the inside of the hairpin there, he's just taken 3rd place, I think, from Theo Theato. Ben Wheatley back in the lead again. Richard Groom had it for the blink of an eye at Rich's corner. Power is up to 3rd. There you can see that bit of smoke. You can see the rear wheel arch damaged. He was clipped by Tom Power at Corham earlier on. He's pushed the wheel arch onto the tyre. It's not stopping him from attacking him back again though. But eventually that's going to wear the rubber down. There's a risk the tyre will blow. Towards the right-hander at Oggies. Behind them, Stefano Mara, recovering from his grassy moments earlier on. Drive here by Tom Power, the Anvil Hire Limited car. Certainly no mistaking that bright livery. Theo Theato's in the slipstream. Meantime, the 2 leaders have been able to pull away. They're about 3.2 seconds clear. Wheatley and Groom. Who's going to be leading as they come back into sight? Looks like it is still Ben Wheatley. Looking for win number 2 of the weekend, win number 3 of the season. And now a train of cars closing up on Theato and Power. Theato has got back ahead. He slipstreamed his way ahead on the straight as I thought he might. Mara is 5th, then it's Kevin Turner, Alaric Barney, and behind him, looks like it's Tom Gunter, number 163. There is Gunter. Behind him, Richard Clegg. Leaders out of the final corner, so the completion of lap number 4. Fraser Riddington next in the order. That's the number 80 car, just outside the top 10. Under the gantry they go. Tom Power and Theo Theato continue to slug it out for 3rd. Mara's getting involved in the battle as well now. 0.79 of a second was the gap. So Wheatley's pulled about half a second out on Richard Groom that time through. Tom Power in 3rd. Now it's a 4-way battle. No, 5 and 6 and 7 now for 3rd place. They've caught them. Kevin Turner, Alaric Barney, Tom Gunter. It was just a battle between Power and Theato earlier on. Stefano Mara on the back of them, and now we've got this little lot as well. So 2 battles becoming 1. There are the 2 leaders. Tom Power up the inside on Theo Theato for 3rd. Still Ben Wheatley who leads the way in the 53. Power in third place. Murrah under fire from Alaric Barney in fifth and sixth. Smoke seems to have lessened from Theo Theato's car now. And maybe the bit of bodywork has come away from that broken wheel arch. 14.5 minutes still to go. There are the two leaders now. Has Richard Groom got ahead down the straight? No, he hasn't. Anybody's race for third. Here they come. Theato back up the inside. Manages to get the car stopped, does he? That's where he ran wide earlier on and lost the race lead. Now he's still there in third, just ahead of Power and Murrah. So this is allowing these two to pull away slightly. Wheatley ahead of Richard Groom. Richard Groom looking for his second win of the season. Ben Wheatley looking for his third. Oh, Wheatley slowing. Wheatley, did he miss a gear or is that a problem? Coming out of Murray's, he suddenly slowed there. Richard Groom's gone by into the lead. Now, keep an eye on Ben Wheatley. He's still there. He must have missed a gear. We saw Will Stillwell do that in the previous race. Side by side over the line. Here comes Stefano Murrah making it 3 wide. Can he squeeze around the outside into Riches? No. Goes out a bit too wide. Theato back up the inside. Tom Power holds third place. Behind him, Alaric Barney. And then Tom Gunter in the 163 having his best race of the weekend, closing up as well. 5 of them together for third place. Murrah sideways off the hairpin. Well, Ben Wheatley's back on. He must have missed a gear coming off Murray's there. We heard earlier on from the drivers in the Sigma 150s, it's easily done. Murrah holding off Alaric Barney. Ben Wheatley wants the lead back. Richard Groom has handed the lead on a plate there, coming out of the left at Murray's. Theato still third, a lock-up from Stefano Murrah, defending from Alaric Barney. Side by side, behind them is Gunter. I'd love to know what Wonky Truck is, his sponsor on the back panel. Richard Groom still leads in the 23. Comes from Woking in Surrey. 12.5 minutes left. So we're up to half distance in this 25-minute race. For the Morph My Caterham graduate Sigma 135s. Great weekend of Caterham racing it has been. We've been spoilt with 6 races across the categories. .85 of a second was the lead gap last time through. It'll be less than that now. Here they come, nose tellers. Wheatley got back ahead. He has. He's got him down the Bentley straight. But Ben Wheatley not letting that missed gear hold him back. Through the right-hander at Coram. Ben Wheatley will be trying to pull away from Richard Groom. Then the fight for third. Theato ahead of Power once again. There's Murrah in fifth. Alaric Barney sixth. Seventh we've got 163 of Tom Gunter. Fastest lap of the race for Ben Wheatley. 2 minutes 12.77. 0.34 in it this time as they cross the line. See what the gap is back to third. It's getting on towards 6 seconds, an eternity in Caterham terms. But Theato's got 4 cars bottled up behind him. Power, Murrah, Barney and Gunter. There they are through the hairpin. Murrah up the inside. He's through into third. Where's that come from? He charges down the inside. Here comes Theato back again. This is brilliant. Power on the outside. Here comes Tom Gunter getting into the mix now. He could be in contention for a podium. We've not seen much of Tom Gunter so far this weekend. Stefano Murrah now into third place. Give what I think will be his first podium of the season. Round Agostini they go. He's got Theo Theato chasing. Power's been shuffled back into fifth. Here comes Tom Gunter going for sixth on the back of Alaric Barney, the number 88 car from Reading. Many of these drivers, as we mentioned, have come through the Caterham Academy. Either climb the factory-supported Caterham ladder or join the graduates. Many drivers stick with Caterham racing through their career because they are just so much sheer fun to race. There's Richard Clegg. He's got past Kevin Turner. Here are the two leaders right together at the end of the Bentley straight. Which one of them is in the lead? Still Ben Wheatley. There's the fight for third. Stefano Mara, is he still ahead? No, he's not. Theo Theato's got back ahead. Power is 5th. Alaric Barney in 6th position. Gunter 7th. Then a small gap to 8th place, which is Turner. Fraser Riddington now into the top 10 behind Richard Clegg. Here comes Tom Power. Needs to be careful at Coram. He's already clipped the back of one car. That's Theato. He doesn't want to do the same against Stefano Mara. Could be a train of 10 cars for third place fairly soon. Look at this lot towing up onto the back. That's Luke Waitman, the 22, on their tails as well. I think the number 20 is on the back of this group, Chris Griffith. Stefano Mara on the outside. Retakes Theo Theato for third place. Two leaders are nearly 8 seconds up the road. Theato on the inside, Mara on the outside. Theato, is he going to go through? No, has the door closed on him. Smartly driven by Stefano Mara. It's Power, here comes Gunter. He's got a run on Alaric Barney. He could have a run on Tom Power if he plays it right here. It's behind these two. No, Power holds him off. So does Alaric Barney as well. Keeps his foot in. There are the leaders. Still Ben Wheatley ahead of Richard Groom. Who's going to top the battle for third is the main question. Here comes Tom Gunter again, attacking Alaric Barney. Won't find a way through at Oggies. Maybe on the Bentley straight. They'll all fan out in the slipstreams. Theo Theato holds off Mara. Power. Barney. Gunter. Kevin Turner. There's Fraser Riddington. We've not seen a lot of Fraser this weekend. Had a couple of spins at Brands Hatch, which spoiled his season opener. Here come the leaders. Still Ben Wheatley by the look of it, or is it? Let's have a look as they come out of the grassland. No, Richard Groom has got the lead. Now who's going to be in third? I think that's Mara. Yep, the white car's moved ahead of Theo Theato. Tom Power in 5th place. It's all change again down the Bentley straights. What about behind this group? Power in 5th, a little bit sideways there. Still Barney ahead of Gunter. Gunter lunges to the inside. Barney lunges to the inside to block him. Tom Power holds them all off. Fraser Riddington's up in the order now. He's the quickest mover on track, I would say, at the moment. Ben Wheatley's still got the fastest lap of the race. 2 minutes 12.77. 7 minutes of this race still to go. Over the line goes a terrific third place battle. Mara has it at the moment, then Theato, Power and Barney. Power getting squeezed to the outside there. Theato in the middle. Mara has that third place. Who's this coming up on the inside? That's Alaric Barney with the blue roll cage. Behind him, Tom Gunter still can't find a way through. Theato slots back up the inside into the hairpin to retake that third place. And now Alaric Barney finally makes up a place. He's ahead of Tom Power, who's being shuffled backwards slowly but surely here. Was in contention for a podium earlier on. Well, he still is, given how close this battle is. New fastest lap for Richard Groom, 2 minutes 12.62. He leads by just under half a second. They're pulling away all the time from this squabbling group further back. They're nearly 10 seconds down on Ben Wheatley in 2nd place now. Side by side into Agostini. Theato on the inside. There's the 62 of Kevin Turner, back ahead of Fraser Riddington. Barely keep up with all the overtakes in this race. Well, we always say motorsport should be fun. Caterham racing, always immense fun. There we can see the McCats logos on the back of Theo Theato's car, as he told us before the race. Tom Power down the inside, retakes Alaric Barney. Still Tom Gunter can't get onto level terms. He's stuck at the back of this group, desperate to try and make a move. Let's see if he can on the Bentley straight this time. Who's leading as they come back into our sight then? It's still Richard Groom in the 23, with 5.5 minutes to go. And here comes that third place fight. Is that Mara back up into third? It's a bit tricky to see with the sun coming lower. Yes, it is Mara. And Theato, Power, Barney, Gunter. Turner's closing up. Then a gap back to Fraser Riddington with the yellow wheels. Behind him, I think, is Luke Waitman. Barney around the outside. Still Tom Gunter can't get through. Alaric Barney, I think, is driving the widest Caterham in the country right now. There we see the two leaders just in the distance there going across the line. Groom still leads from Ben Wheatley. The gap is down to 0.17 of a second. When we go back to the front, it wouldn't surprise me if Ben Wheatley slipstreamed his way through into Riches. Oh, we got a spinner there. Now, who was that's gone around? Never mind that, because the fight is still on for third place. One spinner at the back of the pack. Richard Groom has still got the lead. Somehow he's holding off Ben Wheatley. They probably swapped places while we've been focusing on the third place battle about 4 times. There you go, that's Caterham racing for you. Just over 4 minutes of this race now to go, so a couple of laps left. Richard Groom defends into Agostini from Ben Wheatley. Richard looking for his second win of the season, Ben looking for his third. They really are a cut above the rest in this race. Theo Theato, he says this is only a guest appearance, but if he's this competitive, he might be tempted back. Running in the factory Caterham 270R Championship this year. Richard Groom continues to lead. Ben Wheatley following in his wheel tracks. Here's the battle of a third. Stefano Mara still ahead of Theato. Tom Gunter, has he finally got a run on Alaric Barney there coming through Williams' corner? Yes, he's got him at long last. It's taken him about 20 minutes to do that. There are the leaders. Now is Ben Wheatley back ahead? Has he slipstreamed ahead on the Bentley straight? Yes, he has. He's back in the lead. The low angle of the sun at this time of day makes it tricky to identify the cars as they come under the bridge there. Well, Theato's back into third place, I can tell you that. Has Gunter been able to hold his place, rather? No, he hasn't. Alaric Barney's back ahead yet again. Here comes Mara on Theato, who tries to squeeze him. He's going to have to give him room, though. Almost a bang of the wheels. And Mara moves through at Coram. Good move by the Italian. Tom Power in 5th position. Barney 6th. Gunter 7th. Kevin Turner is 8th, 9th Fraser Riddington. Luke Waitman rounds out the top 10. It's Richard Clegg. Behind him is the number 20, which is Chris Griffith. Superb, close Caterham racing here at Snetterton. Here are your leaders. They might get 2 more laps out of this. We'll wait and see. Certainly at least including the one that they're on. This will be last lap this time, so they will get 1 more. 1 more lap after this for Ben Wheatley to attack for the lead. 1 more lap for Richard Groom to defend, having taken the lead back coming through Riches. It's those 2 overtaking spots every time. Number 56 there is Paul Armitage. He's got Andrew Cooper behind him. They're towing up onto the back of the third place battle now. It could be 10 cars for third place. Still Richard Groom hanging on, having taken the lead through Riches last time. Wheatley's got the fastest lap, 2:12.52. Here they come. Under the bridge, swing back into our view. Is it Wheatley has got the lead back again? I think it is. Yes, he's done it again on the Bentley straight. It's 2 long straights. Slipstream City for Caterhams. They're coming round to start their final lap. Yes, look, he's hung back there. This is the tactical game. Now he'll push on again to close up on Ben Wheatley. He could have gone round the inside or the outside there to get the lead into Riches. He's done that a few times already in this race. He's closing back up again now. Just slides out a bit there. He doesn't want to overcook it. Richard Groom playing a tactical game. He's going to wait till the Bentley straight and try and slipstream Ben Wheatley, then hold him off to the line. But has Ben Wheatley got a bit too far? Ah, there's a yellow flag there I spotted. We've lost somebody. I think that's coming towards Oggies. It's Groom closing back up. See if we can see who's disappeared there. Thought I saw a yellow flag. No, I think it's been withdrawn now. Through Hamilton for the last time. Richard Groom, he's getting ready. You can see him closing up onto the back of Ben Wheatley. There's a bit of debris there. Oh, Ben Wheatley's gone. Ah, Ben Wheatley, has he slowed there? Has he missed? No, he's slowing. I thought he'd missed a gear coming out of Oggies. No, the car's let him down. Remember what I said about every Caterham race this weekend having a twist on the last lap? I thought Ben Wheatley at first, I thought he was dropping behind so he could get the slipstream. But no, there's a problem with Ben's car. Well, that's going to harm his championship chances, and Richard Groom is home free to take his second win of the season. He's all on his own. Well, now we'll switch our attention maybe back to the battle for what will now be for second place. Richard Groom is heading for the win, and as for second place, per one from about 10 cars. Richard Groom from Woking in Surrey. That's a bit of an unfortunate race to end. I was looking forward to a close battle there to the checkered flag between him and Ben Wheatley, but sadly Ben's car letting him down with half a lap to go. Now here's the battle for what is now second place. We've got 5 of them together. Richard Groom comes in to win it. It's Theo Theato in second place. There's the checkered flag. Groom wins it, his second win of the season. 3 different winners this weekend. Now who is going to be second? Theo Theato and Stefano Mara together as they came out of the corner. Here they come up towards the line. It's going to be a photo finish. Mara gets there, then Theato and Alaric Barney. Well, that's quite fitting. He almost got a dead heat with Tom Gunter. Barney 4th, Gunter 5th, and Tom Power, who was in 3rd early on, ends up 6th. Kevin Turner, Richard Clegg, Fraser Riddington and Paul Armitage round out the top 10. Wow. Look at the margins there in the battle for 3rd downwards. Richard Groom wins it by nearly 12 seconds. Now, if you looked at the results of that race and saw a winning margin of nearly 12 seconds, you would probably think just from reading that it was quite a boring race. Not so. Let's have a look here at Ben Wheatley. Now, I thought he was possibly moving aside to get the slipstream at first as he came through, but there the car suddenly slows. There was a bit of contact because there was nothing that Richard Groom could do there. Then I thought he'd missed a gear, but no. Something broke there. I saw him clip the grass on the inside at Oggies, actually. Did he break or dislodge something in the drive shaft? I wonder if that bump over the grass broke something on the right rear. He slowed very suddenly there. Well, we'll find out in Parc Ferme after the race, and hopefully we'll confirm the provisional results in a moment. And one race to go, which is a final 15 minutes for the Hyundai Coupe Cup. There's a replay of, there's Ben Wheatley's car stopped on the grass. Ah, he did get going again. So maybe the car just cut out on him. So he did get to the line. We don't know where as yet. Well, perhaps, well, we saw him bounce over the grass there and get a little clip from Richard Groom, which wasn't intentional. Did that cut the car out? Well, we'll find out. Richard Groom taking the win ahead of Stefano Mara, who just pipped Theo Theato in a photo finish for second. Alaric Barney and another photo finish with Thomas Gunter. They were tied together all race long. Then Tom Power, Kevin Turner, Richard Clegg, Fraser Riddington and Paul Armitage as quickly as that, completing the top 10. Luke Wakeman 11th, ahead of Gwyn Jones, who gets to finish this time. Then Chris Griffith, and Ben Wheatley got going again. He finished in 14th place and gets a point for the fastest lap. We'll head down to Ewan Dunlop shortly in Parc Ferme. I'm wondering if that little bump over the grass, or perhaps that tiny bit of contact with Richard Groom, there was nothing Richard could do, maybe knock the kill switch off. We'll find out. Hopefully we can talk to Ben in Parc Ferme. Bad luck, Ben Wheatley. Well done, Richard Groom. We'll head down to Parc Ferme in a moment.
Richard! Cheers, Dave. Here we are then, and that was maybe an unlikely one. You were lining up a move there, weren't you? Didn't have to in the end.
Didn't have to. I mean, I was inches away from Ben's bumper coming out of Oggy's to start lining up the Bentley straight, thinking last lap move, and he just lost all momentum. I think his car's conked out, electrical fuel, something like that. Went straight into his rear basket, hit him.
Yes.
And then,
I mean, you were inches away, and then he just sort of stopped from nowhere. That must have been quite scary, actually.
A little bit, yeah. I thought he was mucking about. I thought he was trying to upset the move onto the Bentley straight somehow. And I went, how's this helping? And then I realised it was a problem. And I just feel really sorry for him because, you know, I may or may not have got a move done down the back straight, but you know, it was his to win at that point, and he looks like he's had a mechanical. So you know, hearts out to Ben.
Regardless, a win's a win.
A win's a win. We'll take the points. Very happy with that. It was a great race. I mean, I'm so pleased me and Ben just managed to get away. So it was good. It was between us. It's just, it's just a shame one of us didn't make it. But there we are. That's
more points to the World Championship and a great weekend for you.
Absolutely. Great weekend all round.
Cool.
Thanks a lot, fella.
Thank you so much.
Cheers. Take care.
Stefano. Second place in the end. Obviously troubles for Ben there on the last lap, but second place, second step of the podium.
Yeah, it was quite a difficult one, especially with Tom coming back on me.
Yeah,
we were about the three of us, and I could see some other cars coming up because we were holding each other.
But as we've seen all weekend in the minis and in the Caterhams, we've said it so many times, the racing is just phenomenal. It must be so much fun in there.
It is quite tight, so you have to calculate centimeters almost.
It is
not to hit anybody.
What do you do the rest of your weekend now? Go and celebrate?
Yes, going home and relax.
Excellent. Go and enjoy yourself. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd love to speak to Ben Wheatley if we can find him. Let's speak to our third place finisher first and just find out what happened with Ben in a second. But we'll speak to Theo. He's had a pretty good weekend as well as Theo. I'm just going to jump in here. Well done. Third place. You had no idea, did you?
No, I had no idea because very early on in the lap, in the race, like lap 2, I got hit from behind around Caterham. I mean, why you would overtake around Caterham is beyond me, but it's damaged my rear basket, broke my radius arm, and jammed the rear arch into the wheel, which started smoking. So I was wondering if I was just going to, at any point, have a puncture, and there's high-speed sections of this circuit, and because it was jammed onto the tyre wall, I couldn't get any top-end speed. So the front two went ahead, and I was sucked into the middle pack. That's really not where I want to be.
No.
And as a consequence, I didn't have any top-end speed.
But for those that didn't see, you actually drove straight past third, straight round to the Parc Fermé over there. We had to come and get you back.
I know. Well, usually I'd just roll straight up here because this is where my default position is in my head. But I knew that Ben and Richard had gone off into the distance in a lovely bromance up the track, and I was fourth because Stefano had out-dragged me to the line. So
it's motor racing. Third is third.
Yeah, I'll take it. You know, I love that champagne you give me, so I'll take that.
Super weekend, well done.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers, Theo. Thanks, mate. Right, I can hear the cars on track for our last race of the weekend, the second race in the Hyundai Coupe Cup with Toyo tyres. So for the last time for commentary, it is over to Dave Goddard.
Thanks very much indeed, Ewan. So one last race to go on this packed weekend here at Snetterton. It is the OT Publishing Limited Coupe Cup in partnership with Toyo tyres. A grid based on the results of the first race. So it is Luca Staccini who will start on pole, looking for his second win of the day. Paul Lorry starts alongside. Best ever result for Darren Ford earlier on. The Dayglow yellow car will start on the second row along with the number 9 of Eddie O'Kane. Dan Fletcher, despite a spin in race 1, finished 5th. He starts alongside the series founder and coordinator John Winter. Row 4, Matthew Watson and Tim Stevens. And the 5th row, Spencer Hirons alongside Ian Brunning. Excuse me. Row 6 is Mark Worsley, number 46 in the green machine, alongside Callum Roby, the number 16. Starting from the back in race 1. On the 7th row, Nick Flowers and Roger Owens. The 8th row will hopefully see Mark Jones back out after he went up in a cloud of steam in race 1. Michael Evans, likewise, was a retirement first time out, as were Paul Smith and Gary Miller. So Paul Smith has gone from front row to back row. See as the cars come in on the grid who is there. Staccini is there, Paul Lorry, Darren Ford, Eddie O'Kane, Dan Fletcher, there's John Winter. Matthew Watson in the pink, in the ex-Team Rocket car. Then Tim Stevens. So we should have Spencer Hirons in the navy blue car. Yes, there he is. Ian Brunning, his familiar twin striped livery. Mark Worsley in green. Alongside him, that's Callum Roby, the number 16, one of our newcomers. Nick Flowers in red, and Roger Owens. And there's Paul Smith. No Mark Jones, no Michael Evans, mechanical problems for them, and Gary Miller. Well, I did not expect to see him back out, actually, with that suspension damage. The car was crabbing several inches out of line after race one. That's going to need some heavy chassis work. Okay, ready for our final race of the weekend then. No points on this, of course. 15 minutes for the OT Publishing Hyundai Coupe Cup. Apologies then, they said their old sponsor, in partnership with Toyo Tyres. Now, Paul Lorry was off like a rocket at the start of the first race, off like Wayne Rockets at the start, you could say. I know he's still watching. He'll be back soon, especially with the challenge that Lucas Ciaccini laid down after the first race. That'll tempt him back out. All good fun in this series. Watch for Darren Ford from the second row as well. Made the best start of his career, from 8th up into briefly second. Let's see what he can do this time then. OT Publishing Limited Hyundai Coupe Cup to round out the weekend here on the Snetterton 300 circuit with the BARC. Off they go, and Ciaccini barely moves off at all. Oh dear. Terrible start by Lucas Ciaccini. I thought he'd stalled it for a second. It's Paul Lorry gets away well. Darren Ford could take the lead here on the inside line. There's Ciaccini. He's well back in the pack. Now, this is going to add some interest because he's going to fight his way back up the order. Watch for Paul Smith coming through as well. He spun out of the first race, and it is Darren Ford who has gone to the front in the number 38 car, the Dayglow liveried ex-Caterham Racers car. Look at Ciaccini. Already he's back up into 4th place. How's he done that? Side by side with John Winter. Now he picks up some dust. So does Dan Fletcher. That was an incredible recovery there. Just charged up the outside of everyone into the hairpin, Ciaccini. Now, where's he come out as a result of that? There's O'Kane in 3rd. He's up to 4th. He's ahead of John Winter. Mark Worsley side by side with Tim Stevens in the number 34. But it is Darren Ford, number 38, who leads. Paul Lorry second. Ciaccini's now through into 3rd place, ahead of John Winter. Eddie O'Kane down to 5th. Matthew Watson side by side with Dan Fletcher. There's Paul Smith. Keep an eye on him coming through. Well, I said it might add some interest as Ciaccini picks his way through the field, but he's taken most of them in a single move there through the hairpin. He's already caught Paul Lorry for 2nd place. Side by side there, Dan Fletcher, the Automobile Smart Repairs, on the outside of Matthew Watson in the number 12. As Darren Ford leads, Paul Lorry in 2nd place. Winter up there in 4th. Down the inside, Ian Brunning takes Nick Flowers in the red number 48 coupe. Spencer Hirons in behind them. There's Roger Owens, number 26. Runs a number of cars in this series. He's got cars available for hire as well if you want to do an arrive and drive. Should you want to try out this series for yourself, if you've got a race licence, you can hire a car and give it a go. The PR representative is Andrew Holmes. So any questions can be forwarded to him. Of course, contact John Winter at exit 13 as well for any queries on the series, or indeed any of the teams. Misty Racing have hire cars available as well. Really is a great way to get into motorsports, the Hyundai Coupe Cup, supported by OT Publishing. And they come round to complete lap number 1 then. It is Darren Ford who leads the way. I've just had a message from a certain Mr. Wayne Rockets. He says, Thruxton, I'll come and teach them all a lesson. I knew we'd tempt you back out, Wayne. Paul Lorry, meanwhile, making a move for the lead. He's taken the lead down the Senna straights. No, Lucas Ciaccini has moved to the front. You can't take your eyes off this race for a second. He's blitzed past everybody there coming down the straight. We knew it would be a matter of time. Well, even though he almost stalled on the line, through goes Lucas Ciaccini ahead of Lorry. Darren Ford down to 3rd. Before the end of the first lap, he was able to take over. Well, it's Forza Italia once again. There's John Winter in 4th place. Now let's see what the series coordinator can do at the wheel of his S3 Coupe. Can he catch the 3 ahead of him? Had a bit of an off at the start of race 1, which has stymied his efforts. Eddie O'Kane in there in the top 5. Oh, he's done it again, John Winter. What's he doing? Testing those Toyo tyres, I think. That's what. harsh on those EBC brakes as well. Facing Darren Ford, wants to get onto the podium here. It'd be nice if we could have a chat to John about the series at the end of this race. We will do, of course, if he gets onto the podium. Darren Ford, bit of a lock-up there. John Winter, again sideways. He's got the brake bias a bit wrong on that car, I think. Well, he does build a lot of these cars for this series, so maybe that's why he's out there. He's testing a new build, perhaps. Putting it through its paces and testing it to the limit, as we can see there. Racing to the lead as coming into view. There is Luca Staccini. Heading for his second win, surely. 2:35.26, his quickest lap on the opening tour. Could be a fight on for second. Let's see if Darren Ford can catch Paul Lorry for second place. Winter in fourth. Then we've got Eddie O'Kane behind him, a gap back to Dan Fletcher. Then Paul Smith up to seventh from the back of the grid after his off in race one. Went off at Murray's and brought the car into the pits to check for damage. It's the black and white Kersley Motorsport car, teammate to Luca Staccini, run by Alex Kersley, used to race the Lancaster Insurance sponsored car, the Lancaster Bomber as we used to call it. Darren Ford right on the tail of Paul Lorry there for second place. I'll have a look here as they go into Riches up the inside of the ex-Toyota MR2 man. Darren Ford used to race Caterhams. Who's this coming up on the tail? It's John Winter. He can sense a podium chance here, just needs to get his braking right. Goes for the outside of the number 3. Eddie O'Kane looking on in the number 9. And Paul Lorry's gone wide. There's a bit of dirt tracking there on the outside of the hairpin. This is Darren Ford's opportunity. Side by side into Palmer. The next corner's a left-hander, so he needs to get the move done before they get there. And he's done so. Gets the overlap on Paul Lorry, and he's through. Here comes Eddie O'Kane. Fletcher and Smith are closing up as well. Matt Watson heads the next group ahead of Mark Worsley and Tim Stevens. Winter closing up on Paul Lorry as well, but Luca Staccini is heading off into the sunset. All 15 cars are still running, covered by some 18.7 seconds. Roger Owens, the last runner at the moment. Typically smart car for John Winter, well, you'd expect no less from the owner of a vehicle graphics business. Eddie O'Kane, his petrol flappers come open there, but it's not slowing him down. There's Dan Fletcher, overshot the hairpin in race 1. Staccini continues to lead. Has the Hyundai Coupe Cup found its new dominant force? Previously we saw Ian Goodchild, who went on to race BMWs for a time after his apprenticeship in this series. John Winter up on the curb there at Nelson. In the early days there was Simon Miles was one of the early regular race winners, I remember, along with John Winter himself. A team of Hyundai Coupes picked from this series won the Burkett 6-hour relay race at Silverstone on handicap a few years ago as well. It's an event that I would find utterly incomprehensible to commentate on. Need a degree in mathematics to understand the handicapping rules for that race. All good fun though. Over the line they go. Staccini from Ford. It's over 7 minutes to go, so just gone past halfway. Nearly 3.8 seconds in it now. Paul Lorry down into third place. There is Paul, the MSO Web Agency sponsored car. Purple, white, orange and turquoise. Intriguing livery. The autograph hewn car of strewn car of Luca Staccini leads the way. Certainly some intriguing liveries in this series. Eddie O'Kane's dropped back down the order. Dan Fletcher's gone through, so has Paul Smith. That may have happened up at the hairpin. Fastest lap of the race by the race leader, 2:27.29. There is Paul Smith, running a bit wide there. Made his debut as a hire driver in the Kersley Motorsport car last year. You can see a bit of damage from where he went off in race 1. Enjoyed it so much, has come back to do the full season this year. Eddie O'Kane, long-time sponsor and racer. He's had just one podium in all his time in the Cup, a third at Cadwell Park last year. Luca Staccini, heading for his second win of his career and of the weekend. Darren Ford in second. Dan Fletcher, meanwhile, his target is podiums this year. He's down in 5th at the moment, so Kane dropping back to 7th behind Paul Smith. It's the car that Luca Staccini raced last year. You can see the similarity of the livery. Grading to the later model coupe this year. Matthew Watson, one of our newcomers, ahead of Mark Worsley in green. There's a bit more of a cosmopolitan field as well. We've seen a Spanish racer out at the first round at Brands Hatch, Miguel Contreras, in one of Misty Racing's cars. Hopefully we'll see him back soon. Just over 4.5 minutes to go, so a couple more laps for the Hyundais. Our final race of what's been a wonderful weekend here at Snetterton. The Minis, old and new. The highlights, whoops, Paul Smith, excuse me, says to Dan Fletcher. Horses in wide at the hairpin, and Eddie O'Kane coming back as well. A little bit robust there by Paul Smith, the number 8 car, the man from Leighton Buzzard. John Winter trying to close down Paul Lorry for a podium. Staccini's away and gone. He's nearly 5 seconds clear now of Darren Ford, who in turn is 2.5 seconds clear of Paul Lorry. Behind this group, Watson, Worsley and Stevens round out the top 10. Stevens, a racing newcomer this year. That's an ex-Wayne Rockets car, and also Barbara Schilliker, as we mentioned earlier on. A Marshall turned racer, Fab Babs as she's known. Hopefully we'll see her back out Sunday. Eddie O'Kane runs wide. Dan Fletcher retaking the place into the Bentley straights. The car into the pits further back. Roger Owens, unfortunately, has dropped out. Going down to 14 running. Spencer Hirons has dropped to the back of the field as well. It's Luca Staccini. 3 minutes to go. A couple more laps remaining. Inside the top 10, we've got Ian Brunning, Nick Flowers in the 48, one of the Misty Racing cars. Also, newcomer Callum Roby. He recently passed his ARDS licence test. He's in the ex-Dan Edgar Gen 1 car, the black car. Spencer Hirons rounds out the runners. 5 laps completed, 6 seconds in it. They cross the line. Kane still on the tail of Fletcher, trying to take the place away. It may be checkered flag next time around, or they may get one more lap. It's touch and go as they cross the line. We'll have to wait and see when Staccini comes through next time around. There's Paul Smith now up into 5th position. Nice run through from the back of the field. John Winter did a personal best last time through, 2:28.886. He's still just over a second off Paul Lorry. There he is. He got a personal best as well last time through, 2:28.4. So trying to close in. Smith's closing on both of them. Have a lock up there for Paul Lorry. He's holding that 3rd place, looking likely for 2 podiums today. Darren Ford on to better his result from earlier and take a second place, but no answer to the pace of the flying Luca Staccini. Now I wonder if he's going to take it easy on this last lap so he doesn't have to do one more lap. We've seen it done before. Kersley Motorsport car, sponsored by V-Stick Customs. That car customised in its own way, with Luca inviting all manner of people to place their autograph on the car. Here he comes through Nelson for the last time, possibly. Wait and see when he crosses the line when the checkered flag does go out. It's tricky to judge sometimes in a timed race. He almost stalled on the line, dropped into the midfield, but he was third again, went about 3 corners in and took the lead at the end of the opening lap. Just dominated this race day for the Hyundai Coupe Cup, sponsored by OT Publishing. Now as he comes up towards the start finish line, is he going to do one more lap? Will we see the checkered flag? Eddie O'Kane, I notice, has got back ahead of Dan Fletcher for 6th position. No checkered flag, again he's 5 seconds early, same as the earlier race. So we're going to do one more lap. This is the last lap of the weekend here at Snetterton. Into Riches. Up towards the hairpin. It's been a masterclass by Luca Staccini Antonello. I think got the Italian tricolore on his wheels. Look, you can see it as the wheel lifted there. Through to Palmer, led by 5.5 seconds at the end of that lap. I think he was expecting to see the flag that time through. There's Darren Ford in second place. He's loving this up there in second. He's by far his best ever weekend. Led most of the first lap. First time he's led a race in his career, I believe. A couple of years ago here he had a big smash going into the Bentley Straight in his previous car. Further back, I note that Mark Worsley has moved ahead of Matt Watson, the green car, up into 8th place. Saw Eddie O'Kane get ahead of Dan Fletcher into 6th. The only other question to ask is, can John Winter get ahead of Paul Lorry for 3rd place? It took half a second out of him on that last lap. There is Spencer Hirons, the 65 car, at the back of the field. Bit of a struggle for him in this one, a bit off his usual pace. Looks like his exhaust may have come loose there. Getting ready then for the final checkered flag of what's been a marathon weekend here at Snetterton. We do it all again at Pembrey next weekend on BARC TV. Round Coram for the last time. He almost stalled on the grid, got away in the midfield. By the end of lap 1 he was leading, and he has driven off into the sunset. It's Forza Italia once again in the Hyundai Coupe Cup for Luca Staccini. He comes up to take the final checkered flag of the weekend. It's a double for Luca Staccini at Snetterton. Darren Ford gets his best ever result in 2nd. Who is going to be 3rd? It's Paul Lorry just ahead of John Winter. 5th is Paul Smith from the back, 6th for Eddie O'Kane, Dan Fletcher in 7th, then Mark Worsley in the green car in 8th position, 9th goes to Matt Watson, and rounding out the top 10, Ian Brunning just ahead of Tim Stevens. Nick Flowers, Callum Roby and Spencer Hirons will be the other finishers. We lost Roger Owens into the pits after a couple of laps, sadly. And that brings down the curtain on a quite magnificent weekend of racing here at the home of motorsport in East Anglia. Provisional result then as follows. Luca Staccini the winner by just under 3.5 seconds. Darren Ford did close in a bit. I think Luca backed off towards the end. Paul Lorry in 3rd place behind Darren Ford, just ahead of John Winter. Paul Smith, good run through from the back for 5th, then 6th for Eddie O'Kane. Dan Fletcher, Mark Worsley, Matthew Watson, Ian Brunning, Tim Stevens, then Nick Flowers, Callum Ruby, and finally Spencer Hiran. Sadly, we lost Roger Owens into the pits. Well, thank you to all the racers this weekend in all of our classes. More for my Caterham graduates, the Uncle Luke Snetterton saloons that we saw yesterday, the Dunlop National Mini Challenge with mini spares, the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge, the Cumho BMW Championship, the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship, and the OT Publishing Coupe Cup. They have all entertained superbly here this weekend, I'm sure you'll all agree. Let's head down to Ewan in Park Fermé.
Cheers, Dave, and for the final time down here in Park Fermé, as you can imagine, we've got a very excited Luca Stancini and Zano. We're going to try and find him. He's doing lots and lots of hugs right now. I think we might get a hug as well, me and Daryl, the cameraman. He's running, he's going to take his hat off. We'll have a chat with Darren Ford as well. In fact, Darren Ford might be ready a long time before Luca, so we might go and speak to Darren first of all. But we'll keep walking around. This is, if you've not seen this before, come on in, Darren, have a look at this bonnet here. Okay. So this is what Dave was talking about, all the signatures on the bonnet. And in fact, my signature is right there. He even asked me to sign it, which I'm very, very proud about. So let's get in with Luca.
Well done.
Luca, come on! we haven't got all day.
How you doing, mate? All good?
Mate. Not as good as you.
Yes, no. It was a disastrous start. There was a bit of an issue with some of the marshals because the lights didn't went on. Oh. So they showed the 5 seconds board. There were no lights, and then one of the girls' marshals down at the post there kept pointing at the front of my car. So I thought I may be out of position and wait. So next thing I know, everybody's leaving, and I'm like, so why was this person pointing at me? But there must have been some miscommunication, and I was really scared that I wasn't going to make it after that start. But one lap in, Alex done. I asked him, as you remember, race 1 to change the setup a little bit. Oh my lord, if it made a difference! I felt so comfortable.
What was changed?
We lowered the pressures basically because we tested on Friday in very harsh conditions. It was very cold, very wet. So we lowered the pressures, and this way the car became more manageable, more easy to drive. So there we go.
Uncle Wayne, if you're watching, we should be scared, shouldn't he?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. He knows that, but apart from the huge respect that I have for Wayne, he knows that he's well rapid. And I don't know, Thruxton will be the answer to the question.
We can't wait until Thruxton.
Mate,
you can't either.
To see you. Hopefully I'm going to see you there again, yeah?
Mate, go and enjoy yourself.
Thank you so much, guys. Enjoy
Have
your
a good one. Let's speak to Let's speak to Darren Ford. Promoted yourself from third to second, well done.
Oh, thank you very much. It was unbelievable. I was just saying, the last race I wanted it to end quickly because I had a little problem with the car. This race I wanted to go on 45 minutes, so it was absolutely, I was loving it out there.
It must have been, even from within the car there, just a beautiful look around East Anglia here. It's been a great afternoon and evening, hasn't it?
Oh my God, yeah. Yeah, the scenery is great to look at when you go. You get a little bit of space to yourself. You look at the scenery, yeah, it's wonderful. And it's a bit warm in the car. I might have lost a few pounds, but it absolutely been a spot on day. So.
Biggest learning to take away from this weekend?
Listen to the team when they set the car up. So we qualified a bit off pace. The team set the car up superbly, and it just made complete difference. And
go and enjoy yourself. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Cheers. And Paul Laurie, where's Paul gone? His car's right there. The car number 51. He was second earlier, third again this afternoon. Cannot find him. Let's not worry too much. Hope you've enjoyed yourself this weekend. We have been absolutely loving bringing you the coverage. That is 20 races. If you enjoyed one of them or all 20, thank you so much. We'll see you. I'll be there at Pembrey next weekend. I'll also be with Pointy. Headlining is the British Truck Racing Championship, so do join us for the final time this weekend. The last word is, as always, with Dave Goddard.
First of all, many thanks to Ewan Dunlop down in Park Fermé and Pit Lane this weekend for his inputs. That does conclude our weekend here at the Snetterton Race Circuit in Norfolk, the home of motorsports in East Anglia. We must say thank you first of all, as you can see some of them there, the Orange family, our volunteer marshals, for their hard work. We couldn't go racing without them. Also the recovery crews, the medical staff, the race control staff, the scrutineers, everybody else here at Snetterton this weekend. Everybody from the British Automobile Racing Club for making this event what it is. Thank you to all the drivers for their entertainment. Weather getting better as the meeting went on, certainly. And to all their backup crews and teams in the paddock as well for keeping the cars moving. Thank you to all of you for watching as well. Certainly some enjoyment from our drivers as well. The challenge laid down there certainly by Lucas Taccini. An interesting confrontation. Wayne Rocket is going to be back at Thruxton, we believe. Challenge accepted for this next round of the Hyundai Coupe Cup. But all our classes have put on some brilliant entertainment. The highlights for me, certainly the Minis, classic and modern, and also that duel in the second race for the MG Owners Club Championship. The Caterhams are always brilliant. Everything has been brilliant this weekend here at Snetterton. We're back on air next weekend. We're down at Pembrey in South Wales for Convoy Cymru. Yep, the British Truck Racing Championship. Stages in second round of the year. I'm definitely running out of voice, so I'll wrap up as quickly as I can. Yes, the British Truck Racing Championship heads to Wales, first of 2 visits this year. We're supported by the local racers, the Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship. We've also got the junior saloon cars, the Track Attack Race Club with their saloon car racers, and also the 2 CVs. They've got a 1 hour 40-minute endurance race with pit stops as well, coming up, something a bit different on the Sunday. So do join us for that one. Thank you to all of you for watching today. Thank you for all your comments on the stream as well. We'll see you next weekend. But until then, this is commentator Dave Goddard signing off here on BARC TV on behalf of Ewan Dunlop, all our camera crews, directors and everybody else. We'll see you next time. Bye for now.